Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 Eugenics and Eugenics System. Year 302 of the New Era. Jianghai City, Number 1 High School, Auditorium. Since the students are about to graduate, this ceremony has become a day for many people to express their love, nostalgia, loss of virginity, and even revenge. But on this day on Blue Star, the most important thing is to decide whether to join the extraterrestrial battlefield. Universities in this world have declined. The truly strong will either enter scientific research institutes for further study or enter overseas battlefields for further study. They should continue to learn and practice instead of wasting time on empty theories. Humanity's time is running out. A somewhat introverted boy came to the stage with a nervous expression but an excited face. His tone was quite passionate. My parents and family are proud of me for becoming a glorious warrior. I am also very grateful to my teachers and classmates over the years. Companionship. Then another long-legged girl walked onto the stage confidently. On her graduation day, she even put on her own high heels, a waist-length skirt, and light makeup. With wind powers, I haven't developed any powerful moves in the past, but the B-level hurricane I have can definitely change the status quo. I'm confident. A tall boy with stubble on his face and muscles all over his body also walked onto the stage. Although I don't have superpowers, with the current technology of mankind, I can use the mecha to explode with strength that is not weaker than those with superpowers. Another cute girl wearing glasses came on stage, her eyes were shining. When the male classmates in the audience were looking at him, what came out of the cute girl's pink lips was a man's deep magnetic voice. Ahem, although I don't have combat powers, I believe that I can also contribute to mankind in the Scientific Research Institute. Damn it, cute little girl. I'm sorry, brothers. Why am I even more excited? At the graduation ceremony, outstanding students took the stage to speak one by one. A male classmate in the corner watched all this and felt as if he was overwhelmed with emotion. It's not because of the individual talents on stage. I didn't even look at the long-legged beauty's leggings and big butt. But because he traveled through time. Half an hour later, he had accepted the fact that he had traveled through time in a book. On the battlefield outside the territory, all races are fighting, with superpowers, warriors, and glory. The plot of Gaoba looks more and more familiar the more you watch it. Isn't this the plot of All Races Are in Catastrophe, I am invincible and will destroy them all? Before he went to bed, he was still reading this mindless and enjoyable article. Although it was mindless, it was enjoyable. He has just read 100 chapters of this book, and today's scene is obviously the plot of the third chapter. At the graduation ceremony, the supporting character Chen Feng, a second-generation rich man with cerebral palsy, would lick Tang Ying, the heroine in the same class, and then mock the protagonist Ye Tian to create hatred. As expected, Chen Feng's end was also tragic. 2 days ago, Ye Tian had already had the opportunity to activate the SSS-level space ability. The opponent slapped Chen Feng in the face at the speed of light, turning Chen Feng into a fool. After that, Chen Feng provoked Ye Tian in various ways on the battlefield outside the territory, and tried to commit suicide in various ways. Although he hadn't seen the ending yet, it was already terrible. When I first watched it, I just felt that Chen Feng had cerebral palsy and deserved to be dealt with by the protagonist. Now comes the problem. Why am I wearing Chen Feng and not the protagonist? Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt melancholy on his face. In particular, he noticed that Ye Tian's eyes were looking this way from time to time, as if he was waiting for him to go over and slap him with his handsome face. He was so frightened that he sat upright, not squinting, and did not dare to look at Ye Tian again. Fuck, this plot was quite enjoyable when I first watched it. In the end, it's me who's going to be slapped in the face now. This male protagonist is really not a human being. The excitement that Chen Feng felt when reading the book was gone. Thinking of what the male protagonist did, Chen Feng felt a little bit fucked up. A gust of cold wind blew, and he felt a chill on his face. It was the highest level of SSS level space power. Although he hasn't been beaten yet, he already feels some pain. If he really gets a slap in the face, he will definitely not be able to get better. In the original plot, the opponent's slap not only swollen his face, but also caused internal injuries, which lasted for several months. This male protagonist's SSS level space power is not only the strongest genius in the human race, but he can also kill gods and Buddhas when standing in the way of gods in foreign battlefields. The Insect King, the Winged King, the 12 Winged Angels, and the Dragon Clan are all no match for him. Whatever conspiracies, tricks, old monsters' schemes, he has defeated them all with his strength. There are also girls in the human race. The pretty ones are his forbidden ones. Anyone who takes a second look will be beaten. The supporting characters are also brainless, and they always mess with him. They all have a plan to kill him. Now when Chen Feng recalled the plot, he found that Ye Tian was the most vindictive, most unlucky, and most vengeful male protagonist he had ever seen. The happiness belongs to the male protagonist, and the pain belongs to the supporting characters and villains. How to do. My predecessor competed with him for the heroine. Even if I don't mess with him now, he will still have a chance to kill me later. Chen Feng thought of the various perverted methods the original author had set for Ye Tian, and felt anxious and uneasy. He, Chen Feng, finally succeeded in reincarnation and became a rich second generation. He has not yet experienced the sinful and dandy life of extravagance, lust, lack of ambition, and idleness. But he couldn't just be slapped in the face and stepped on by Ye Tian. Chen Feng was feeling that life was bleak and his future was bleak, when a ding sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system. Hearing the voice in his head, Chen Feng's face lit up. Damn it, brother Tongzi. Sure enough, all time travelers are systematic, and my friend is no exception. Chen Feng was excited. Now that he had a system, he was still afraid of the protagonist. Then the voice of the system continued to come from my mind. The system has not yet been formed, the host is asked to make a choice. 1. Activate the system of compatibility, compete with the protagonist Ye Tian for opportunities along the way, suppress Ye Tian, and obtain system rewards, focusing on a fighting spirit. 2. Activate the system of development and farming, let the protagonist Ye Tian go to the front to withstand the pressure of all races, and develop himself in the rear to obtain system rewards, focusing on a late-stage invincibility. 3. What system do you want? The host refuses to activate the system, and is ready to rely on his personal strength to change his destiny and obtain the blessing of the system. The main thing is self-confidence. When Chen Feng heard that there was still an option to activate the system, Chen Feng was a little unable to react for a moment. But as quick as he was, he quickly eliminated the third option. He was very self-aware of his own strength. The main idea is that if you are hit, you will die. As for the first two options, he thought about it after hesitating for a long time, about a second. What kind of rubbish is the combat system? You still have a fighting spirit. Can't fight hard enough. Chen Feng recalled his experience of working in his previous life. The most capable people worked overtime every day, and one person was used as several people, or not used as a person at all. Those who can endure hardship will suffer endlessly. As long as you work hard enough, the boss can switch to Maserati sooner. Chen Feng has lived a new life, but he doesn't want to be a social animal anymore. He can grow up and lie down, so why should he go to the front line to fight? Wouldn't it be nice to wait until his kobold stacks 10,000 layers of Q, and then come out to play in a group? I choose the second one, to develop a farming system. Chen Feng decisively made a choice in his mind. It didn't mean anything, he just loved peace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the eugenics system. The host can obtain corresponding rewards by marrying a wife and having children through legitimate channels. The higher the quality and quantity of the wife and children, the more rewards you will receive. Chen Feng was a little confused when he saw the system prompt. What the hell is this eugenics? If you are not the main focus on growth, how come you are the main focus on childbearing? System, did you make a mistake? Chen Feng asked in his mind with some doubts. He had never seen this eugenics and eugenics system before. Ding! Replying to the host, the type of system is determined based on the host's inner thoughts, and this is the system that is most suitable for the host to lie down. Hiss! What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Chen Feng's eyelids twitched wildly and he quickly denied it 3 times. It seems that the host prefers challenging systems. The host has an opportunity to change the system. Do you agree to change it? More challenging? No, I think it would be troublesome to replace it. After hearing the system prompt, Chen Feng did not hesitate and decisively chose negative. He is not someone who likes to trouble the system. As long as he has a system, his requirements are not high. Cut. Feeling the system's contempt, Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly thought of the key to the reward. How does the system determine the quality of a wife and children? What else is called a serious channel? Chen Feng quickly asked in his mind. His mood has improved a lot at the moment. Yet Yen is very strong, but he is in trouble. Reply to the host, it is judged based on the wife's appearance and qualifications. The higher the appearance, the higher the qualifications, the higher the score, and the better the reward. Serious channel means that the host cannot force the other party needs to be willing and have a status, not just a lover. Hearing this, Chen Feng understood a little bit. It turns out that it depends on face and qualifications. In this world, the most important criterion for whether a person's qualifications are good or not is the ability rating. For example, although he is a rich second generation, his ability rating is only C-level partial enhancement, which is passable but not that strong. Of course this is compared to the protagonist. Most ordinary people will never be able to activate superpowers in their lifetime, and there are many E-level, F-level, and even superpowers that have no combat or scientific research capabilities. For example, there is a boy in their class who activates the F-level power ballooning. When he uses the power, his entire body will expand, his body will become larger and his density will become lower. Although he can fly, he is extremely fragile. So far, the Scientific Research Institute has not thought of a good way to develop his special ability. Are you looking for a good partner? Then the strongest and best-looking one in our class is undoubtedly Tang Ying. But I remember that this heroine seems to be extremely devoted to the protagonist, and it is difficult to get her by any means. Besides, this woman has already had skin-to-skin contact with Ye Tian. Although it's not that yet, it's almost there. When Chen Feng thought of this, he suddenly felt helpless. His eyes had just seen Tang Ying. She was wearing black silk and a short skirt today. Her curvy figure, her elegant and beautiful appearance, and her plump buns. Before he even took a second look, he encountered a look of disgust from the other party, and even Ye Tian beside him looked at him gloomily. In the other party's cold eyes, it was obvious that Chen Feng had been regarded as a corpse by him. Grass. This couple of bitches. I'll just take a look, okay? You give it to me and I don't want it. Chen Feng quickly looked away. At the same time, he quickly communicated amicably with the system in his mind. Fucking system. Aren't you making things difficult for me? This really good-looking and powerful partner basically belongs to the protagonist Ye Tian. I'm going to steal my wife from him. Are you trying to harm me? Besides, she only has Ye Tian in her mind. Chen Feng's tone was very helpless. In the original work, the relationship between the two people was called one that would never be separated until death. He really didn't have much interest in Tang Ying. Reply to the host, you have to fight for a good wife. Chen Feng didn't believe its deception and shook his head. That won't work. What if I get killed when I go to fight for it? Yet Yen has SSS level powers, and he has all kinds of amazing opportunities and killer moves. I can't get a good wife like this. How can I activate the system without a big gift package? Isn't it hidden by you? Chen Feng continued to say helplessly, his face was ashen, and at the same time he had a hint of doubt about the system in his mind. Ding! A gift package for newbies is given to the host, please check it carefully. It's really a big gift package. It's worthy of you, Brother Tongzi. Chen Feng quickly changed his face, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He knew that this was a must for time travelers. Soon, Chen Feng found the system backpack in his mind, and a shiny newbie gift bag appeared in it. After opening it, several treasures inside immediately blinded Chen Feng. S-level ability activation card, Absolute Defense. S-level gene strengthening potion, after use, you can strengthen your own genes and greatly improve them. An S-class tank, a set of S-class armor, an S-class laser gun, 10 S-class fusion grenades, and an S-class sword. An advanced science and technology experience book. Seeing these things, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth were twitching like an AK, and he couldn't suppress it. My system is very generous. I immediately arranged a complete set of S-level treasures for myself. You must know that this world has controls on all kinds of high-end drugs and combat equipment. The best things you can buy on the market are only C-level, and they are still expensive. The original owner's mother is the director of a scientific research institute and is the #1 special expert in the field of mechas. The protective armor and tanks equipped are only A-level. It is said that S-level humans cannot yet produce them. The system is now directly filling itself up, and there are also ability activation cards. Chen Feng did not hesitate. His top priority was to quickly improve his strength. Use S-class gene enhancement potion. With the system in place, Chen Feng's potion can be taken without taking it out. Soon he felt a drastic change in his body, and all the cells in his body seemed to be baptized from the inside out. Whether it was hidden diseases or the shackles that limited his physical improvement, they were all broken in an instant. Chen Feng felt refreshed all over, and even felt that his body was being reborn, and his originally useless body was gradually turning into a perfect muscle shape. Even his little brother has evolved, becoming more brave and powerful, and upright. Is this okay? Feeling the subtle changes taking place in his body, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. He originally thought of relying on his superpower local strengthening. Isn't it possible to rely on superpowers to become stronger this time? Then he used an S-level ability activation card. Chen Feng's heart was full of expectations. Superpowers in this world are all innate, and although humans are researching ways to activate superpowers, the strongest and most precious ones are only E-level, and it is still early to mass-produce superpower warriors. With the use of the ability activation card, Chen Feng finally realized what it meant to be invincible. Chapter 2 Absolute Defense. With the use of the power card, Chen Feng felt that an innate ability suddenly appeared in his mind. Chen Feng felt a strange energy suddenly arise deep in his body, and he felt as if he could not die. It's not like he can't die. Originally, his partial strengthening could strengthen parts of his body, such as the muscles and bones in front of his heart, which even a sniper rifle couldn't penetrate. But with his strength, it is difficult to last for more than a minute. But now after activating absolute defense, he felt as if he could not be killed by nuclear weapons, and could even be hit by 180 hydrogen bombs. He used his supernatural power, and for a moment, although his appearance did not change at all, his body was filled with a feeling of completeness. He quietly stabbed his thigh with the knife on his side, but it had no effect at all. Chen Feng's body was like a solid barrier, and the knife could not cause any harm. System, how strong is this absolute defense? Chen Feng couldn't continue the experiment now, so he had to ask the system. Reply to the host, you can withstand the attack of the King of War for an hour. As your strength increases, your defense will continue to increase. When Chen Feng heard this, he nodded slightly. As if aware of Chen Feng's worries, the system prompted again. Absolute defense, ignoring any type of attack from the opponent, including elemental, time and space, spiritual and other abilities. After hearing the system's answer, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. It's really an absolute defense, no blind spots. If the War King has to do it for an hour, then the others won't be able to break through the defense at all. Not even Ye Tian's space power works. Chen Feng felt happy when he thought of this. In addition to his superpowers, he also had an S-level armor. There is a turtle shell on the outside of the extremely hard body, and the double layer of protection is safer. Although his abilities are only S-level, they are all focused on defense. This defense method is ridiculously strong. Although humans have superpowers, they also have ways to strengthen their physical bodies. After strengthening their physical bodies and driving mechas, they are far stronger than mortal bodies. It is now 300 years after the catastrophe of all races. The first batch of alien races eliminated most of the people with weak constitutions and weak survivability. Those who can survive are considered strong. Adults in this life have nearly twice the physique of previous lives under normal circumstances. As for warriors who can enter the battlefield outside the territory, after training, a junior warrior can deal with 10 or 8 ordinary people. Intermediate warriors and senior warriors are more powerful and can even dodge bullets. Above the warrior is the level of general. War general is basically the ceiling that ordinary people can reach. One person can rival a military camp. Killing ordinary soldiers is like Liu Buletin's unparalleled attack on minions. Ordinary hot weapons no longer pose a threat. The above-mentioned war kings and war emperors are basically supernatural beings and are the backbone of mankind. It is said that there is a war emperor who can kill 100,000 aliens by himself. Jianghai City has a population of hundreds of millions, and the mayor is nothing more than a war emperor. It seems that my life is temporarily safe. At least Ye Tian can't kill me. When Chen Feng thought of this, he felt safe in this world for the first time. He had no choice but to know how perverted Ye Tian was after reading the original work. Any level-up kills or assassinations, 1 against 10 or 1 against 100 at the same level are all easy and satisfying. After killing someone, he can still use his space powers to escape. Apart from anything else, with the space escape technique he had mastered, there was no guarantee that he would be able to kill him even with an S-class nuclear fusion grenade. By the way, this S-level nuclear fusion grenade won't be used to level Jianghai City, right? Chen Feng remembered that the terrifying power of the hydrogen bomb explosion was due to nuclear fusion. After hearing Chen Feng's question, the system explained, the S-class nuclear fusion grenade has a killing range of 100 meters. The energy is concentrated in this area. The core area is the most lethal and can kill the King of War. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a little relieved. He didn't want to throw out 10 thunderbolts and become a human war criminal. But Chen Feng changed his mind. Then if I throw these 10 in front of Ye Tian, and then use absolute defense, wouldn't I be able to kill Ye Tian's fellow? When Chen Feng thought of this, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable impulse. Facing this protagonist, he really felt a huge sense of threat. The opponent was growing too fast and had a grudge against him. Armed with sharp weapons, murderous intentions arose. But he was also very afraid of Ye Tian's spatial escape. If he didn't blow him up to death, he would have to face endless revenge. System, do you think I want to take action? Chen Feng still planned to seek advice from his own system. Reply to the host, the probability that your 10 grenades can kill Ye Tian is about 30%. This system does not recommend it. Ye Tian's current luck value, 99,999. What's more, Ye Tian is the son of destiny in this world. He is still needed to deal with all races and attract hatred. The host does not need to be an enemy of him. This system focuses on development. Is Ye Tian's luck so high? Chen Feng felt a little numb when he saw this. Unexpectedly, I have traveled through time, and the protagonist of this world is still Yetian. As the system was explained, Chen Feng began to think deeply, and suddenly felt that his vision had become broader. Yes, I should develop well. If there is a first-level naughty thing, I will jump over the tower. A gift package for newbies is so great, so the rewards in the future can't just take off. I have to quickly find a high-quality wife and have children. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's view of Yetian also changed. Besides, why should I put myself in the villain's perspective? The real villain in this book is Wanzu. I am just a supporting character who was slapped in the face by Yetian pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. As long as I don't mess with him. Let him create a safe environment for me. Chen Feng thought for a moment and finally corrected his attitude. It was best not to go against the protagonist Yetian at the moment. Anyway, the other party can't kill me now, so it's safe. What he activated was the eugenics and eugenics system, not some destiny villain system. Why do we have to compete with the protagonist? What's more, after killing Yetian, the plot collapsed, and he hadn't received the reward yet, so humanity might really be doomed. He remembered that in the original work, there were various major crises for mankind, and mankind was facing its darkest moment, and Yetian had to solve these. Don't rush, don't rush. When I find a few more wives and give birth to a football team with him, I will be invincible in the world. Let Yetian go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races first to buy time for the human race and buy time for me. Chen Feng's mentality changed, and he suddenly felt that the world was vast. He asked Yetian to go to the battlefield and fight bloody battles, while he spent some quiet time at the back. Wouldn't he enjoy eugenics and nurturing? And Tang Ying, I really don't have much interest. Even if I get it, she will only think about Yetian when she is doing exercises. I don't believe there is no suitable wife in this world. There is no need to touch her. The sky is brighter when you take a step back. Chen Feng thought of the various outrageous behaviors of the heroines, and thought that even if he got them, he might be stabbed in the back one day. He doesn't want to be a cuckold. Friendly reminder, actually, you have other choices. Chen Feng was stunned when he heard the system's reminder. Then you should give me more hints. The system is out of power and is charging. Chen Feng, your whole family has no electricity. At this moment, the graduation ceremony has come to an end. A group of students have also decided to participate in the battlefield outside the territory. They all went to the front to sign up enthusiastically and fight for the human race. The figure of Chen Feng leaving directly made everyone a little surprised. Chen Feng, are you not going to join the warrior training camp and enter the battlefield outside the territory? A classmate shouted there, and when Chen Feng heard this, he just waved his hand. I'm not strong enough, so I won't go. In the original text, the battlefield outside the territory is very dangerous. In addition to the 10,000 races, there is also the monster Yetian. He is not an idiot. He will not look for bad luck until he develops. Go and go yourselves. After hearing Chen Feng's words, all the students were surprised. They remembered that Chen Feng had pretty good abilities and had always wanted to go to the battlefield outside the territory. Unexpectedly, they changed their minds now. Even Zhang Kun, the loser who often followed Chen Feng, was a little anxious. He remembered that a few days ago, the boss had promised to go to the foreign battlefield together to become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Why did he change his mind now? What's more important is that if the boss doesn't go to the battlefield outside the territory, how can they fight with Yetian? He immediately ran forward and shouted, "Boss, why don't you go to the battlefield outside the territory? Tang Ying is going. We agreed to build a career on the battlefield outside the territory. Boss, you want to marry your sister-in-law?" Hearing Zhang Kun's words, Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he turned around, and sure enough he saw Tang Ying looking at him with an unhappy face, and Ye Tian also had murderous intent in his eyes. Although Chen Feng is not afraid of Ye Tian, he doesn't want to be worried about him all the time. People can't help themselves in the world. I have grown a brain, but my little brother is still a brainless villain. Seeing his brainless little brother, Chen Feng also had a headache, but he forgot about him. This little brother was the most aggressive one among the gangsters, and he was also the one who died the most miserably. In the original work, Ye Tian cheated him, and then Zhang Kun was cut into pieces by the Zerg. However, it was hard for him to say anything in public at this moment, so Chen Feng quickly adjusted his mood. The battlefield outside the territory is extremely difficult and dangerous. I won't go. Besides, it's Tang Ying's freedom to be with whomever she wants. How can we force her? Freedom to love, freedom to marry. Besides, as someone who won't go to foreign battlefields, what qualifications do I have to be with her? I have to say that Chen Feng's sudden change, his desolate back, and his actor-level acting skills made all the students present stunned. Even Ye Tian and Tang Ying were a little dull, wondering what kind of medicine Chen Feng was selling in the gourd. In order to show his sincerity, Chen Feng even said, "By the way, before everyone enters the battlefield, you need to purchase some handy weapons. My Chen family has a mecha shop in the city center. I will tell them when the time comes that if you use your identity token to enter the battlefield outside the territory, you can receive an E-level weapon for free. This is a small bit of sincerity on my part, and I hope you won't refuse." Chen Feng said and bowed to all the classmates. "You have to hold on. I also want to give birth, no, grow. Spending a little money can gain the friendship of classmates, which is the most cost-effective for the rich. Especially this group of students are not weak in the original work." Chapter 3 Ye Tian's Disdain. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he left the auditorium, and Zhang Kun also ran out. I have to say that at first some people suspected that Chen Feng was putting on a show. But when he heard that the students could receive an E-class weapon for free, the students present were still excited. This matter was related to Chen Feng's credibility and the reputation of the Chen Family Chamber of Commerce, so naturally it couldn't be fake. "Chen Feng, this is the first time I think he is so handsome. Damn it, Chen Feng is so generous. I misunderstood him in the past." "What did you misunderstand about him?" "I always thought he was a rich second generation who bullied men and dominated women." "Then what did you misunderstand about him?" "Ah. But even so, he gave an E-level weapon for free. You must know that the weapons issued in foreign battlefields are only F-level. The market price of E-level is less than 100,000 yuan. You tell me, then what about you? If you have the ability, don't accept his weapons." "Actually, I never misunderstood him. I always thought he was a good person." "What the hell?" It must be said that Chen Feng's generosity made many students change their impression of him, respect him, and feel proud of him. Although many people plan to sell their goods to get an E-class weapon, but who doesn't love someone who has a free prostitute? However, there was never any joy in Ye Tian's eyes. An E-class weapon was nothing more than garbage to him. However, the students' words of praise for Chen Feng sounded so harsh to him. "It's just an E-class weapon. Is it necessary to be so excited? See how excited you are." Ye Tian's inappropriate words fell into the ears of the students, and some of them immediately became anxious. Ye Tian's words were like calling them country bumpkins and poor people. Of course some people were not happy. "What is an E-class weapon? Ye Tian, who do you look down on? If you have money, you can give one to each of us. We will still thank you." "That's right, I remember Ye Tian, your weapons are not yet up to the level, right? Chen Feng did something wrong in the past, but don't you see that he has changed? Why are you holding on to his past? I finally understand why Chen Feng always targets you. It turns out there is a reason." All the students, especially those who were most excited just now, immediately started to mock Ye Tian. Ye Tian usually doesn't get along with others, and now he's talking like this. They won't let him get used to it. You are looking for death. Hearing the words of his classmates, Ye Tian's eyes were cold and he felt that they already had a way to kill him and wanted to refute, but Tang Ying pulled his sleeves and whispered, "Forget it, Ye Tian, the ceremony is over, let's go." "But there's nothing wrong with it. If they want to receive it, they can go. We won't go. I have a surprise for you," Tang Ying said with disdain, and then she pulled Ye Tian away. Although she didn't know what Chen Feng was thinking, she couldn't look down on Chen Feng's shabby E-class weapon even with her family's strength. When Ye Tian heard this, he stopped talking nonsense with his classmates and started to look forward to it. His confidant had a lot of good things. The students were left with expressions of disdain, and even the head teacher, who had always been optimistic about Ye Tian, secretly shook his head. Ye Tian, this child, is too violent. But he has strength and perseverance. I am very optimistic about his future. Ye Tian's luck value is -9. Chen Feng also didn't expect that this incident would actually reduce Ye Tian's luck. But it only reduced 9 points, just like scraping. But he is not the main villain of the system, so he is not that important. At the same time, Zhang Kun, who was chasing him out of the auditorium, was also successfully brainwashed by Chen Feng. "What? Boss, you said Ye Tian is an S-class superpower? How is that possible? Isn't he an E-level hypnotic power?" Seeing Zhang Kun's expression of disbelief, Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder and thought to himself, "I'd better be gentle, otherwise the SSS level space power will scare you to death." As for the hypnosis ability, Ye Tian actually improved it to S level, and it paralyzed all the foreign races on the battlefield outside the territory. However, his purpose was naturally not to scare Zhang Kun, but to hope that the other party would not seek death, let alone implicate him. "I told you and you still don't believe it. The S-class fortune teller the day before yesterday was hired by my father. He told me my fortune and told me that I was going to be in a big disaster. I was confused at the time and asked him what the disaster was. He said that I was too desperate and provoked an S-class superpower named Yuanling Tian. If I want to turn danger into good, I must not provoke him." When I heard it, I was dumbfounded. Chen Feng spoke vividly, as if the surprise of that scene was vivid in his mind, as if an S-level fortune teller had really visited his home. "The surname is Yuanling Tian, then no, isn't that Ye Tian? He is really an S-class superpower." Zhang Kun was also very surprised when he saw it, and Chen Feng was very sure that these characters had an aura of intelligence. Yes, think about it, even though Ye Tian is ugly, he always wins the favor of beautiful women. Every time we go against him, we still get no good results. I was sure at that time that Ye Tian must have been hiding something secretly. As Chen Feng said, Zhang Kun also fell into memories. Yes, I don't feel right either. How come we haven't been able to defeat him, Ye Tian, for so many years? So that's it. Seeing that his IQ was back online, Chen Feng continued, "So, from that day on, I decided not to provoke Ye Tian again. According to the master, Ye Tian has many other methods besides S-level powers. If you mess with him, you won't even know how he died." Hearing this, Zhang Kun finally nodded heavily and agreed, yes, you must not mess with Ye Tian. "No wonder, boss, you don't go to the battlefield outside the territory and wish them well." But at this point, he also felt something was wrong, and then he looked at Chen Feng with a pale face, "But, boss, you are safe if you don't go to the battlefield outside the territory. My other brothers and I signed up. Why didn't you tell me earlier, boss? Now we're doomed." Seeing the panicked Zhang Kun, Chen Feng was immediately speechless. He can't say that he just traveled through time and forgot about this. But he quickly thought of a reason. "You are different from me. My family has money, so I don't have to go to foreign battlefields. Your family has no money. If you don't go to overseas battlefields to gain experience, what future will you have in the future? Nowadays, the better jobs require proof of internship in overseas battlefields. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Kun's expression immediately became dull, and the light in his eyes was disappearing and gradually dimming. He didn't know how the boss, with a body temperature of 37 degrees, could say such cold words. There was bitterness on his face and he nodded, tears almost falling from his eyes. What the boss said makes sense, but in his heart, it's all about pulling out the cold. Seeing Zhang Kun's beaten look and thinking that he had been with him for more than 10 years, Chen Feng didn't want to see him die without a burial place. Although these younger brothers are stupid, they are not that bad. Many of the things they did were instructed by the original person to do. After thinking about it, Chen Feng continued, actually, it's okay to go to battlefields outside the territory, but just don't mess with Ye Tian. Not only can't mess with him, but you should stay away from him, and try not to participate in operations with him. Then Tang Ying is his forbidden love. You can't even take a look at her. Do you understand? By the way, don't look at other beautiful girls too much. Maybe they are also Ye Tian's target. And don't do bad things. If Ye Tian catches the chance, you will be finished. Remember, as long as you don't mess with him, don't compete with him for treasures, and don't compete with him for women, you still have a high chance of survival. Also, when you see that his eyes are not friendly and the corners of his mouth are a little crooked, be careful. Chen Feng directly gave a set of survival experience in facing the protagonist. Hearing the boss's reminder, Zhang Kun's eyes sparkled again, and he nodded solemnly. I felt warm in my heart, the boss was still kind to them. Thanks for the advice, boss. Don't worry, boss, we won't do anything bad if you're not here. Chen Feng. Chen Feng then took out an amethyst card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Kun. Boss, what are you? Chen Feng waved his hand, with the balance of 3 million, I will go buy some battle clothes with Xiaolang and the other brothers. We can't save anything to protect our lives. I'll wait for you to come back alive. Chen Feng actually still has a lot of balance, but he doesn't dare to give too much. What if the equipment my little brother bought was too good, and Ye Tian took a fancy to it, so he would just find an opportunity to kill people and rob the goods? On the battlefield outside the territory, Ye Tian had done many such things. Zhang Kun took the amethyst card, with trembling hands and excited heart, tears finally came down his face, and he was about to kowtow to Chen Feng. Boss, you are so good. My brothers must come back alive and continue to follow you to chase other sisters-in-law. Roll roll roll. Chen Feng quickly supported him and gave him a kick in the butt with a smile. Remember to survive. Chapter 4 Professional Rich Second Generation. Yes, it is like that. It's okay. Just report to me how much you spent. You guys have a better attitude, you are all my classmates. After driving Zhang Kun away, Chen Feng quickly contacted his mecha shop. Since he had made a promise, he would arrange everything. The original person has no brains to mess with the protagonist, and is also arrogant and looks down on other classmates, but he is different. Humans are social creatures, and pulse is still very important. As for the money thing, his father is a master at the level of a war emperor, who is often on the battlefield outside the territory, and his mother is the director of Jianghai City's first research institute, responsible for the development of various mechas and weapons, and owns a large number of technology companies. The most important thing for his Chen family is money. Of course, even if my father is the war emperor, he will not just want to kill Ye Tian. Ye Tianation's luck is so high, his father must have had an accident. At that time, the protagonist was not killed, and he lost his father. No matter, let's grow first. On the way home, of course I have to drive my S-Class tank. By the way, I also have an advanced science and technology experience book, which will be of great help to my mother's scientific research results. Chen Feng was at the school gate and quickly took out his tank from the system backpack. I saw a domineering chariot about 6 meters long, covered in black and red, surrounded by defensive spikes, and with very sharp edges and corners, appearing in front of Chen Feng. Due to the advancement of mecha technology and the development of space superpowers, capsule technology has long been widely used. Nowadays, humans do not need parking lots. They just put them directly into small capsules after use. The appearance of the chariot immediately attracted the envious eyes of many girls. Especially after Chen Feng was genetically enhanced, his appearance reached the level of the best male in mankind. That man is so handsome, and his car is so cool. I really want to sit with him. Really just sit for a while. Hehe, it's not impossible if I can do it. This kind of car is worthy of my first time. TCH, what are you thinking about? That car looks like a B-class car at least. This man is Chen Feng, a famous second-generation rich man in our school. You have no chance. Why don't I have a chance? What do you mean? I like the school beauty Tang Ying. Look at Tang Ying's figure, appearance, and abilities. Can you compare with her? Oh. I'm suddenly short of money. When will you pay me back the money you owe me? Buzz buzz. In the nymphomaniacal eyes of all the girls, Chen Feng just walked away. Although the eugenics system can win by the number of girls it marries, reality does not allow it. Because many men fight with foreign races on foreign battlefields all year round, the mortality rate is very high. Today's society has more boys and girls, and polygamy is allowed. But for the sake of social fairness, before the war king, a man could only marry 3 wives at most. Therefore, for the sake of your own rewards, you must be cautious about these 3 places. Sitting on his S-class tank, the tank automatically recognized Chen Feng's retina and selected a route and speed. Chen Feng was a little impressed when he saw that it automatically scanned all the maps within 100 kilometers, as well as powerful energy fluctuations. Of course, there are still traditional steering wheels and brake accelerators. There is even a combat function next to it, where you can raise the laser gun and send cannonballs when in danger. Sit on it and get a lot of stability. Ziobai, give me the location to go home. Good master. Chen Feng was going to play with his mobile phone for a while and quickly arranged tasks for the smart voice novice. When he turned on his phone, the first thing Chen Feng thought about was, where can he find high-quality human women? You can't have a heroine. But besides the heroine, who else can I look for? It seems that all the S-level girls in the original novel are related to Ye Tian. Either he is old and married. This was a very serious problem. Chen Feng thought about it and asked the system. Brother Tongzi, how big is the difference in rewards for wives of different levels? Reply to the host, this system recommends that you find a wife above S level to get treasure level rewards. A level below S level is a rare level reward. Below A level, there are rare, ordinary, ordinary, very ordinary, garbage and other rewards. The reward for the first wife can be a critical hit and become a more advanced reward. Although he didn't know what the specific rewards were, after hearing the system's tone, Chen Feng knew that those below A level were not allowed. It's shameful to find a trash wife even though you have a system. However, the first wife's reward can be a critical hit, which is very important. Then he had an idea and opened a blind date website. Regardless of the fact that all the technology in this world is mainly focused on improving the combat capabilities of the human race, in fact, the Federation has also made unremitting efforts for the reproduction of humans. After all, war kills people. Only when humans continue to reproduce and new people are born can humans have sufficient reserve power on the battlefield of all races. So this blind date website is pretty good, convenient, and direct. In fact, Chen Feng could ask his mother to help introduce other outstanding girls, but that would be very troublesome. The truly qualified children of powerful people would not easily fall in love with him, a C-level superpower. It's better to go to a blind date website to find the girl you want as quickly as possible. Chen Feng quickly registered his personal information on it. A profile of him appeared. Nickname, Sharp-Edged. Age, 18. Marital status, single, single. Superpower, sea level. Occupation, rich second generation. Income, annual income of more than 10 million. Father's occupation, war emperor. Mother's occupation, special expert at the institute. Blind date declaration, I need a wife with better qualifications to inherit my good genes, and a flash marriage is the best. Chen Feng did not hide his strength and status. After all, they were on a blind date, so he had to express his needs nakedly. The simpler and more straightforward the better. System, you are so embarrassing, but you seem to be really good. After setting it up, he verified his assets on his mobile phone, entered his photo, and soon became a guest on the website. He also has the highest screening authority for blind dates on the website. Soon a row of photos of women appeared in front of Chen Feng. He could set his own requirements from all aspects, such as age, height, weight, measurements, qualifications, income, occupation, etc. Let's rank the qualifications from top to bottom. In fact, girls with excellent qualifications are generally not too bad in appearance. Chen Feng directly conducted a screening. The first woman also caught his eye. She was also the only A-level girl with special abilities on the blind date interface. Facts have proved that women with A-level abilities are indeed very popular in the love market. Chen Feng looked at the other party's information carefully. Nickname, Bai Zixi. Age, 31. Marital status, single, single. Power, A-level. Occupation, unemployed. Income, annual income of more than 500,000 yuan. Father's occupation, federal worker. Mother's occupation, teacher. Blind date declaration, I have very high requirements, so don't bother me if your overall strength is not good enough. Seeing that the girl in front of him had posted many photos of her daily life, Chen Feng was quite satisfied. Although she was 13 years older than him, women in this world have long-lasting looks, delicate and white faces, tall and beautiful figures, and curvy bodies. Her hips are slim and her waist is pretty good. Although her appearance is not as good as that of other female protagonists, she should be in the 80s, and for ordinary people she is considered a great beauty. At least the experience should not be bad when using it. As for the other party's declaration, Chen Feng didn't care. His financial strength is not only the first in Jianghai City, but it is almost the same. He belongs to the top class, not to mention his parents are both high-level people in the human race. If you are not enough, then few others will be. Although it's only an A-level qualification, I can make do with it in order to get system rewards early. After you get the critical strike reward, you can find other beauties. Chen Feng thought this way. He planned to win over an A-level girl first. After increasing his strength, wouldn't it be easier to find an S-level girl? Anyway, there are 3 places, not to mention that after winning 3 girls, his strength will definitely exceed that of the King of War. He quickly contacted the other party, who happened to be online at the moment. Are you there? I want a flash marriage. Can you see if my conditions are suitable? Chen Feng sent the message directly. Although the other party showed that they had received the message, they did not reply immediately and seemed to be checking Chen Feng's personal information. After a while, the other party replied, Yes, I just read your message. Are they all true? Chen Feng said directly, It's all true. If you don't believe me, we can have an interview. I'm in Jianghai City now. The other party quickly replied, If it's true, it's pretty good. It's just that the power level is a bit low. It would be better if it were higher. After all, I have an A-level power. When he saw the message from the other party, Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of amusement appeared on his lips. Unexpectedly, the other party even disliked him. This made him feel interesting. He immediately asked, may I ask, what is your A-level power? In fact, his words have a purpose. Truly useful A-level combat abilities or research abilities are highly concerned and protected by the entire human race. Like his mother, A-level research abilities are enough to change the fate of the entire human race. And if the other party has an A-level power and is still dating, it will naturally not be a useful power. The reason why it is rated as A-level may be that it has potential, but it has not been developed yet. In other words, there have been cases where A-level abilities have no use at all. And soon the other party sent another message, I won't tell you this yet. Anyway, it is definitely an A-level power. What you want is excellent genes. As long as I am level A and you are level C, if we combine, there is a high probability that our children will be level C or above, or even level B or level A. After seeing the reply, Chen Feng secretly said that it was indeed the case. At the same time, his evaluation of this girl in his heart has dropped a bit. At first glance, this woman seems to have high ambitions and low hands. I don't have much ability, but I still ask for this and that. Even if I want system rewards, finding such a wife is still a headache. In order to encourage childbirth, the divorce procedures in this world are very complicated. But the other party also understands his own value. A-level abilities, even if they are trash, can ensure the quality of future generations. This is also the reason why many families are looking for high-quality wives. When Chen Feng didn't reply, the other party sent another message, actually, there's nothing wrong with having a C-level superpower. I think your family's situation is pretty good. Is your assets over 1 billion? Chapter 5 A Bold Idea. It seems that the other party really worships money. Do you want to make do with her? Chen Feng thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He was no longer the age to be in love. If he wanted to survive in this world, strength was the most important thing. With the rewards from the system, what can he do if he grows up? So he replied, more than 1 billion assets. In fact, he has never calculated his assets, but it must be more than 100 billion, but he will not say it directly. The other party's message took a while before being sent. If I am willing to marry you and give you a child, how much do you plan to give me as a bride price? Meeting the other party was straightforward, but Chen Feng was a little undecided. Although I am very mature mentally, this is my first time talking about marriage. He thought about it. Normal people only get a wedding gift of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan at most. As a second-generation rich man, it was his first time to marry a wife. Naturally, he couldn't be shabby. He immediately replied generously, a gift of 188.88 million yuan, this number is auspicious, do you think it is okay? After knowing that the salary of ordinary people in this world is only several thousand or tens of thousands a month, he believes that this gift must be enough. It's enough to buy several buildings and collect rent. But compared to the system's rewards, it's definitely nothing. Unexpectedly, the other party was silent for a moment. When Chen Feng thought he had frightened the other party replied. Actually, I don't want much as a bride price. How about this? We calculate it based on your family's assets, and 1/3 is enough. Anyway, we will be a family from now on. What's mine is also yours. Give me 1/3 so that I can feel safe enough. If you agree, we will go to the notary office to sign the agreement. I promise to marry you and give you children. What do you think? When he saw the reply message from the other party, Chen Feng was stunned and rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. 1/3? You really dare to speak? Good guy, really good guy. It turns out that when you asked me about my assets before, you were waiting for me here. There is no need for a specific amount, just a percentage of the real damage. You still have a sense of security, screw the sense of security. Chen Feng went on a blind date for the first time in his previous life. He originally thought that as a rich second generation, he could pinch these women with his hands, but he didn't expect to be severely taught by reality so quickly. What does it mean to treat rich people as fools and kill them as pigs? Isn't this what it means? It's no wonder that in this world of early marriage and early childbearing, the other person is still in his 30s and still hasn't gotten married. With her condition, she looked down on the poor, but she wanted percentage damage from the rich. She really thought that her A-level powers were the best, and she was the only one in the world. At this moment, Chen Feng didn't want to compromise and seek rewards from the system. If you marry such a person, you may not know what will happen in the future. Are you made of gold or silver? Or are you wearing diamonds? Chen Feng couldn't restrain his anger and quickly replied. And the other party responded very quickly this time. What do you mean? If you think the request is too high, we can talk. Talk. When Chen Feng saw these words, he felt like a clown. Under the temptation of rewards, it is true that some benefits have made me faint. Mainly, he didn't know that the women in this world were worse than those in the previous life. Talking about Nima. Are you going to buy groceries? You are shameless, I still want it. Chen Feng cursed directly, and then blocked the other party and deleted the one-stop service at the speed of light. At this moment, on the other side of Jianghai City, a girl did not expect that the relationship would break down so quickly. Seeing the message that the message had failed to be sent, her entire face turned livid. How dare a waste with sea-level superpowers do this to me? If you don't want to marry, there are many people who are willing. As she said that, she continued to screen other candidates on the blind date website. She knew that her greatest value in this life was her useless A-level ability. She must find a good buyer for herself. After doing all this, Chen Feng lay on the driver's seat with an ugly expression on his face. It's all because I'm stupid for wanting to find a suitable wife on a dating website. But all my classmates are going to the battlefield. Those who are qualified and beautiful are all related to Yetian. It's all Yetian's fault. Why are all the beautiful women related to him? Thinking of this, Chen Feng had a headache. It seems I really want to have a chance encounter with him. But according to the description in the original work, the female protagonists are beautiful, and their qualifications are incredible, but they are just like taking his ecstasy, obeying his words, which is not easy to do. The system's requirements must be voluntary and cannot be forced. Chen Feng was very helpless at the moment. In fact, he wanted to use Yetian to fight with foreign races on the battlefield outside the territory, and did not want to become his enemy. Isn't it good for him to be a good nurse in the rear? But now for my own mission, it seems I have no choice. System, please use your brain more. Chen Feng, no Riddler. At this moment, many red light spots suddenly appeared on the screen of his S-class tank. The smart voice also prompted, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected, please be careful, owner. What? Someone attacked me. Which idiot is it from? Yetian. Chen Feng felt quite insecure when he just traveled through time. When he heard about the attack, he immediately cheered up like a chicken. Although absolute defense is usually passive, it can be improved at critical moments. At this moment, his absolute defense was fully stretched by his strength, but he didn't feel anything unusual. Then he looked at the screen panel. Chen Feng was stunned when he saw that the energy wave was hundreds of kilometers away from him. It seemed that it was not aimed at him. He felt a little relieved. He was neither the protagonist nor the villain, and it seemed that no one would mess with him. There are rules on Blue Star's territory that people with superpowers are not allowed to use superpowers to cause damage. Otherwise, even the most powerful people will be severely punished. In addition to the human race, the most likely thing is that alien races are causing trouble. Some alien races can spend a huge price to send people directly to the Blue Star through powerful power to cause destruction. What is going on? Let me think about it. Is this the case in the original novel? Thinking of this, Chen Feng quickly recalled the plot in his mind. This is... Chen Feng felt as if an important piece of information flashed across his mind. It was very vague, but very crucial. In fact, he remembers his own plot very clearly. If he doesn't go to the battlefield outside the territory now, nothing will happen to him. As for Ye Tian's plot, he should be saving his cousin and getting a big opportunity from her cousin. This plot is actually Ye Tian's routine of pretending to be cool and then growing up. But Chen Feng felt that he seemed to have overlooked something crucial. System, host, your intelligence reduction halo should be gone. Hearing the system's complaints, Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but he still started to think. The treasures of the Long family are of no use to me. I shouldn't provoke Ye Tian and his cousin either. But why should I mess with his cousin? Can't it be to save his cousin? Chen Feng finally reacted, his mouth opened wide, and finally realized what key content he had missed before. At this moment, his mind quickly connected Ye Tian, his system, and high-quality women. He already had a bold idea. Although high-quality women are related to Ye Tian, besides the heroine, there are also his family members. Thinking of this, his whole body became excited. In the original work, Ye Tian's sisters, cousins, aunts, etc. are all stunning. Although the author is very sick, he still doesn't want Ye Tian to do orthopedics. There is no such bloody plot. In this way, Chen Feng has a goal. That's the girl from Ye Tian's family. In this way, he will not offend Ye Tian, but he can also find high-quality women to complete his system tasks. It can be said that it accomplishes multiple things with one stone. If I remember correctly, Ye Tian's cousin comes from a hidden family. Long family, Long Ruobing. SS level ice power, not inferior to the heroine's stunning beauty, she is also a pure and cold goddess. Before, I always thought about not provoking Ye Tian or his family. Why did I forget about this? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Thinking of the description of cousin Ye Tian in the original book, he became a little angry. If I get his cousin, not only will the mission be accomplished, but I will also become his cousin-in-law. Ye Tian can't steal his cousin from me, can he? Even if he wants to deal with me again in the future, he still has to think carefully. Ye Tian, you can't bear to let your cousin become a widow. Thinking of this perfect solution, Chen Feng couldn't hold back his lips. The previous haze of not being able to find a good wife was gone. He stepped on the accelerator and said to the intelligent voice, "Battle mode, rush to the location of the superpower fluctuation immediately. I have to get there before Ye Tian. Xiao, don't compete with your brother-in-law for credit." In Jianghai City, a domineering chariot with a cool shape was shining with dark black light and was speeding towards the scene of the incident. In addition to the benefits of finding a wife, he became excited at the thought of being able to communicate in depth with Ye Tian's cousin. What kind of rubbish heroine can have the beauty of the male protagonist's sister? System, congratulations to the host for breaking the halo of intelligence reduction. Ye Tian's luck value 990. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. I remembered that in the original book, I gave him faces, treasures, money, and women. It turns out that I was also part of Ye Tian's luck. Chapter 6 Attack. Hey, I'm finally back. This time on the battlefield outside the territory, I actually encountered the evil genius of the Zhu Feng clan. It was a narrow escape from death. Miss is injured, we can probably rest for a few months. Speaking of the ladies' superpowers, they are really terrifying. A group of men and women wearing warrior uniforms had luck on their faces. After returning from the teleportation array on the battlefield outside the territory, they sat on the aircraft and rushed back directly to Jianghai City. They were still a little scared when they thought of the bloody battles on the battlefield outside the territory. As the human race becomes stronger, many wing races now even unite to besiege the human race. But this time, they encountered a joint attack from the Zhu Feng clan and the Zerg clan. The lady was even attacked by the Zerg poison. After entering Jianghai City's outermost defense through identity verification, the Long family's warriors gradually relaxed and formed a chariot escort. A line of more than 10 C-class tanks firmly protected the A-class tank in the middle. On the deserted road in the suburbs, chariots were driving rapidly, and the surroundings were very peaceful. The greenery on the outskirts of the city was very good, and there was quite a sense of tranquility with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Why do I suddenly feel a little heart palpitated? No, it's dangerous. How can it be? Just as they were about to enter the city, Long Ruobing, who had been closing her eyes to recuperate, suddenly opened her eyes. Her face was pale at the moment, her aura fluctuated, and she seemed to have been seriously injured. But the next second, she still clenched her silver teeth and used her ice power. The frozen sky. In an instant, the ground centered around her chariot was completely frozen, and the extremely cold ice about half a meter thick protected all the surrounding chariots, as if they had been covered in heavy snow overnight. Unfortunately, a dazzling explosion of light suddenly bloomed on the originally calm ground around him. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. It's a superkinetic bomb. At this moment, the guard captain also noticed something was wrong and shouted loudly. But in the end it was still a step too slow. The huge explosion overturned more than 10 tanks of the escort team, and the covering ice shield could not completely resist the attack. The A-class tank at the center of the explosion had been blown to pieces. Long Ruobing's whole body had completely condensed into ice. Looking at the scene of blood and fire splashing around him, his eyes were extremely cold. The captain of the War General Level Guard was sitting in front of her, spitting out a huge mouthful of blood, and half of his arm had disappeared. Although the surrounding guards were not at the center of the explosion, they suffered heavy casualties. At least 1/3 of the soldiers lost their lives in the attack just now. At this moment, a huge crater with a radius of several kilometers had been formed on the ground where they were. A few hundred meters away, a middle-aged man's figure appeared there at some point, looking at them with a cruel smile on his lips. Behind him, a space portal has opened. The surroundings of the portal are constantly twisting and tearing, making it very unstable. Everyone saw the sparkling blue lines on his head. They are humans disguised as phantoms. Miss, please leave quickly. The aliens are coming soon. We're not far from the inner defense here. Let's go. The captain let out a loud roar, and at the same time he charged towards the middle-aged man. The silver sword in his hand made a loud sonic boom in the air. He instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and cut the man with one blow. The middle-aged man was cut into 2 pieces and then exploded into pieces. Then he looked at the teleportation array, but the blood and anger in his eyes soon turned into dullness. In the space portal, a figure as fast as black lightning had penetrated his body, leaving a huge blood hole. After that figure, dozens of identical figures appeared, completely cutting him into pieces in an instant. Captain! He is a senior general of the Wing clan. An elderly warrior from the dragon family immediately issued a battle warning. The fleeting battle made it impossible for them to organize a good battle formation. The leading Wing tribe was already heading towards Long Ruobing. When Long Ruobing saw his clan uncle being slaughtered into pieces, blue light flashed in his eyes, and he forced himself to use his already fragile body. The air in front of him instantly condensed, and a huge icicle stabbed directly towards the leader of the foreign clan. Unfortunately, the opponent was extremely fast. He made a sharp turn in the air and dodged, saving half of his body. A piercing scream sounded, and the leading alien fell to the ground. And other Wing tribes quickly attacked and killed them again. Frost and snow come to the world. Long Ruobing activated his superpower again, but his face was extremely pale. His throat moved and he swallowed the blood directly. In the air, ice mist continued to fill the air, and heavy snow suddenly floated in mid-air. The figures of the Winged clan were also affected, and their flying speed dropped sharply. At this moment, we can finally see their appearance clearly. The body of the Wing clan is about 2 meters long and slender, with black metal-like feathers and spikes all over its body. The cheeks that originally belonged to birds have a human-like appearance. But compared to humans, their twisted black faces with chicken skin look very disgusting. Ignoring the screams of his companions, the other Wing tribes all charged towards Long Ruobing. The teleportation array only has 3 minutes. She must be killed within 3 minutes, otherwise we will not be able to go back, screamed one of the winged tribes. Swear to protect the lady to the death. At this moment, all the guards who were still capable of fighting had already rushed over. Everyone's face was livid, with endless anger and fighting intent in their eyes. Most of the brothers and sisters they fought with had been lost in the attack just now. A female guard ignored her injuries and came to Long Ruobing's side. A green light flashed and she was treating Long Ruobing. It is a rare healing power. The other warriors also took out their swords, and several warriors used their own powers to turn into rocks. This is Long Ruobing's special escort team. There was no communication or exchange between the two races, only a horrific war that broke out immediately. Unfortunately, after the attack just now, their strength has been damaged, and the aliens who came to attack were all at the level of generals. One of them had a bigger body and faster speed. A rock-formed warrior stood in front of Long Ruobing, but was attacked and killed by several Wing tribesmen. The rock-formed body could no longer bear it, and the warrior was killed with the last blow. His body was completely smashed into pieces of stone, with blood spilling out. And the faces of the Wing clan still showed cruelty and disdain. But the next second, a laser beam pierced its body, causing a shrill chirping of birds, and the wound pierced by the laser gun was still burning. The severe pain caused the Wing clan's body to freeze for a moment. Laser gun. How can a human laser gun be so powerful? This thought just flashed through the mind of the Wing clan. The next moment, Long Ruobing seized the opportunity, and an ice knife appeared in his hand, and he slashed directly across its throat. This senior general of the Wing clan was killed. Its head flew into the sky, blood sprayed out, but it condensed into green ice and fell to the ground. Damn it, it's really thrilling. Fortunately, my brother's car is fast. Thousands of meters away, Chen Feng was hiding in the chariot. Through the holographic projection, he saw that the birdman was hit by his shot. He breathed a sigh of relief, as he almost succeeded. But Long Ruobing's performance surprised him a little. It is mentioned in the original book that she was almost completely severely injured, and only the last trick to save her life was to freeze herself. Now it seems that he is still capable of fighting. At this moment, he immediately controlled the chariot to turn the gun and shoot towards other Wing tribesmen. The S-Class laser gun paired with the S-Class tank control system is like having a self-aiming gun. Once the gun is fired, another Wing clan will be pierced and will fall to the ground. When the soldier who had just been scratched by it saw this scene, he didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly flew over to patch it up. Die! As the warrior roared. His sword suddenly fell towards the Wing clan's head, but in this instant, the Wing clan's eyes suddenly turned red, and his body burst out with terrifying speed. He turned sideways to avoid this terrifying knife. The next moment, the Wing clan's wings swiped, passed through his body and cut him in half. He actually killed him. Then a Wing tribe looked at Long Ruobing and neighed. Quick! The target is already at the end of its crossbow, kill her. Chapter 7 You have no brains either? The first time he fought against the Wing clan, Chen Feng felt his adrenaline surge, and he was very excited. But he didn't expect that these Wing tribes were so fierce and could survive even after being shot by him. Moreover, after the opponent explodes with full speed, his laser gun is not so easy to hit, mainly because the tank locking speed is not that fast. These Wing tribes obviously have sufficient experience in fighting humans. They all move well and use their wings to block the direction facing them. Even if they hit, the damage caused is much less. Seeing them all suffering heavy injuries and still trying to kill Long Ruobing, Chen Feng's expression turned ugly. The physique of the Wing clan is indeed much stronger than that of the human clan. If this continues, all the Long family warriors will be killed, and Long Ruobing will also use up his potential to use the freezing technique. Thinking of this, Chen Feng kicked the accelerator and rushed straight towards Long Ruobing. With an acceleration of 0.3 s per 100 km and a top speed of 1,500 km per hour, Chen Feng's car is no less powerful than a huge bomb when driving. Then, with Long Ruobing's puzzled eyes, he turned the steering wheel, corrected the angle, stopped next to Long Ruobing, and knocked a Wing clan member away. The sharp spikes of the chariot directly pierced the winged tribe with huge holes all over their bodies. It was obvious that they would not survive when they fell to the ground. I have to say that the tanks provided by the system are awesome. But then several more winged tribes flew directly towards them, their blood-red eyes clearly indicating that they had entered a violent state. The appearance of Chen Feng made them understand that their situation had reached a desperate situation. Boarding. Their target is you. Chen Feng shot another Yi clan who was more than 10 meters away and injured him. He opened the car door and shouted loudly. This was the first time he saw this SS-level proud woman up close. Her body was wrapped in a black and red battlesuit. It was very tight, but it could still be seen from her face that her skin was fair and smooth. Like a carefully carved cheek, it is very flawless, but it does not have that kind of charm, but only aloof and cold. The other party's eyes were very beautiful, but now I found that there was a trace of doubt and confusion in Chen Feng's inspection. Chen Feng even sensed an inexplicable hostility. This made him frown slightly. Long Ruobing opened her lips slightly at this moment, looked suspiciously, and even put on a fighting posture, and asked Chen Feng, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chen Feng originally looked at her the same way he looked at his wife, admiring her fighting performance and appearance, but now he felt like eating a fly when he heard her words. Obviously the other party doesn't trust him. But he remembered the purpose of his trip and tried to explain, "I was passing by here and saw the Wing clan attack. Let's go first and I'll explain to you later. I can prove my human identity." As he spoke, Chen Feng showed his student card and identity card. He remembered that Long Ruobing seemed to be the senior student of Jianghai City No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, the female warrior beside her also turned pale and shouted anxiously, "Miss, I don't think he is a bad person. Let's go first. Your safety is important." Unexpectedly, after Long Ruobing confirmed his identity, she looked at him with a hint of contempt in her eyes. "I will not abandon the warriors of my Long family. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. I see your equipment is good, why don't you continue fighting? When did the people in Jianghai City Middle School become so afraid of death?" When the female warrior heard this, her eyes showed a trace of confusion, and Chen Feng also felt a little numb. Long Ruobing turned around and pierced the head of a winged clan member with an icicle again. Then she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but she still tried her best to hold on and not fall down. But Chen Feng didn't have the slightest pity for her. Seeing that she was unwilling to get in the car, Chen Feng's impression of this person had dropped to freezing point. "I'm here to save you, and you're still mocking me? You really deserve to be Ye Tian's cousin." Nausea. How disgusting. The characters in this book are all brainless, right? You get in the car with me and just run away. Nothing will happen. Those Wing tribes will just follow their car and run away. Where will they care about other ordinary soldiers? The thoughts in my head travel faster than my mouth. Before he could say anything more, another Wing clan took the opportunity to pass by. Chen Feng quickly fired to block it, but he didn't expect that the Wing clan was just a feint attack. At this moment, another Wing clan attacked behind Long Ruobing. He had no time to react, and Long Ruobing was also powerless. I saw that the female guard who was treating her had been completely chopped open from her shoulders to her waist, leaving confusion and pain in her eyes. "Xiao Qing! Long Ruobing roared angrily, with bloodshot eyes, and slashed at the Wing tribe with the ice knife in his hand, leaving behind one of his claws. It's a pity that the Wing clan still escaped. It was obvious that Long Ruobing didn't have much physical strength left. Chen Feng saw the body of the female warrior named Xiaoqing collapse suddenly. Her internal organs and blood were completely scattered in front of him and turned into ice. Chen Feng's scalp was numb. He held his forehead with one hand and his eyelids were twitching wildly. He felt a little uncomfortable all over. All right. This was the first time he saw such a cruel scene at such a close distance. A human being who was alive a second ago died tragically in front of him without a last word, just like an ant being trampled to death. He just saw the look of surprise in the female warrior's eyes when she saw him, for Long Ruobing's sake and for her own life. His car saved the two of them and drove away at full speed, absolutely no problem. As a result, this female warrior died because of her young lady's stupidity. The goal of the Wing clan is obviously to kill the wet nurse first and then get rid of Long Ruobing. Long Ruobing. You're such a fucking idiot. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he cursed angrily at Long Ruobing. As he said that, he was about to run away. This idiot would not play with her anymore. WTF. I'm going to the club tonight to calm down. Tip: Long Ruobing has a halo of wisdom and hatred, which can be broken with actions. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, Chen Feng was a little irritated when he heard the prompt from the system. He was still dreaming just now, but reality was hit hard, making him feel a deep sense of helplessness. Obviously, the aura of the original work still existed and was still targeting him. This aura of hatred is very serious. Is this really possible? System, you don't want to trick me, do you? Chen Feng questioned the system. No, this system is absolutely loyal to the host. Long Ruobing is a suitable wife candidate for the host detected by this system. Publish a temporary mission, rescue Long Ruobing, break the opponent's halo, and reward the favorability critical hit function. Through the favorability critical hit system, you can double the favorability of others, making it easier to attack the target. I heard that in order to encourage myself, the system also introduced new functions. Chen Feng also hesitated. Although very unhappy. But seeing Long Ruobing's cold look and his hateful eyes, he suddenly became angry. The fire of anger and the fire of revenge were burning brightly. Sooner or later, he would make her kneel down and sing conquer, apologize to him, and then make her belly grow bigger every day, and keep giving him rewards. He wanted to see if there was anything hot inside this ice-type female prodigy. Thinking of this, Chen Feng saw that the Yi clan was still attacking other Long family members and began to measure the strength of both sides. These birdmen are not a good thing either. S-level fusion grenades are too easy to accidentally damage and are difficult to use now. Chen Feng got out of the car and took out his S-class sword. Even though he had not fought in foreign battlefields, the S-class genetic strength made his combat effectiveness no less than that of ordinary high-level warriors. With the blessing of the sword, he was sure to cause damage to the Wing clan warriors. Ignoring Long Ruobing's dull eyes and pale face beside him, Chen Feng had already entered a fighting state. At this moment, he was wearing a black S-class battle suit and holding an S-class sword in his hand. Looking at the Wing clan attacking again, Chen Feng's retinas quickly captured the movement trajectory of the opponent. Local strengthening. Chen Feng roared angrily. When the Wing clan was several meters away from him, his arm muscles instantly strengthened to a higher level. He slashed out with his sword. Even though it was still very slow compared to the Wing clan's speed, his sword struck first. It was as if the other party had bumped into him. The Wing clan also noticed Chen Feng's movements, and when it saw the simple black knife in his hand, it felt a strong sense of crisis in its heart. Two giant claws grabbed at the sword. Then there was a rustling sound, and Chen Feng's knife was like cutting tofu, cutting open the opponent's giant claw without any obstruction, and then the opponent's body was cut in half by himself through high-speed movement. However, before Chen Feng had time to feel happy about his first sword-wielding Wing clan, Long Ruobing's disgusting voice came from behind again. "What did you say?" Seeing that the body of the Yi clan was all frozen into ice blocks and falling down, Long Ruobing beside him suddenly asked Chen Feng. Feeling the biting cold, Chen Feng's face turned pale and he also looked at him. At this moment, his S-level absolute defense is fully maxed out. "I said, you are an idiot. You come with me, nothing will happen. And all the soldiers around you died because of your stupidity. According to me, you are not only an idiot, but also a brainless cerebral palsy." Chen Feng's tone was neither polite nor merciful. He is really angry now. Especially when it comes to the protagonist Yetian, the heroine, and Long Ruobing. No one in this family has a normal mind. It's a halo of wisdom, and it's a halo of hatred. As a supporting character who was slapped in the face in the book, he is destined to be the enemy, and he is destined to not be recognized by the other party. Some are just suspicion, contempt, and discrimination. She didn't know how to break the halo, and Chen Feng wouldn't coddle her. Hearing Chen Feng insulting him again, the blue ice power in Long Ruobing's eyes activated again. "You wanna die? Also, why do you know my identity? What is your purpose?" As the proud daughter of heaven, Long Ruobing had never been humiliated like this, not even by the man in front of her who seemed to be here to save her. What's more, the other party could call her by name and obviously knew her, which had to make her suspicious. The surrounding air was filled with cold air, and the extreme cold hit, but Chen Feng's absolute defense was able to resist it. Feeling the other party's ice power erupting again, Chen Feng also had murderous intent in his eyes. This brings out the aura of hatred. If it doesn't work, just lift the table. If he's tired, destroy him. A big war is about to break out between the two. However, the next moment, two screams came. The other two wing tribes who came to kill had been pierced by icicles, but Chen Feng was not attacked. This made him a little surprised, and at the same time, the killing intent in his eyes was slightly reduced. I saw Long Ruobing kneeling on one knee after activating his superpower, with bloodshot eyes. There was pain in her voice. "You go." Long Ruobing still didn't take action against Chen Feng after all. Her eyes were dim, not just because her powers were exhausted. It was even more because she actually had murderous intentions towards her compatriots and the people who saved her. Is it caused by the fighting on the battlefield outside the territory? I feel like I am becoming less and less like a normal person. For some reason, I feel like I'm in a cage. Long Ruobing's heart was suddenly filled with self-doubt. When Chen Feng heard her emotional changes, he was a little speechless. Is this person mentally abnormal? Or is it that he entered this world and brought the ability to think to these template characters? But there was no time for him to think much on the battlefield. Saw the Wing clan attacking. He rushed forward and slashed the sword in his hand again, but this time, when he killed one Wing clan, another Wing clan had already killed him from behind. Careful! Long Ruobing saw the hard giant claws of the Wing clan clawing at Chen Feng's back. She tried to explode her supernatural powers, but failed, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, an incredible expression appeared on her face. Chen Feng's body was caught and he retreated dozens of steps, but no blood appeared. How can it be? Can his armor completely withstand this blow? Not only her, but even the Wing clan was a little dumbfounded. They looked at Chen Feng's intact appearance and then at his giant claws, seeming to doubt his life. His claws can catch even ordinary mechas. Why can't you break this person's defense? But its doubts are completely unsolvable. Chen Feng's face was already ferocious, with murderous intent, and he suddenly slashed with his backhand. "You're the only one who sneak attacked me, right?" Chapter 8 The Terrifying Yetian. Kill a Wing clan again. At this moment, Chen Feng discovered that the guards of the Long family had been completely wiped out, and the number of the Yi clan had been reduced to a dozen. Long Ruobing beside him was so weak that he knelt down on one knee. He didn't know if he still had the strength to freeze himself. In the original plot, Long Ruobing froze herself at the last moment, and then Ye Tian appeared to save her. Damn, even though I won't die, if I continue to protect this woman, I don't know if she will notice my abnormality. Even with an S-class armor, my defense is a bit unreasonable. And I don't want to expose my life-saving trump card. Chen Feng remembered that he had originally come to find his wife, and now he was mostly heartbroken. The stupid and arrogant Long Ruobing, combined with the frozen limb fragments of humans and aliens around him, and the blood everywhere, had already made him somewhat mentally impotent. Several more wing tribes came to kill him, but Chen Feng still stood beside Long Ruobing. Damn it, I'm here now, at least it should have some effect. Long Ruobing had not taken action against him before, but he saw a glimmer of hope. The halo of wisdom and the halo of hatred don't seem to be absolute. When Long Ruobing saw this scene, his eyes were complicated. If the other party is really bad for her, they can kill her now or take her away by force. But Chen Feng obviously didn't do that. Chen Feng once again protected Long Ruobing, and even resisted a few sword blows, killing 3 Wing clan members. The unstable portal finally dissipated completely. And Chen Feng suddenly had a premonition in his heart. He came. The next moment, a Wing tribe's body was instantly penetrated, and a figure stepped forward. Dressed in simple casual clothes, with an unimpressive appearance, with slanted bangs, and a certain aura of being the best in the world, he is the male protagonist, Ye Tian. Taking another step, Chen Feng saw Ye Tian take action for the first time. He found that the opponent's movements were extremely fast, and even the surrounding space seemed to be helping him move. In the frightened eyes of the Wing tribe, Chen Feng saw that the opponent's movements were as slow as a baby's, while Ye Tian held it with one hand. Who are you? The space around the alien suddenly became messy and distorted, and its face showed fear and anxiety for the first time. Unfortunately, Ye Tian ignored it at all. And its body also twisted into pieces. Space strangulation. Chen Feng saw this scene from a distance and was extremely shocked. This was the first time he saw Ye Tian take action. Although he had known about Ye Tian's strength for a long time, seeing it with his own eyes still left him a bit speechless. At this moment, I saw Ye Tian take a step forward again. The flying speed of the Wing tribe over there dropped sharply. Ye Tian appeared in front of it, strangled in a space, and a Wing tribe died in Ye Tian's hands again, without much ability to resist. Is this an SSS-level spatial ability? When Chen Feng saw this scene, it was impossible not to be envious. This male protagonist is truly incredible. The technology of the Wing tribe is not strong, and although their generals are far less powerful than the human tribe, they are not weak either. As a result, in the hands of Ye Tian, a recent graduate, he died after only a few rounds. But seeing him appear, Chen Feng was ready to run away. According to Ye Tian's speed, there weren't enough Wing clan here to kill him. The system prompt did not appear either. Today, he stole the chicken but failed to lose the rice. The hero failed to save the beauty. Chen Feng opened the door of his chariot and was about to leave. Order 10 tonight, must order 10. Wait, you, who are you? How do you know my name? Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Long Ruobing suddenly asked in a low voice. At this moment, Chen Feng heard the prompt in his mind. Congratulations to the host for breaking Long Ruobing's aura of wisdom and hatred, and the favorability critical hit system is rewarded. Long Ruobing's favorability plus 10, triple critical hit, current favorability 30. She had already recognized that the space superpower was Ye Tian. Although she didn't know how her cousin suddenly became so powerful, her attention was still focused on Chen Feng. Seeing that most of the coldness in the other party's eyes had been reduced, Chen Feng said angrily, "Passenger A. As for your name, Long Ruobing, the ice-type genius of the human race, who knows?" Hearing his sarcasm, Long Ruobing was at a loss. She had lost the ability to freeze herself before, and it was Chen Feng who protected her. She looked at the soldiers who had all died around her and seemed to understand Chen Feng's previous behavior. For the first time, a look of regret appeared in her eyes. I was wrong before. Long Ruobing's lips moved slightly. Oh! You finally said something humane. Chen Feng found that Long Ruobing was a person who could not listen to good things, but only accepted bad things. Adhering to the idea of disposing of others, Chen Feng taunted him, and then left. If he doesn't leave, Ye Tian will definitely make things difficult for him. But it's a pity. The next moment, Ye Tian had appeared in front of his chariot. The Wing clan behind him has been cleared by him. Obviously, the dozen or so Wing clan warriors were no match for him. This protagonist is a jerk. Chen Feng, why are you here? Sensing Ye Tian's confusion and hint of murderous intent, Chen Feng turned around and looked at the other two siblings. There was contempt in his eyes. He chuckled and said, I'm passing by, can't I? Seeing this, Ye Tian also showed a cruel smile. Oh! Yet! Why do I feel that my cousin is in danger? It seems to be related to you. Ye Tian actually noticed today that Chen Feng was a little different from before, but he didn't really care. After all, in the face of his absolute talent, Chen Feng was not in his eyes. Of course, he didn't mind easily getting rid of a love rival and stealing a woman from Ye Tian. Chen Feng obviously had a plan to kill him. After hearing his words, Chen Feng knew that this male protagonist was very difficult to deal with. The defense is absolutely full, and I am ready to take out the S-class nuclear fusion grenades. 10 of them will be detonated at the same time. I should be able to withstand it by hiding in the car and using all the defensive means. As for whether Ye Tian will die, whether he is human or not, or whether the plot is plot or not, he doesn't care. Rabbits bite when they are in a hurry. You don't believe me when I say it doesn't matter. What are you going to do with me? Chen Feng was not timid at all and looked into Ye Tian's eyes, and Ye Tian also noticed something was wrong with Chen Feng. Chen Feng was too confident. It would have been normal before, but now, even after seeing himself killing so many Wing tribes, Chen Feng is still so confident, which is a bit strange. Seeing the opponent's S-class equipment and chariot again, it seemed that the opponent had also received a great opportunity, and he was different from the one before. This made Ye Tian even more murderous towards Chen Feng. I don't know why, but since today, his murderous intention towards Chen Feng has been increasing rapidly, and he seems to have sensed something wrong. I just want to know, why are you here? The space around Ye Tian continued to distort, and a terrifying spatial confinement had descended on Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, but the coldness in his eyes represented his attitude. I also want to ask you, why are you here? Chen Feng asked rhetorically. At this moment, Long Ruobing suddenly said. Ye Tian, it has nothing to do with him. He is here to save me. Let him go. She originally wanted to ask Chen Feng's identity, but she felt relieved when she heard that Ye Tian knew him. When Ye Tian heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't quite believe this. His cousin was assassinated, but Chen Feng, a second-generation rich man in his class, appeared here. His intuition told him that there was something wrong inside. Cousin, I think he is probably a spy from the human race who defected to the Wing clan. Otherwise, how would your whereabouts be leaked? I think he actually wanted to deal with Chen Feng right now, not to mention killing him, but at least to extort something. For example, he really likes Chen Feng's tank. I said, let him go. After Long Ruobing heard Ye Tian's speculation, he looked at Chen Feng again, with complicated emotions in his eyes. She saw with her own eyes the space teleportation array activated by the Phantom Spirit clan, and she also saw it with her own eyes when Chen Feng killed the Wing clan and protected her. Although she had some unnatural and natural hostility when she first saw Chen Feng, she still regained her senses. But after being scolded by his cousin, Yetian looked a little ugly and wanted to say something else. There's nothing wrong with that. He's not a spy, let alone the person who harmed me. Let him go. Long Ruobing slowed down a little at this moment, stood up, and said to Yetian, but when she glanced at Chen Feng and looked into his deep eyes, she dodged away. All right. I'll let him go. Although Yetian didn't know the reason for his cousin's persistence, thinking that he would have to rely on the Long family and her strength in the future, he had no choice but to wave his hands. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng felt Yetian's release of restraint. He gave Long Ruobing a meaningful look, got into his chariot, and then sped away. Until more than 10 kilometers away, Chen Feng recalled what happened today with a glint in his eyes. Yetian, you are indeed the protagonist who must take revenge. But your cousin seems to be interested in me. The aura of wisdom and hatred have been broken. Wait a minute, besides your cousin, I also remember that you have a biological sister who works at my mother's research institute. Thinking of this, he regained his energy. He was not a soft-hearted person. After this battle, his desire for strength became stronger. If you want to become a truly strong person, you only need absolute defense ability, but it is far from enough. Yetian's luck value 100. After hearing the system prompt, although it was not much, Chen Feng's mood improved slightly. Cousin, are you okay? At this moment, Yetian saw Chen Feng leaving. Although he had no choice but to look at his cousin, he wanted to step forward to help her. I'm fine. Long Ruobing waved her hand and refused his support. I didn't expect you to become so strong after not seeing each other for a few years. And what's going on with your powers? Hearing his cousin's question, Yetian didn't hide it. He wanted to ask his cousin for a treasure. By chance, I activated the S-level space ability. But I hope my cousin will keep this news secret for me. By the way, cousin, do you still have the key to the ruins in your house? Long Ruobing felt better when she heard that Yetian had S-level spatial powers and was happy for her cousin. But when she heard the words key to the ruins, something suddenly felt wrong in her heart. She didn't know how her family's treasures could be known to Yetian. She remembered that this was a family secret that only a few people knew. Yes, still there. Although Long Ruobing felt a little wary, he did not hide anything from his cousin. That key is the most important treasure of my Long family. How did you know? Long Ruobing asked curiously. And Yetian seemed to have already thought of the answer, my dad told me before. That's it. Long Ruobing nodded when he heard it was from his uncle, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, the mother knew the news, but her relationship with her uncle was not good, so he probably didn't know. Unfortunately, now that both my mother and uncle died unexpectedly, there is no way to verify it. Chen Feng's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the aura of wisdom in her mind. She thought that no matter what happened to her in the future, she should not use her emotions and strength to solve it. The brain is also important. As long as you're still here. Cousin, I am going to an overseas battlefield on this trip, and I would like to borrow the key to your home. Yetian said shamelessly. Seeing this, Long Ruobing also started thinking. She knew that the key left behind by her family was used to open an important secret realm on the battlefield outside the territory. Her great-grandfather's ability to become the War Emperor was also related to this opportunity. Now Yetian wants to borrow it from her. That thing can only be used once. It is better to say that it is to borrow than to ask. I can't decide on this matter, so I have to ask my uncle for instructions. But I'll try to convince him. Long Ruobing thought of the offer of rescue and didn't refuse directly, but he didn't agree directly either. And Yetian's expression suddenly turned colder. But then he recovered, with a warm smile on his face. This is natural, I should ask for permission. His relationship with the Long family is that the third aunt married the young master of the Long family, Long Ruobing's father. That's all. If you really want to calculate it, except for Long Ruobing and Sangu, he has no blood relationship with anyone else in the Long family. Yet Yen's luck value 100. Chapter 9 I believe in science. Jianghai City's internal defenses are very tight, and all kinds of high-tech tools are aimed at large targets and alien targets. At this moment, the battle outside has attracted the attention of the fast mobile team, and dozens of high-speed aircraft are rushing towards the battlefield. On the ground, cars in the suburbs were stopped one after another, and Chen Feng's tank was no exception. Dozens of security sergeants looked at his impressive chariot with vigilance in their eyes and surrounded his chariot. They did not put down their weapons until Chen Feng got out of the car for inspection and showed his identification. Arms. My father is the war emperor of the human race, and my mother is a super expert. Young man, you are extraordinary. Do you know what happened over there? The leading commander compared Chen Feng's photo, gave Chen Feng a meaningful look, and then asked seriously. It seemed like there was an explosion. I took a look from a distance and ran back. Chen Feng said nonsense. In that case, go over and test it. Next to it is a device that detects human genes when passing through. Just like going through the security check in his previous life, Chen Feng walked over and within a few seconds, the green light flashed, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing this scene, no one stopped him. After all, the identity of the other party is not something they can easily offend. By the way, the fast-moving chariot that appeared in the surveillance before belongs to him, right? Seeing the roaring back of Chen Feng's chariot leaving, one of his soldiers suddenly asked curiously. The commander nodded. His mother is Director Zhang, so it must have been specially developed for him. I have to say, he is really handsome. To the east of Jianghai City, there is a group of villas. There is a huge energy detector hanging high in the sky, surrounded by many air defense facilities, and chariots patrolling. There are a dozen senior soldiers serving as security guards at the door. Young Master Feng, you are back. Long time no see, you look even more handsome. The security captain was a low-level general. When he saw Chen Feng's chariot being put away, he walked up to say hello with envy in his eyes. Well, graduated. Chen Feng also responded with a smile, and then took out several bottles of high-end energy drinks from the capsule and threw them to them. Thank you, Master Feng. Several security guards took the drinks with smiles on their faces. This stuff costs tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. At the same time, they also felt that Master Feng had become more generous. His previous attitude towards them was filled with disdain and contempt. Security favorability value +5, critical hit +50. Chen Feng almost cursed when he heard the system prompt. There's no need for prompts or critical strikes like this. Dude, don't be gay. Receive. Arriving in front of his large single-family villa, Chen Feng also sighed. Even in this world where all races compete for hegemony, human beings are united to the outside world, but there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor internally. While he can enjoy a safe and comfortable environment, human society also has many hundreds of story buildings inhabited by ordinary humans. Because of the necessity for humans to cultivate superpowers and the development of human science and technology, today's human society does not lack food, but only high-quality superpowers. And even civilians have the chance to give birth to people with superpowers. So the number of humans now exceeds 20 billion. Humanity is divided into dozens of bases, and each base is divided into several large cities. The countryside has completely disappeared, turning into large tracts of farmland cultivated by dedicated workers. Because concentrated living can ensure the efficient operation of human society, and can also concentrate on security. Speaking of which, my parents in this life are actually quite fierce. One is a war emperor and the other is a super expert. And he has always been very protective of my good-for-nothing son. If the human race dies, my life will not be easy either. Thinking of this, Chen Feng verified his identity and opened the door. Yaoer, you are finally back. I was about to call you. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded. Chen Feng looked around and saw a middle-aged woman of medium height wearing an ordinary knitted sweater walking towards him with a face full of joy. Jiangli. Although she took good care of her face, time still left some wrinkles on her face, as well as a little bloodshot streaks in the corners of her eyes, showing that she was very tired. Mom. Chen Feng still called out this title. In his previous life, he was an orphan, but it was quite good to have a mother in this life. Your class teacher called me and told me that you didn't sign up to participate in the overseas battlefield. I didn't see anyone when I got home, but I was worried to death. Where have you been? After giving Chen Feng a big hug, her mother Zhongli looked at Chen Feng with concern and asked. I drove to the countryside for a while and then came back. Chen Feng didn't talk about the battle to avoid worrying his mother. You kid, you're still so playful. Hearing this, Zhongli tapped Chen Feng's forehead angrily. If your father knew that you didn't participate in the battlefield outside the territory, he would definitely have to skin you. He is planning to transfer you to the front line to fight with him once you pass the training camp. Hearing this, Chen Feng smiled. Then you have to help me, Mom. Help you? How can I help you? Seeing that he was scared, Zhongli said amusedly, although I think it's good for you to stay in Blue Star, I can't persuade your father to have such a temper. But that's not what Chen Feng said. No, Mom. Actually, there is a reason why I don't go to foreign battlefields. Chen Feng looked at his mother and said seriously, I have a sea-level superpower, so it won't be of much use to go to battlefields outside the territory. It's better to focus on scientific research. Enter a scientific research institute like Mother, do research well, and make greater contributions to the human race. I believe in the power of science. Hearing her son's words, Zhongli was stunned and looked at Chen Feng like an idiot. Then she seemed to understand and patted Chen Feng on the forehead. You kid must be looking for an excuse to be lazy and use my mother as a shield. The work of scientific research institutes is very serious. It is related to the destiny of mankind and cannot be messed with. Chen Feng. Feeling this painful stereotype, combined with his predecessor's actions, Chen Feng can understand his mother's thoughts. Could my son, an uneducated, incompetent and lazy son, be a candidate for scientific research? But Chen Feng had already made up his mind. On the way back, he had already used the Advanced Technology Experience book given by the system, and now his mind was filled with high technology. If these things are transformed into my mother's scientific research results, my mother's status will be higher, and the human race will be more awesome. But the most important thing is that Ye Tian and his sister Yanning are in Mom's #1 research institute in Jianghai City. Compared with Long Ruobing, his sister was much gentler and more pleasant. On the way back, Chen Feng was actually very angry. That Long Ruobing had no brains, and Ye Tian was full of murderous intent towards him. He must come back with revenge. Since I can't kill Long Ruobing for the time being, I'll change my target. And what could be better than sleeping with his sister and getting a reward? When the time comes, it must be hit hard. Thinking of this, Chen Feng became a little excited. Mom, actually, although I have been a bit playful over the years, I have spent a lot of time in theoretical classes. In fact, I really want to do research. Seeing the serious Chen Feng, Zhongli was a little undecided. But after a while, she solidified her idea. This kid must have lied to me. Reality is not a grim fairy tale. I don't know what my son is like. Then I want to test you with a few questions. If you can answer them, I will believe you. Seeing his mother who was full of doubts, Chen Feng also came to prove his determination. Mom, just ask. Chapter 10 Scientific Research, I am serious. Half an hour later. In the living room of Chen Feng's house. Zhongli has gone from assessing Chen Feng's research level to asking him questions. Son, how is that liquid mecha you are talking about achieved through micromolecule technology? And that, the laser gun is not powerful enough. You said it can provide kinetic energy through special synthetic materials. That formula is too complicated. I didn't understand it clearly. Please say it again. By the way, you said the materials were taken in the wrong way. Specifically. Chen Feng was secretly proud of himself as he lay on the sofa when he saw his mother's serious look on her face before trying to test her own level to her tireless and even not ashamed to ask questions attitude now. I have absorbed a systematic high-level scientific and technological experience book, and the knowledge in my mind is at least 50 years ahead of the current human technology. As a super expert, my mother knows the inner logic and feasibility of many of her ideas that may seem fanciful to outsiders. This time, my family status has improved. Okay, Mom, let me just say that my research skills are pretty good, right? If you let me enter the Scientific Research Institute, I guarantee that I can make great contributions to mankind. Chen Feng patted his chest and said. And Zhang Li also realized that she was not asking for advice from some technological expert. After all, she was a super expert in human technology. Her original purpose was just to test whether her son could enter a scientific research institute to do research. Now that she came back to her senses, she hurriedly sat next to Chen Feng, touched Chen Feng's forehead with her hand, and asked curiously, "How did you grow your brain? Why do you feel that your scientific knowledge has surpassed mine? Honestly, did you activate a scientific research type of power?" In her opinion, her A-level scientific research abilities are not as useful as her son's brain. Then the other party must have a more advanced scientific research ability. Human beings have some special beings that can activate 2 or even more abilities. I just suddenly felt that I was very interested in scientific research, and I also had a lot of strange ideas about scientific research, but I felt that my body had not changed much. Chen Feng had already thought of an excuse and pretended to remember. In fact, this was the symptom of activating scientific research abilities that he had checked. That's right. Zhang Li was also a little excited when she heard this. She immediately thought that this was the power of her and her husband's genes. My son has both combat powers and scientific research powers. As expected of their own cub. This is the characteristic that activates scientific research abilities. Why didn't you tell me and your dad earlier? It would be a pity if talents like you were sent to battlefields outside the territory. I can take you to the test now and report it. From now on, mother and son will be the strongest scientific research team in human history. A double special expert can definitely become a legend. Seeing his mother's face full of excitement as if she was receiving an award, Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly when he heard his mother's fantasy. Mom is indeed a science geek, even her life pursuits are different from others. But he couldn't just agree. If he went for a test, his secret would be exposed. Say Mom, I actually don't want to expose my scientific research capabilities. Otherwise, our family will be in even greater danger if the news spreads. Chen Feng's tone was solemn. His words brought back her mother's memory of being stolen from her home by a foreign race. Zhang Li's face suddenly became nervous when she thought of the scene that happened that year. More than 10 years ago, when she designed the B-class mecha for the first time for humans, she suffered a horrific attack. If Chen Feng and his father hadn't taken action, both of her parents would have died. Since then, the human race has also strengthened its protection for her. Even though there are only about a dozen security guards in this community. Secretly I don't know how many masters there are. Then what do you mean? Zhang Li knew that her son must have his own plans when he said this. What I mean is that I joined a scientific research institute, but I am not considered a formal employee. I do scientific research there, and the final results belong to you, Mom. This way I will be freer, and we won't leak the news and be targeted by foreigners. Otherwise, if we have a double special class, the entire community will be razed to the ground by the aliens soon. Chen Feng thought of an excuse and said it vividly. Especially when he mentioned razing the community to the ground, Zhang Li looked a little embarrassed. She really didn't seem to be using her brain just now. So it seems to make sense. Zhang Li thought for a while and nodded slightly. If there are really two super experts in one family, I'm afraid the alien race will deal with us at all costs. She quickly figured out that the key was safety first. It would be better for my son to let him hide in the dark. Chen Feng quickly reached an agreement with his mother. Relying on his mother's status and strength, it would be no problem for him to enter the research institute. That day, due to her mother's pestering, Chen Feng chatted with her for several hours about technological issues. It wasn't until the institute called about everything that her mother reluctantly left home. As promised, we will report tomorrow. I still have a few questions that I haven't figured out yet. Chen Feng also wanted to laugh when he saw that his mother was still chatting with him about technology issues before she left. I know. Also, I have the authority to be the second person in the Scientific Research Institute. You promised me. My mother waved her hand and said with a smile, of course that's no problem, your mother has the final say in the entire Scientific Research Institute. Then she left home and rushed to the Scientific Research Institute. Seeing her busy but happy back, Chen Feng also felt very complicated. He didn't know what his mother was like in his previous life, but his mother in this life was really worthy of admiration. Zhang Li's favorability +5, favorability critical hit +10, full favorability. Chen Feng's mouth twitched wildly when he heard the system prompt. Grass. You stupid system. She's my mother. Suburbs of Jianghai City. Hundreds of people from the special mobile team gathered here to protect Long Ruobing. Space shielding equipment more than 10 meters high was placed around to prevent the Wing clan from making another sneak attack. When the people from the Long family came to the battlefield, they all looked ugly when they saw the tragic conditions at the scene. They also didn't expect that someone was actually ambushing Long Ruobing in the Jianghai City area. They almost succeeded. Ruobing, are you okay? A tall woman wearing black casual clothes walked quickly, looked at Long Ruobing beside her, and asked with concern. I'm fine. Long Ruobing had returned to her original cold posture at this moment. She looked at the corpses of her clan members that were put into black bags piece by piece, with a hint of regret deep in her eyes. It was her hesitation and doubt, as well as the so-called sharing of life and death, that caused the death of all her tribe members. She didn't even know why she was opposed to all Chen Feng's suggestions at that time. Let's go, let the Long family and the Federation jointly investigate the matter here. Long Jing took Long Ruobing into a new A-class tank, and around them, there were already hundreds of elite soldiers from the Federation, as well as escorts sent by the Long family. Long Ruobing nodded and got on the chariot. But my mind is still thinking about everything that happened today. Chen Feng. A rich second-generation dandy with no knowledge or skills. Long Ruobing silently recited the boy's name. She learned from Ye Tian that Chen Feng was actually Ye Tian's classmate. What a coincidence! However, Ye Tian's evaluation of Chen Feng was very low. In order to hide his strength, Ye Tian also used his space powers to leave before the mobile team arrived. What? Are you talking about Chen Feng, someone's name? Is he related to today's battle? The investigators just told me that the battle here was very strange. A strong man with space powers appeared, and there was a laser gun that surpassed human technology. I asked you just now. If you don't want to say it, we won't interfere. But I'm still curious. Long Jing heard her words and asked curiously. Naturally, her hearing could pick up any slight sound. Long Ruobing didn't hide it and nodded. But he's not alone. The one with spatial powers is my cousin, Ye Tian. The other one is Chen Feng, he is the one who owns the laser gun. They came to save me, and I promised to hide information from both of them. Long Ruobing said frankly that her sister-in-law had watched her grow up and was also the most trustworthy person. The space superpower is actually Yetian. I remember hearing that before, isn't he a loser? After hearing the news, Long Jing was also shocked, but her interest in Chen Feng decreased a lot. What trash! I have activated S-level space powers. Long Ruobing said helplessly and told Long Jing everything that happened today. Good aunt, you have to keep it a secret for me. Don't worry, you still can't trust your sister-in-law. After hearing what happened today, Long Jing had a trace of memories in her eyes. The man named Chen also has high-tech equipment. According to what you said, I can probably guess Chen Feng's identity. Long Ruobing immediately became interested. What is his identity? Chapter 11 Yuanling's Anger. Jianghai City First Research Institute. Although this is a federal unit, Zhongli accounts for the majority of technology stocks and capital stocks. In addition to the Federal Supreme Council, she is the top leader here. It can be said that half of Jianghai City's First Research Institute is privately owned by her. After 9 o'clock in the morning, news had spread within the Scientific Research Institute. Director Zhang Li's son entered the Scientific Research Institute and gained management authority second only to his mother. Even several deputy directors were under his jurisdiction. Immediately some rumors spread. The director is confused. How old is her son that she has given him such high management authority? The era of Guangxi households has lasted for thousands of years. Just work hard. This has nothing to do with us. Whether he is a relative or not, just don't interfere with our research. A group of scientific researchers were drinking coffee with tired faces. After one sip, they felt refreshed again. The coffee provided for scientific research is naturally both delicious and functional. At this moment, the beautiful girl in a corner heard everyone's discussion and frowned slightly, but she didn't pay attention and continued to do her own research. I saw her placing several materials in order in the tall transparent instrument in front of her, and then adjusting some parameters. Soon, streaks of electric light appeared in the transparent instrument, and various materials also interacted and gradually merged. Xiaoning, are you still making your special materials? The middle-aged bald man on the side walked over and asked with a smile. Yes, Brother Wang. Yuanling didn't look back, just nodded and responded simply. Speaking of which, I have read your research before. Under the current instrument standards, it is difficult to make composite materials that meet the strength standards. It's better to consider starting with special metals from foreign battlefields. The middle-aged man wanted to say something more, but a displeased woman suddenly appeared next to him. She was about 30 years old and interrupted, Wang Yu, please stop meddling in other people's research. How can you, a person with C-level powers, have the nerve to point out other people's A-level powers? Xiaoning has been personally praised by the director. Her potential is no less than her own. Please go over to your station and go to work. Hearing the woman's words, Wang Yu just smiled awkwardly and said before turning around and leaving, I have decades of research in materials science. Xiaoning, if you don't understand anything, ask me. As he spoke, his eyes glanced at Yuanling's fair neck, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. No way, Yuanling not only has strong qualifications and scientific research capabilities, but as the best scientific researcher of the younger generation, her appearance and figure have made many male researchers feel like their first love. Even before meeting Yuanling, their dream girl was not as pure and beautiful as her. But Yuanling was a bit cold, and she politely refused all these people's attempts to talk to her, without giving them any chance at all. What went wrong? Ignoring other people's comments, Yuanling continued to look at the failed fusion material in front of him, with various values and anomalies flashing crazily in his eyes. In fact, her power level is not A level, but S level. However, her brother Yetian once asked her to hide her true strength and not be too high profile. In a few days, his brother Yetian will rush to the battlefield outside the territory. Before that, he must get him an S-level dagger. It's okay, keep experimenting, I feel like I'm almost successful. Putting the materials into the instrument again, and just about to continue the experiment, Yuanling found that a big hand turned off the power of her experimental instrument. And a man's sarcastic voice also came. Is this the strength of an A-level scientific researcher? Why does my mother just find some losers to come to the research institute? What kind of garbage is this made of? The man's voice is not loud, but it is very magnetic. But to Yuanling's ears, it sounded extremely evil and arrogant. She looked at the power that was turned off, her hands trembling slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief, and she turned around to look over. The anger in his chest could no longer be suppressed, rising and falling one after another. The boy in front of me was about 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing a black shirt that showed off his perfect and strong figure. His face was fair and clean under his delicate cropped haircut, his eyes were clear and bright, but there was a mean sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng saw the anger in the other party's eyes and thought to himself that it was indeed true. Although the boy in front of him was very handsome, Yuanling was only slightly surprised, and then asked angrily. Who are you? Why did you turn off my experimental equipment? Do you know what you're doing? You must know that in the 6 months since she came to this scientific research institute, not only Director Zhang treated her with courtesy, but also other researchers were polite to her, and from time to time some people came to her to ask questions that they didn't understand. Who would have thought that someone would shut down the device today and call her a loser? What can be tolerated by scholars? My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't either. When Chen Feng saw the angry white cheeks of the other party, he raised his head slightly and chuckled. I told you this is my mother's research institute, so I am naturally the son of your director Zhang. Chen Feng knew that with normal contact, just like Long Ruobing, the other party would definitely not look good on him. Then we can only do something cruel. Just crush the little girl in front of you. Then he saw the contempt and disdain in the other person's eyes, and continued, as for why your instrument is shut down. Because in my opinion, you are just wasting the materials and energy of our institute. As his words fell, Yuanling finally couldn't help but stand up. Thinking of the rumors she heard this morning, she bit her silver teeth and almost laughed in anger, but she still forced herself to calm down, pointed at Chen Feng and said with calm but angry words. I don't care what your identity is. I don't know how Director Zhang gave birth to a son like you. But I want to tell you that I am an A-level researcher in the institute, and the materials I research involve the latest scientific research requirements of the military. Please apologize to me immediately, and now. And compensate me for the scientific research materials. Otherwise, I will go to your mother right away and tell you that you interfered with my experimental research. You will be responsible for all the consequences. Seeing that the other party's face was really red with anger, and even his eyes were on fire, Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, and the smile on his lips became even more disdainful. He is here to cause trouble today. Ever since he saw the intellectual buffs of these women at Long Ruobing's place, as well as their natural hostility and disgust towards him, he has changed his mind. If you still lick these women from the Yetian family, what's the difference from licking the heroine yourself? What he wants to do is not to be a bitch, but to crush them, literally. Immediately, his expression became even more arrogant. First of all, my mother is engaged in scientific research and has no time to see you. Secondly, during her absence, I have the authority to interfere with any research at the Scientific Research Institute, which naturally includes your waste research. Chen Feng said, looking at the materials in the other party's research equipment, and chuckled. Finally, I said what you did was rubbish. Is there a problem? Chapter 12 What is your purpose? I said what you did was rubbish. Is there a problem? Chen Feng's tone was very arrogant, which attracted the attention of other scientific researchers. At this moment, not only did Yuanling's eyes look like he wanted to chop Chen Feng alive. The researchers present remembered the rumors in the morning and looked at Chen Feng with some hatred. Especially Wang Yu, Seeing Chen Feng's arrogant look and looking at Yuanling, who was a little aggrieved, he couldn't help but stand up with anger. "Young man, even if you are Director Jiang's son, you can't do things like this. Xiaoning has made a lot of high-tech things for our institute. Please respect her." After hearing his words, Chen Feng turned around with a cold face and a domineering aura. When Wang Yu saw the other party's cold eyes, he couldn't help but take a step back, but thinking of Yuanling, he moved lightly and stood back. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng wanted to laugh a little. "I didn't expect that suppressing Yuanling would lead to boiling sheep. Still a middle-aged boiling yang. But I am not a good man or woman." Chen Feng quickly took out a projector, clicked it lightly, and Wang Yu's information in front of him was brought up. Wang Yu, 47 years old, is a sea-level researcher. He once participated in the material research of sea-level mechas and won the third prize of Jianghai City Scientific Research Award. Chen Feng read his message in front of everyone. "The salary and bonus the company will give you every year is close to 2 million. What, you don't want to do it anymore?" Chen Feng didn't bother to reason with him and directly questioned in the calmest tone. When Wang Yu heard the other party threatening him, his face turned red and he patted the table. "What do you mean? You are threatening me? The worst case scenario is that I leave the Scientific Research Institute and there are other companies." Wang Yu looked like he was risking his life, but was interrupted by Chen Feng. "Etc. I'm not saying you don't want to do it here anymore. What I'm talking about is that you don't want to do anything where the Chen family is involved, where the Chen family is authorized, and where the Chen family has a say." Chen Feng's words were like a heavy hammer. Not only did Wang Yu's face turn red with excitement, it turned white. Other researchers who wanted to come forward were also dumbfounded. "Me?" Wang Yu was speechless for a moment and felt extremely hesitant in his heart. He was no longer a young man who could become a beauty in anger. His wife and children still have to rely on his salary to maintain a decent life. The Chen family can be found wherever there is scientific research in Jianghai City. It can be said that the Chen family is Jianghai City's scientific research and economic behemoth. The integration of industry, academia, and research refers to the existence of the Chen family. Thinking of the consequences of being suppressed by the Chen family, he hesitated, not daring to confront Chen Feng again, but he couldn't live with it just to save face. Especially when he felt that Yuanling's eyes on him had changed just now. At this moment, the woman who told Wang Yu not to disturb Yuanling also stood up with a smile on her face, wanting to intercede for Wang Yu. She is the leader of this group, and she still has to protect the members of her group. "Young Master Feng, Wang Yu knows how to engage in scientific research. He offended you with his words. I hope you don't mind. I'll talk about him when I get down." "Wang Yu, you are old too, don't be so ignorant." Chen Feng's expression softened slightly when he saw the woman's pleading smile. "It's not that I want to use force to overwhelm others, but what I said she did is rubbish. As a scientific researcher, the first thing to do is not to refute my position. You need to think about whether there is any problem with this experiment and what the problem is. In the end, we came to the conclusion, was what she did really rubbish?" Hearing Chen Feng's change of subject, the researchers in the institute were stunned whether they were angry, confused, or aggrieved. Chen Feng is teaching them how to do research? Joke. You are a rich second-generation dude, but you know nothing about scientific research. If you knew how to do scientific research, they would just kill you with a tofu. What's more, you dare to teach them, human scientific researchers, to do research. Of course, everyone is full of contempt for Chen Feng now, but no one dares to refute it. After all, everyone has seen what happened to Wang Yu. He was too strong to stand out despite his lack of strength, and the result was no good fruits to be gained. Yuanling finally had a chance to refute. She found that she couldn't compete with such a dude for power, but compared with his scientific research strength, wouldn't it be easy to crush him? My last experiment failed, but this is not a necessary process for scientific research. You wouldn't think that any experiment is a success. With all due respect, even Director Zhang can't do it. Yuanling argued with reason and even moved Chen Feng's mother out. When Chen Feng saw that she finally lowered her attitude a little and was ready to talk to him about scientific research, the corners of his mouth deepened with disdain. Seeing his handsome but unpunchable face, Yuanling clenched her fists. And what Chen Feng wanted was this effect. Oh! I think what you said makes sense. Surprisingly, Chen Feng did not refute, but nodded. But what I'm saying is not that scientific research should be a one-time success, but rather that it should not be wasted. After all, these rare resources are used for your research. My mother applied to the federal government to get them. I can't stand it if you use them to make garbage. With that said, regardless of the doubtful and contemptuous looks of others, Chen Feng directly opened the peeler of the instrument in front of Yuanling and took out several pieces of materials from inside. This is the ratio and weight I carefully prepared. What are you doing? No matter what you say, you have to respect my research results. When Yuanling saw Chen Feng touching her materials again, her face turned pale and she became excited again. She felt that the man in front of her was really annoying. Chen Feng didn't stop moving his hands and just said lightly, I said what you did was rubbish. You must be dissatisfied. In this case, I will teach you how scientific research is done. Just so you realize what I said is okay. And the people around him cast disdainful glances at him decisively. Fill the cup. Just keep filling the cup. Some people even secretly speculated that this dude must be trying to gain Yuanling's attention by deliberately trying to impress everyone. But they also secretly thought that Yuanling would not like such an idiot. How many talented scientific researchers were dismissed by Yuanling, but he would pay attention to a playboy like you. Chen Feng didn't care. He took out a few useless materials and explained, based on your instrument parameters and materials, I think what you want to make is materials suitable for use by space superpowers. Such materials not only need to be strong and durable, but also need to comply with the laws of the space system. And the tunnel blue crystal stone inside is redundant, although it contains the power of the space system. Speaking of this, Chen Feng found that the faces of other scientific researchers were full of ridicule. The team leader also reminded in a low voice, Master Feng, what our team is currently doing is research on the AN tank required by the military. It's not some space research. She wanted to remind Chen Feng to prevent him from causing even greater embarrassment. If he gets mad again, it will be them, the scientific researchers, who are unlucky. However, Chen Feng glanced at her, then looked at Yuanling deeply, and asked with a smile, tell them, am I wrong? When everyone looked, they found that Yuanling's face was full of surprise and uncertainty. She turned a little pale and looked at Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng's confident look, it was obvious that the other party knew what she was doing, so she had no choice but to nod. However, Yuanling was still stubborn. Yes, but what does this mean? It only means that you know a little bit about research. But Chen Feng's next words directly made her pretty face turn even paler. You do irrelevant research during working hours. In fact, I can fire you for this. By the way, according to the work regulations, the entire team must be reviewed. What is your purpose? Is there any intentional waste of materials, or an act of betrayal of the Scientific Research Institute? As Chen Feng spoke, he glanced at everyone present, looking at each of them with confused expressions, especially those in the same group as Yuanling whose faces were pale. What? Yuanling is really making space-based materials? I said why I couldn't understand her research, but it turns out it has nothing to do with our research. Group C is in bad luck now, let alone the bonuses at the end of the year are gone. This dandy, no, this young Master Feng is really not easy to mess with. We have to be more careful in the future. Seeing the scientific researchers who were quickly divided by him, Chen Feng really wanted to laugh. But this is what he wants. How can he establish his authority without dividing or suppressing? We can't always carry my mother out. That's too embarrassing. Chapter 13, Wrong Experimental Route. Master Feng, we don't know about Yuanling's research. We don't know what she is doing. She doesn't explain it to us. She only says it is for the composite materials of the tank. We don't know about this. That's right, this matter still needs to be reviewed for Yuanling. What is the situation? Immediately, several scientific researchers became anxious. Like Wang Yu, they all supported their families and did not want to be scrutinized or even expelled and convicted. Wang Yu also moved his lips at this moment, but thinking of the consequences of offending Chen Feng, he could only lower his head and echoed, "We really don't know what Yuanling is doing. We are all unaware of this, and we ask the Institute to take a closer look." When he said this, he felt that his heart was broken, and he thought that Yuanling would have a bad impression of him in the future, and he would never have the courage to look at him again. But all this was because he was overthinking. Yuanling didn't think that much at all, and she didn't even look at him. At this moment, the team leader was also in a bit of a breakdown, and she didn't know what to say. "I know I was wrong and I can stand scrutiny." At this moment, Yuanling no longer had the tough attitude with Chen Feng before, and her tone became lower. She thought that in the worst case, she would reveal that she had S-class powers. With her qualifications, even Director Zhang would not embarrass her, but would rescue her. But Chen Feng didn't intend to pursue her question just like that. "His pretense today is not over yet. We'll talk about these things later. As I just said, Yuanling is working on a material for use by space superpowers. Do you still have any questions?" Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it fell in everyone's ears. For the first time, it was so deeply rooted in people's hearts. "No problem. Yuanling has admitted it, so there must be no problem. Young Master Feng, please continue." At this moment, no matter whether they believed in Chen Feng's scientific research ability in their hearts or not, at least in words, all the scientific researchers became eloquent and active. Especially the members of Group C, where Yuanling belongs, were directly called upon by Master Feng. "I just wanted to leave a good impression on Chen Feng and not be implicated by Yuanling. No doubt about it. I just said that these materials from Yuanling may seem useful, but if they fluctuate too much, they will affect those with spatial powers from hiding their whereabouts. And in the process of fusion, it doesn't match other materials. So what comes out is garbage." When Chen Feng said the word garbage, his voice became more serious, causing Yuanling on the side to frown again. No one wants their scientific research to be called rubbish over and over again. However, Yuanling had to suppress her dissatisfaction at this moment and try to use a calm tone, but obviously she couldn't be as smooth as those old fritters. She still asked with obvious dissatisfaction, "So, I want to know, apart from these materials, what else is useful?" When he heard her questioning him, Chen Feng was not polite and replied indifferently, "You just have to ask questions, don't you have any brains? You." Yuanling's fists that had just been relaxed were clenched again. "If you can't do it, why do you say my plan doesn't work? If you say it like this, any experiment is rubbish." Although the others did not dare to speak, they all nodded slightly unconsciously. If you can't come up with a better plan, you can't explain other people's mistakes. In the field of scientific research, results speak for themselves. "Okay, that's what I meant." When Chen Feng saw her putting on the suit, he became even more excited. He pointed to the team leader next to him and said, "Please help me get some materials. Grey grindstone, lead powder, special E-type fluid, blue sea stone." Everyone present was a little shocked when they saw Chen Feng skillfully naming more than a dozen required materials. "Okay, Master Feng." The team leader hurriedly went to the warehouse to get materials, thinking that if he behaved better, he could continue to be the team leader. At this moment, Chen Feng pointed at Yuanling again and said in a calm tone, Get out of the way while I adjust the parameters." Seeing Chen Feng's confident look, everyone present had a bad feeling in their hearts. No, this rich second generation really knows how to do scientific research, right? You can't really let him pretend, right? But after thinking about it, they thought it was impossible. Even if Chen Feng knows a little bit about scientific research and experiments, he can't be better than the talented girl Yuanling. Although Yuanling was unwilling, after hearing Chen Feng's unquestionable tone, she gave up her struggle and stood up to give up her research position. Chen Feng did not sit on it, but kicked her chair away with his feet, as if full of disgust. Then he stood in front of the equipment and began to adjust the parameters seriously. "You!" Seeing Chen Feng's behavior, Yuanling almost fainted with anger. At this moment, her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at Chen Feng's back. Although Yuanling knew that he should endure it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but taunt him. "The material you want is a branch of the third edition of the space system material. It has been proven wrong. And what I'm doing is the latest research. You don't think that you can solve the current problem by taking the wrong path in the past, right?" It turned out that she had just quickly recalled what she had learned in the past from the materials Chen Feng needed. Chen Feng's experiment has been proven wrong. That's a deadline. At this moment, other scientific researchers heard it and also made some comments. "I just said that these materials sounded familiar. It turned out to be the wrong route that was proven in the third edition. Yes, that seems to be a plan thought up by the genius Ella, but in the end, after 2 years of hard work, it still proved to be a failure. It's a pity to say it. If that plan could be successful, human space technology would have made great progress long ago. But the fact that Mr. Feng knows this plan shows that he still understands scientific research. What's the use of knowing? He doesn't think he can really succeed, does he?" Hearing the low-pitched exchanges from the people behind him, Chen Feng didn't care. They just questioned it. The more they questioned, the louder the slap in the face would be. "Young Master Feng, I've got all the materials." At this moment, the team leader rushed over panting and put down a box in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened it and saw that all the materials inside were sorted and put away, and nodded with a smile. "Thanks a lot." Chen Feng's simple compliment made the 30-year-old female team leader feel relieved. She quickly fiddled with her bangs and said with a smile, "It's not hard work. It's the right thing to do for Master Feng." She thought to herself that if she performed so well, the group would not be censored, right? Chen Feng was also very satisfied to see her being so sensible. After all, scientific research is scientific research, and the institute still needs people who are sensible and know how to manage. Then, under the gaze of a group of scientific researchers, Chen Feng finally started his first scientific research experiment. Although he had only done some simple experiments in school before, now that he has a high-level scientific and technological experience book donated by the system, Chen Feng's scientific research capabilities are at least 50 years ahead of the current scientific and technological level. This is true even if you do experiments with your own hands. Chapter 14 It's really going to explode. As Chen Feng quickly put the materials into the instrument in order, he closed the equipment and checked the parameters in front of him again. Finally turn on the power. As the power is turned on, a powerful energy begins to fuse the various materials in the device. Blue electric light flashed inside, illuminating Chen Feng's face, making his appearance even more stunning. At this moment when everyone was quiet, many female researchers looked at Chen Feng. Looking at his focused eyes, clear and beautiful eyes, and handsome face, they felt that their breathing was a little faster. Before, they thought he was an ignorant playboy, but now that they saw the various skillful operations of the other party, their impression of him couldn't help but make a 180-degree turn. He is handsome, has a powerful family, is so serious and focused in his work, and has that domineering temperament. Isn't he the dream lover of many women? However, 3 minutes later, the materials that were still fused in the device suddenly became distorted, and a trace of yellow light appeared in the device. This is showing material incompatibility. When many people saw this scene, they thought in their hearts that the experiment was going to fail. In fact, this was the result they expected. The quantity and order of materials in Chen Feng's experiment were exactly the same as what Ella had come up with that day. Even Chen Feng's operation was in line with textbook standards. And this also means that Chen Feng will also face a failure like that genius. It's just a repeat of failure. Although I am surprised that Feng Xiaowai conducted the experiment, I have to say that this is the exact outcome. But the way he concentrates is indeed a bit handsome. While everyone was talking in low voices, Yuanling's face, which was already a little excited, suddenly changed. No, in a standard experiment, it should fail in the 5th minute. Why is it 2 minutes faster now? Thinking of this, her intuition told her that there was a problem, but the order and quantity of Chen Feng's materials were fine. She immediately looked at the parameters set by Chen Feng. One item related to the centrifugal force of the material was pulled higher by him, and the gap between the equipment and the liquid was also changed. There were also many other values that had great changes. Difference. How can it be? If these parameters are changed, the consequences of the experiment will be uncontrollable, unless he has done such experiments many times. Yuanling's eyes widened and she looked at Chen Feng in confusion. However, he saw that the other party's expression was still calm and composed, as if he was not worried about his failure at all. Then under Yuanling's incredulous gaze, Chen Feng opened the button for temporarily inserting materials and put in some blue sea stones again. Put in the blue sea stone. The non-fusion of materials was originally caused by the blue sea stone, but he actually put it into it. Seeing this scene, Yuanling also understood. The Chen Feng in front of him was just messing around. Trying to change the parameters and the quantity of materials without authorization based on his understanding would inevitably lead to failure. Just a dandy. As soon as Yuanling came to a conclusion, he saw Chen Feng put in other materials again, and there were more and more yellow flames inside. Even the indicator light of the equipment flashed yellow to remind of the risk. Flashing yellow means there is a risk of explosion. Seeing the yellow light, all the scientific researchers moved away. The team leader quickly reminded, "Master Feng, the warning light is yellow, be careful." Others also echoed, "Master Feng, if you don't stop, I'm afraid this equipment will explode. This plan is wrong in the first place. Why do you continue to randomly change the materials like this? If you continue like this, my machine will break down." When Yuanling saw the yellow light, she was also a little anxious and said, "This is her equipment, if it breaks, she will have to go through the application process again." However, Chen Feng was unmoved. He suddenly placed his two big hands on the parameter buttons and clicked frantically. "You're crazy. Turn off the power." Seeing that he dared to change the parameters at this time, even turning up the parameters, Yuanling's face turned pale and she stepped back, fearing that it would really explode and hurt her. At the same time, her impression of Chen Feng became deeper. This is not only a rich second-generation dude, but also a lunatic. "Master Feng! Stop it, stop it!" A group of scientific researchers also retreated more than 10 meters away and shouted there. They didn't expect that the matter would reach this level. Although the instrument is small, the special glass blocks a lot of energy, and the explosion is no less than several hundred kilograms of TNT. During the experiment, tampering with the parameters can easily cause instability in the experiment. "Don't mess around." Yuanling was still persuading when he backed away. When he saw that his instrument was full of light, his whole body went numb. But the next moment, he only heard Chen Feng's indifferent tone. His eyes were fixed on the parameter table in front of him and the changes in the materials in the equipment. "Red light will explode. Yellow light is nothing but risky. In past experiments, just because you fixed the parameters, you never changed them. During the process of material fusion, any changes cannot be corrected in time, resulting in human technological progress being very slow. After hearing Chen Feng's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What Chen Feng said makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. Of course they knew that parameters needed to be interfered with in the experiment, but how? What specific data is it and how do they know it? What if it explodes if you adjust it casually? However, while they were still in shock, the yellow light alarm of the equipment in front of Chen Feng suddenly disappeared, and the materials in the equipment continued to fuse together strangely. This material is actually not repulsive. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Yuanling's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just as she was about to come up and take a look, she saw Chen Feng continuing to twist the buttons in front of him to adjust parameters, and this time, the indicator light in front of him flashed red. The moment Yuanling saw the red light, he ran back again. Fuck! I'm really going to explode. For the first time in her life, she cursed, and her whole body collapsed. Even others followed her and continued to run out, not even daring to stay in this room anymore. She was interested in scientific research, but she didn't want to be bombed to death. Or be buried with Chen Feng, a dandy. Chen Feng was left alone, still extremely calm, adjusting the parameters in front of him. In fact, he was constantly observing the materials inside, determining the state of the materials, and continuing to change parameters and materials. To put it simply, the equipment is dead. Any warning light is set according to some parameters, but Chen Feng's eyes at this moment can be more accurate than the indicator light. He's sure it won't explode. And as he continued to debug, the dozens of materials in front of him were finally merging together. What happened? The actions here at this moment also attracted the attention of other laboratories, and even the deputy director rushed over. Chen Feng, even Director Jiang's son is doing experiments inside, and the red light is flashing. The team leader was afraid that something might happen, so he quickly reported it. Hearing this, the deputy director felt his heart suddenly tighten. During the director's meeting in the morning, they had seen the director's love for her son. Whenever anything happens to Chen Feng, they will be involved. Chapter 15. Don't thank him yet. Chen Feng, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Thinking of the possible serious consequences, the deputy director decisively put on protective clothing and rushed into the laboratory. A group of other researchers were watching outside, hesitant, and the leaders rushed over. Do you want to rush in? But the next moment, they heard an exclamation from inside. This is... Did you make it from the materials? Hearing the deputy director's confused voice, Yuanling had a bad premonition in her heart. Could it be? She entered the laboratory again. Then she saw a shocking scene in front of her. The red indicator light has long since stopped. Chen Feng stood calmly next to the instrument, his handsome face unwavering, his eyes staring at the contents of the instrument in front of him. There, a light grey metal piece was floating quietly, and as the blue light disappeared, the extremely smooth surface of the metal piece had traces of spatial texture, even distorting the line of sight. He really did it. As Yuanling, who is most concerned about the research of space materials in the Institute, how could he not see at this moment that this is an excellent space material? It was even much better than what she was trying to achieve through her own experiment. What's wrong? At this moment, other people heard the movement inside and hurried in. Without exception, their pupils were attracted to the beautiful piece of light grey metal. Naturally, there are also some nymphomaniacs who secretly glance at Chen Feng's tall and handsome back from time to time, with a somewhat stringy look in his eyes. Young Master Feng, have you succeeded? The group leader reacted the fastest and stepped forward to ask. In fact, the answer was already obvious. But she still wanted Chen Feng to say it himself, so as to give Chen Feng a stronger sense of accomplishment. Well, it worked. Chen Feng nodded and responded with a smile. As expected of you, Master Feng. It seems that everyone wrongly blamed you just now. You are the real scientific research genius. The legendary method of accurately controlling parameters and placing materials during the experiment is said in the research manual to be too difficult. I didn't expect you to succeed immediately as soon as you took action. It has to be said that the team leader's flattering skills are top-notch. Even knowing that she is flattering makes Chen Feng feel comfortable. Pretty good at licking. He glanced at the team leader next to him who was full of admiration. He saw that her figure and appearance were not bad at all, and she also had the charm of a young woman. He could give her an 80-point rating. He thought that he would give her a little more salary in the future. But of course he didn't forget about business. Take out the materials, Chen Feng said, and then looked at the deputy director on the side. Seeing his dull expression, he was still staring at the metal piece in front of him, and said with a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Lu, I'm sorry, the experiment just now did look a bit dangerous. Lu Neng, before the rise of his mother, was the strongest scientist in the human race and a person with A-level scientific research abilities. His contribution to the science and technology of the human race was quite huge. As a junior, he still had to respect him. What's more, when they rushed in just now, they really cared about themselves. No matter what, Xiao Feng, your strength really makes me ashamed. Even though I have been working for so many years, I have never dared to do this experiment. Besides, your experiment directly produced such a high-level material. Although I haven't tested it yet, I feel that it is at least an S-level material. Lu Neng also calmed down at this moment. From everyone's conversation, he already knew roughly what happened. Looking at the extremely high quality of the materials taken out by the deputy director, his understanding of Chen Feng had reached a new level. This man seemed to be not only the son of Director Zhang, but more importantly, his scientific research strength had reached such a terrifying level. I also understood what Director Zhang said this morning, that Chen Feng's abilities are not inferior to hers. Xiao Feng, you are better than your master. There is hope for humanity. Lu Neng's voice was not loud, but it silenced the whole audience. With his strength and qualifications in the scientific research community, it was not difficult to see that he spoke highly of and appreciated Chen Feng. Uncle Lu, you are exaggerating. Chen Feng said humbly. Lu Neng shook his head. You are just like your mother, a genius and the hope of the human race. And I'm old. Then he smiled and said, but with you here, I feel more relaxed. Uncle Lu, please stop talking. Besides, I feel like we are all doing nothing. The group leader also joked. Everyone laughed immediately. While everyone felt that the scene was enjoyable and happy for Chen Feng's success, Chen Feng turned his eyes and looked at Yuanling aside. Upon discovering this change, everyone's expressions became wonderful again. They remembered that the source of this incident was because Chen Feng and Yuanling had a dispute, so he personally went into battle to operate the experiment. Xiao Feng, you probably don't know yet. Let me introduce to you. This is the genius girl in our institute, Yuanling, she. Lu Neng didn't know the situation and wanted to introduce it to the two of them, but found that something was wrong with their expressions. At this moment, Yuanling's face was pale, her hands were intertwined in front of her face, and she stood there at a loss. People around her were unconsciously several steps away from her. But Chen Feng's lips curved slightly and he said loudly. I know, she is Yuanling. I did this experiment just for her. Hearing this, Lu Neng was also a little confused. An experiment done for her? Could it be that Chen Feng likes Yuanling? Progress so fast? Or have you known each other before? However, he felt that the two of them were talented and handsome, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it was that he thought it was possible, and immediately agreed. Then Xiao Feng, you are really serious. Yuanling, why don't you thank Chen Feng quickly? The materials he made are extraordinary. This gift is very precious. In the scientific research community, this is the best confession. Before Yuanling could speak, Chen Feng continued to smile with disdain. Uncle Lu, you are wrong. I just want to prove. All she did was, trash, that's all. When it came to the word trash, Chen Feng's tone became more serious. Lu Ning. Other researchers. You really don't show any affection at all, do you? Everyone present had the same idea. Yuanling's eyes were reddened, and a few drops of pearls finally couldn't help but flow down. In just 1 hour today, she was called rubbish several times. In the field of scientific research that he was most proud of, he was completely crushed by others. Her heart was almost broken. I know, what I did was rubbish. I can't compare to you, Chen Feng. Can't I leave? With that said, Yuanling shook away her tears and ran outside. When the team leader saw this, he glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes asking for instructions. Seeing this, Chen Feng nodded, and the suppression for today was almost over. Yetian's luck value is -100. Yuanling's aura of wisdom and hatred have been broken, rewarding the host with 100 points of charm and improving the host's scientific research ability by 100 points. The host's strength attracted Yuanling, Yuanling's favor +10, critical hit +30. Chapter 16 Yeshishi. Why? Why did he do this to me? What did I do wrong? At this moment, Yuanling was hiding alone in front of the steps of the woods behind the experimental building, with tears in her eyes and constantly choking. What happened today kept popping up in her mind. She buried her head in her knees, the tip of her nose was red, and she couldn't understand what Chen Feng had done. Even if the experiment you carried out according to the steps will fail, it will be a necessary failure. As a result, in the other person's mouth, he becomes garbage. But thinking about Chen Feng's appearance during the experiment, she became a little convinced. As a second-generation rich man, the other party is not only bold and careful when conducting experiments, but also has a very high ability to master experiments. His calm and composed appearance is not just pretentious. The materials produced have proven that the other party's ability is definitely superior to his own. What level of research ability does he have? Is it S level or above? That's too scary. God really favored him. He not only gave him such a good family background, but also great abilities. He looks quite handsome. Yuanling had a lot of thoughts, but when she thought about the sarcasm on the other side's lips, she became angry again and clenched her fists. You can't bully others even if you're handsome. At this moment, her phone suddenly received a message. It was the message from my brother Yetian. Sister, has the dagger you mentioned been made? Yuanling suddenly became anxious again. Chen Feng made the material, but the thing belonged to Chen Feng, not to him. Regardless of what Yuanling was thinking, Chen Feng gave everyone guidance on many issues in the Scientific Research Institute and left the institute. We suppressed Yuanling today. I actually got favor and rewards. Sure enough, licking the dog will not lead to a happy death. I have to bully her to prove my strength and charm. Long Ruobing should still be recovering at the Long family. According to the original work, it will still take some time to come to the Scientific Research Institute. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There should be one sister-in-law left among the women in the Yetian family, Yeshishi. Thinking of Yeshishi's plot, Chen Feng became more energetic. Long Ruobing and Yuanling were still concerned about their own mission rewards, but Yeshishi was not. Such a goal is just a good way to vent your anger. Although it was not difficult to find beautiful girls, Yeshishi, as Yetian's sister-in-law, made him even more interested. I remember that Yeshishi is good-looking, not very good at supernatural powers, but she is a business genius. Many of Yetian's weapons and treasures were purchased with her help. Even Yeshishi, with Yetian's help, recently purchased one of my family's mineral properties at a low price and made dozens of times the profit. This is also part of Yetian's pretentiousness and slap in the face. Although Chen Feng didn't care about the small amount of money, he was still idle. Thinking of Ye Tian's aloof face full of murderous intent towards him, he became very angry. I have to dig a hole for her. When she is ruined, I will play with her. Recalling the specific plot, Chen Feng had a sneer on his lips and prepared to make a good layout. I have been very angry recently and I need to vent my anger. He also called Lu Zheng, the general manager of the Chen family, and found out that Ye Shishi really wanted to buy the mine recently, but had not yet drawn up a contract. Chen Feng also expressed his intention. Before he allowed it, he could agree to the other party's various requests and even showed a strong willingness to sell. However, I just couldn't sign the contract. The other party must be hung up. It is best to let the other party withdraw all the cash flow, but in the end you do not trade. Okay, master. Although Lu Zheng couldn't understand Chen Feng's approach, as a senior worker, he only needed to perform the boss's tasks well. On the second floor of the project department next to the mine, Ye Shishi saw Lu Zheng going out to answer a phone call and then came back. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Ye Shishi was dressed in a mature blue suit today. Her shoulder-length short hair showed her ability and ability. Her delicate cheeks were covered with light makeup, but it showed that she was neither humble nor overbearing. Nothing, let's continue talking about this mine. Although Lu Zheng admired Ye Shishi in front of him very much, the boss's mission was what he needed to care about most. We can talk about the price of this mine. In fact, the company also wants to sell as much as possible to return funds. Lu Zheng said with a smile, already starting to set the trap. When Ye Shishi heard this, her eyes also shone. Her nephew Ye Tianqi had told her before that the surface of this mine was made of very low-quality ordinary crystals, but underneath was the high-grade flame dragon crystal. If she could win it, the profits would be in the billions. Actually, my interest in this mine mainly comes from entertainment development. After digging up the mine, I plan to build a huge amusement park. Ye Shishi was also full of nonsense and started to talk nonsense. Her purpose is to hope that the Chen family will underestimate the value of the mine. I see. By the way, Miss Yi's idea about this entertainment development is quite creative. Lu Zheng took a sip of tea and smiled. Anyway, the young master asked him to delay, so he would have a good chat with Miss Yi. The two of them started developing an entertainment city and talked about the fact that the Chen family also wanted to participate and form a joint venture, but Ye Shishi refused. Lu Zheng was not angry and continued to chat with her. From administrative procedures, we talked about the value of mines, employment of workers, welfare guarantees for miners, and even the Chen family's concepts of environmental protection and animal protection. In short, the mine wants to sell, but there are many things that need to be discussed clearly. Until the evening, Ye Shishi had not had a clear chat with Lu Zheng. Ahem. Brother Lu, you see it's getting late. How about we talk about it tomorrow? Although Ye Shishi was good at chatting, she was a little tired at the moment and wanted to go home and rest. Okay, look, I've lost track of time. I'll take you down. Lu Zheng said with a smile. Then a silver-white C-class tank was seen driving over, and a boy-looking man picked up Ye Shishi. After Lu Zheng saw them leaving, he also called Chen Feng to report the situation. Well, thank you for your hard work. If you do this well, you will definitely get the bonus. Chen Feng was currently watching Ye Shishi's various business data on the big screen compared with his own huge business territory, and nodded. You should do things for the young master. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng had already figured out how to deal with Ye Shishi. Speaking of which, my predecessor was really stupid. Such a powerful force was manipulated by Ye Tian. Chen Feng was also a little sad. Before, he only knew that his family was rich, but now that he understood it, he compared it with Ye Shishi. What is a business genius? In front of his own family's business empire, he is simply a piece of shit. From heavy industries such as mines, energy, chemicals, and mecha materials, to light industries such as retail, clothing, toys, training, and service industries. Basically wherever there is money to be made, the Chen family can be found. And Ne Shishi is just one of several large companies in retail. He accounted for 1/5 of the 30 shares left by the Chen family, accounting for only 6% of the entire market. Speaking of which, the prices of the things Ye Tian needs to buy should also increase. Thinking of this, Chen Feng made a series of calls. What? The price of space treasures has increased by 500%. The price of certain items increased by 1000%? That's 10 times. Boss, this. If you can't do it, why don't you replace it with someone else? I can definitely do it. Got it, boss. Complete the mission resolutely. Chen Feng settled the matter with just a few words. There was nothing he could do. His authority in the group was second only to his parents. By the way, you need to strengthen security and raise it to the highest level to make sure your things don't get stolen. Chen Feng thought for a while, then contacted the most powerful security group in Jianghai City and asked them to protect his mall. To deal with Ye Tian, you must be cautious. And I didn't want to confront him head-on, I just wanted to give Ye Shishi's funds a thorough blow. In addition to the Ye family, the Tang Ying family also seems to have some small money. Let's suppress it together. But we, the Chen family, can't take action. We have to find some other forces. Chen Feng thought and made a few more calls. Chapter 17. Go and beg him. Sister-in-law, how's the situation going with you today? As soon as Ye Shishi got into the car, Ye Tian couldn't wait to ask. You must know that this is a good thing that he detected with his space power. The Flame Dragon Crystal Mine, which is valued at billions, may be acquired in just a few hundred million. Now he is asking for credit. Not yet, but the other party obviously wants to sell it. Ye Shishi smoothed her hair, her expression relaxed and happy. She knew that her nephew had spatial powers, and what he detected would definitely be correct. Okay, there's no rush then. Ye Tian was a little disappointed when he heard that the negotiation hadn't been concluded yet. However, he still said, Sister-in-law, I will go to the battlefield outside the territory in 2 days, and I still need some things. Hearing what her nephew said, Ye Shishi threw a savings crystal card grandly and said with a gentle smile, I would have known even if you didn't tell me. There's 100 million in cash here, take it and buy it, buy the more expensive one. Thank you, aunt. Ye Tian took the crystal card with joy on his face. He had never seen so much money in his life. And this can also purchase everything he needs. Enter the extraterrestrial battlefield and kill as hard as you can. Thank you. When I take over this mine, there will be billions waiting to be earned. I should be the one thanking you. Ye Shishi has been looking forward to that crystal mine for a long time. If she can win, her career will go even further. Master Feng, good morning. Good morning, Master Feng. The next morning, when Chen Feng arrived at the Scientific Research Institute, everyone who saw him along the way greeted him warmly, and Chen Feng also nodded slightly. And he walked into the office, reclined on the big chair, raised his feet on the table, and played with his mobile phone, which was very comfortable. When you work on your own territory, you have to be a bit arrogant. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Chen Feng glanced at the figure in front of him, with a hint of surprise on his lips. He pressed the button in front of him. Come in. Following Chen Feng's answer, the door opened automatically, and a beautiful figure walked in from the outside. The girl walked to Chen Feng's desk hesitantly, lowered her head slightly, saw Chen Feng's long legs, and then looked at Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng, I have something to ask you. Seeing Yuanling with an unnatural expression in front of him, Chen Feng glanced at her dress. Wearing a simple white research clothes, she covered her beautiful body, but her figure was still very good, about 1.7 meters tall, not very tall, but not short either. And she has all the places where flesh should be, no more, no less. just right. There is also a little baby fat on the cheeks, and the pink lips are crystal clear and delicious, which made Chen Feng unconsciously use a little bit of his powers. Chen Feng's glance did not conceal anything, which made Yuanling's face look a little ugly. Tell me, what's the matter? Chen Feng didn't pay attention to the other party's embarrassment and anger, his expression returned to indifference, and he asked casually. Come and see, don't delay things. I want to ask you to use that piece of space power material that you mentioned before you applied to make something. Although Yuanling was very angry with Chen Feng's eyes and behavior, remembering what her brother Yetian said yesterday, she still held back her emotions and applied to Chen Feng. Oh! What did you do with that thing? Although Chen Feng knew her purpose, he still pretended not to know and asked curiously. I will use it. Hearing that Yuanling didn't intend to explain, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled. Is it useful for research or for personal use? Chen Feng's tone was a bit cold. In the original work, Yuanling was a bit of a pickpocket. Taking advantage of his status in the Scientific Research Institute, he secretly conducted research, made weapons, and finally gave the things to Yetian. This is a trick on his old Chen family. Although there is no shortage of this, if the other party can do it, they have to pay the price. Of course, it's for research. Yuanling thought of what happened yesterday and knew that he might be punished at any time, but he still lied. Her parents died when she was young, and it was her brother who brought her up. She could not let her brother die on the battlefield outside the territory. The S-class dagger I want to make is very crucial. Yuanling, it seems like you can't even tell lies. When Chen Feng saw that she was stumbling a bit when speaking, he immediately pointed out. Doing research privately for personal gain is already a violation of the Institute's regulations. It's good that I didn't punish you. How dare you come to me and ask for something? Chen Feng looked directly at Yuanling, not giving the other party a chance to make excuses, and his attitude was very tough. You. Yuanling suddenly became angry when she heard that Chen Feng didn't agree with her, but she felt she was in the wrong and couldn't say anything. If you have nothing to do, just go out. Chen Feng raised his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Snort. With a cold snort, Yuanling also walked outside. She thought that if she couldn't get it, she would just do it herself. By the way, why am I looking for this dude? I'm really out of my mind. Yuanling muttered secretly, but she didn't expect that Chen Feng looked at her back and started to think about it. According to the plot of the original work, Yuanling can make an S-level dagger, but he has just entered S-level, and the materials are not as good as the one he made. But it will definitely work. Thinking of this, Chen Feng called the person in charge of warehouse management and asked him not to provide Yuanling with any materials related to the space system. He even made a list directly. These cannot be provided to Group C casually. They need to ask me for instructions. Although the manager does not understand, he knows who is the boss. Okay. Chen Feng then called the team leader of Group C, Huang Yi. He's the one who knows how to lick. Young Master Feng, what do you want from me? When she came, she secretly speculated that Master Feng was looking for her. Huang Yi's favor plus 20, critical hit plus 30. Hearing this made him feel better, and Chen Feng was also a little embarrassed. Huang Yi has a husband, right? Do you want to have sex with him? But he doesn't reject anyone, and second-hand cars are not that easy to drive. What's more, it doesn't necessarily come from several hands. Seeing Huang Yi arriving quickly, Chen Feng also ordered, you can't do anything else unrelated during working hours. Especially Yuanling from your team. Do you understand? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Huang Yi nodded quickly, feeling a little disappointed at the same time. As expected, at his level, he couldn't catch the attention of Master Feng. Okay, Master Feng. When Yuanling rushed to the warehouse to pick up the materials, she was decisively rejected. Sorry, you don't have permission to access these materials. Yuanling's face turned pale when she heard the administrator's words. She didn't expect that Chen Feng had guessed what she was thinking. When she returned to her laboratory, she looked at Wang Yu aside and wanted to say something, but she saw Wang Yu looking at her with a guilty face. "I'm sorry Xiaoning, I also received the order." Team leader Huang Yi also looked at Yuanling with helplessness on her face. "I said Xiaoning, Director Zhang is busy with his own research and won't show up in 10 days. Young Master Feng in the institute now has the final say. If you really want to do some research, you might as well ask him." After hearing the team leader's persuasion, Yuanling was silent for a while, with tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu's eyes flashed with complicated expressions. Chapter 18 Insufficient Balance. "Yetian, you are so handsome today. Is this your sister-in-law's car?" Tang Ying looked at the C-class silver chariot that came to pick her up, got on the passenger seat, and looked at Yetian beside her with admiration in her eyes. In her eyes, Yetian was handsome in everything he did, and his eyes were a little bit brushed. My sister-in-law has something to do today and asked me to go shopping by myself, so I thought of calling you." Yetian explained, his face full of the protagonist's unique confidence, and he felt that his back was very straight today. There is a balance of 100 million in his crystal card. Being rich means being tough. "I see, by the way, have you absorbed the space crystal I gave you before?" Tang Ying felt that Yetian's hidden aura was even more terrifying, and asked curiously. "Absorbed, thank you, Xiao Ying," Yetian said, looking at Tang Ying with gratitude in his eyes. "By the way, I will give you a surprise later." Yetian thought about the balance in his card and gave up. According to the price he checked before, his set of equipment and resources, excluding weapons, cost about 70 million, leaving 30 million left to buy a nice gift for Tang Ying. Good. When Tang Ying heard that there was a surprise, she looked expectant. It doesn't matter what it is, what matters is Yetian's feelings for her. However, when he arrived at the largest equipment store in the mall, Yetian found that today's security force was a bit too strong. 3 senior generals are actually working as security guards here. "Are you so proud?" Tang Ying felt a little magical when she saw the 3 fully armed generals. "Just 3 generals? Don't be too surprised." Yetian's tone was still filled with disdain. "You must know that the last time he went to save his cousin, he killed a dozen generals from the Wing clan. Well, I believe we will definitely have more than this strength in the future." Tang Ying also nodded, agreeing with Yetian's words, and she was full of confidence in the future. "Come on, let's go see what's good." Yetian walked straight inside, and then under the guidance of the salesman, he came to the booth with the 2 strongest abilities, Space System and Time System. "I didn't expect you, sir, to be a strong person in the Space System. You are really young and promising. You must know that space power users are very rare." The saleswoman was a big sister in her 30s with a very plump figure. She sighed a little when she heard Yetian's request. "It's not that strong. It was just a fluke that the space ability was activated." Yetian smiled modestly, while his eyes inadvertently glanced at the other person's plump waist and hips, his eyes a little fiery. "Sir, here are the space system equipment. However, due to the recent tightening of wars outside the territory, the price of raw materials has increased, so the prices of these equipment have also increased slightly." The salesman explained with a smile while leading the way. "It's okay. Space-based raw materials are precious, so it's normal for the price to increase." Yetian waved his hand indifferently, and then looked at the most precious armor on the exhibition stand. Space-type A-level Silver Dragon armor, it is a top-notch armor made of rare space-type materials from outside and made by masters. It has an amplifying effect when using space-type abilities when worn. It also has extremely strong defensive capabilities. It cannot be compared to the King of War. Break it. Seeing the introduction of the items, Yetian nodded with satisfaction. "This is what I want," salesman. Yet Yen didn't even count the zeros in the price, and took out his amethyst card grandly. Okay, sir. But would you like to take a look at the price first? The recent increase is indeed a bit high. The salesman was extremely happy when he saw the young man in front of him being so heroic. He thought that he had met a big customer, and the commission today would definitely be quite large. But thinking about the recent increase in space equipment, she still reminded her kindly. No need to look. Swipe your card. Yet Yen said nonchalantly that he had known the price before, and it was only over 30 million. He must have enough money, more than enough. Okay, sir. Seeing this, the salesman also took Yet Yen to swipe his card. Although human technology has advanced a lot, the credit card machine is still the same as before. After all, scientific research must be spent where necessary. Hey, the balance is insufficient. In Yet Yen's expectant eyes, he suddenly heard the harsh sound of the credit card machine. Insufficient balance. Yet Yen was a little sluggish. He had checked the card when he received it yesterday. It was a real 100 million. How could the balance be insufficient? What happened? At this moment, Tang Ying was watching from the side, also a little puzzled. I don't know. I have 100 million yuan in my card. Are you telling me it's not enough? Yet Yen looked at the cashier and salesperson at this moment, his tone filled with anger, and he even felt that they had a plan to kill them. Well, sir, the balance is indeed insufficient. Sir, your 100 million yuan is still in the card, but the price of our armor has recently increased, and we need 300 million yuan. Seeing Yet Yen's embarrassed expression fleeting, and then staring at him with cold eyes, the salesman couldn't help but shuddered and quickly explained. I just reminded you that you didn't listen, and now you're getting angry again. What a fool! What? You said this A-level armor costs 300 million. Why don't you go grab it? When Yet Yen heard this, his mind went numb. Although he was dissatisfied with price increases, he would not show it. But today's price increase was too outrageous, and with Tang Ying by his side, he felt like he had been completely humiliated. Sorry, sir. But this is the store's rule and it's not something I can interfere with. How about you take a look at the other equipment? Seeing Yet Yen's furious look, the salesman had no choice but to try his best to calm him down and said with a smile. At this moment, Yet Yen looked at other space equipment, all of which were of sky-high prices. At this moment, there was already murderous intent in his eyes. What on earth do you mean? Why is it that only space equipment has increased in price and other equipment has not? Are you targeting me? Hearing Yet Yen's anger, the salesman rolled his eyes, but when he saw Yet Yen staring closely at him, he had to smile. She is so difficult. Sir, our price increase was decided a few days ago. What's more, it's caused by the increase in raw material prices. It's definitely not for you personally. Anyone who buys it will pay Zij's price. Besides, we didn't know you wanted to buy this, right? After hearing the sales explanation, Yet Yen was still angry. Although what the other person said made sense, he felt that he was being targeted. Thinking that this store belonged to the Chen family, he suddenly pointed at the salesperson and asked, "Did your boss instruct you? Let him come out to me." Chapter 19 Yet Yen is my friend. Although he felt that Yet Yen was going crazy, the salesman couldn't do anything about him. Especially the look in the other person's eyes, as if he wanted to kill her. Okay, I'll call the boss for you right now. The salesman felt very aggrieved at the moment. He thought it was a big deal, but ended up getting himself into trouble. She couldn't solve the problem, so she had to contact the store manager. Soon a middle-aged man in blue armor came down from upstairs. He probably knew what was going on from the communication. Hello dear customer, I am the store manager here. I'm already aware of the situation here. The price has indeed risen a lot recently. I'm really sorry, but there's nothing we can do because the price of space raw materials is really high. Let's do this. Except for space-related items, I can give you up to 20% off on other equipment and medicines. What do you think? The store manager had a professional smile on his face and wanted to shake hands with Ye Tian as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Ye Tian ignored him at all, and even had contempt in his eyes. What's the use of offering 20% off other equipment? What I need is space-based equipment. Besides, I'm talking about meeting your boss, not a small store manager. Ye Tian's tone was very arrogant, and it was also quite harsh in the store manager's ears. You must know that under his management, the store's annual profits are hundreds of millions. He is also a well-known figure in the entire Jianghai city. As a result, he became a small store manager in front of this young man. It seems that the other party is some big shot. But adhering to the principle that everyone who comes is a guest, he did not get angry. Hello sir, our boss is very busy recently and he doesn't deal with these specific matters. If you have any needs, you can talk to me. I will try my best to accommodate your request. The store manager's attitude was still neither humble nor arrogant, but in Ye Tian's opinion, this was not giving him face. Why is the boss so busy? Isn't your boss Chen Feng? Tell him now that I am Ye Tian. I have something to do with him. Ye Tian's attitude was arrogant. He remembered letting Chen Feng go that day. Now facing Chen Feng's property, he felt a natural sense of superiority. At this moment, he felt that he had been tricked by the Chen family and wanted to settle the score with Chen Feng. However, in the store manager's opinion, this person should be acquainted with Chen Feng and wanted to get some exposure from Mr. Feng. It's not like this has happened before, but it's impossible for everyone to contact Mr. Feng if they say they know him. If they really did this, they would have been fired long ago. Anyone can see young Master Feng? So you know Mr. Feng. I just don't know what your relationship is with him. Although the store manager was a little unhappy, seeing that Ye Tian was about the same age as Mr. Feng, he guessed that he might be Mr. Feng's friend, so he had to test it out politely. What's my relationship with him? When Ye Tian saw that he was still arguing with him, there was already a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. However, several figures talking and laughing suddenly walked in behind them. As expected of the Chen Feng family, the property is so big. I only knew he was rich before, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. If I had known, I would have made friends with him. Who says it isn't? Speaking of which, if Chen Feng is so rich and wants to lick Tang Ying, he is really out of his mind. I saw 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, walking into the store and saw the figures inside. Aren't they Ye Tian and Tang Ying? Ye Tian, Xiaoying, why is it you? A female classmate asked awkwardly after realizing that she had just made a mistake. Well, let's buy something. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Although Tang Ying heard that sentence, she still said hello. It would be ugly not to do so. But Ye Tian was different. He didn't even look at those classmates, and he obviously didn't take them seriously. Seeing this scene, a male classmate showed contempt in his eyes. Hey, isn't this Ye Tian? Didn't you say the E-class weapons sent by Chen Feng the day before yesterday were rubbish? Why did you come to receive them too? He was Zhao Dazu who was spotted by Ye Tian that day and spoke out against Ye Tian. He came from a poor family but was tall, about 2 meters tall, and had the ability to transform into a bear. He had a hot temper and couldn't stand people like Ye Tian who said one thing and did another. Seeing that Ye Tian was also in the store at this moment, I thought that Ye Tian must be here to get equipment, so naturally he wanted to make fun of him. The store manager was a little confused when he heard this. It turned out that these 2 people were here to receive equipment, and they made a mistake. He immediately reminded. It turns out that you are all classmates of Master Feng. If you had told me earlier, I would have taken you to the E-level equipment area over there. As he spoke, he looked at Ye Tian and said, by the way, E-level equipment also includes space equipment. Although the price has increased, Master Feng has told you that as long as you show your student ID, you can get it for free. After hearing their few words, they said that they were here to receive free equipment. At this moment, Ye Tian's anger level was already full. As if he couldn't afford to buy anything. Need Chen Feng's charity. I'm here to buy equipment, not to collect garbage. Don't you understand? Ye Tian's tone was cold and he looked at those classmates with disdain. Ye Tian, don't be like this, we are all classmates. Just make it clear. Tang Ying saw him getting angry, so she quickly pulled his sleeve and tried to persuade him. However, Zhao Dazu is not a good person. Oh. You won't wait until we leave to collect it secretly, right? According to me, if you, Ye Tianzhen, are powerful, don't buy things in Chen Feng's store, choose another one. Don't be a bitch and still build a memorial arch. Zhao Dazu's voice was so loud that not only the customers in the store were attracted, but also the people outside, wanting to watch the excitement. You're looking for death. Ye Tian's anger today could hardly be restrained, his voice was low, and the surrounding space had begun to distort. After activating the SSS level space ability, he believed that even if he killed someone, the Federation would not embarrass him. How is this going? The three senior generals outside the door felt a sudden fluctuation in combat energy and rushed over after hearing the news. As soon as they entered the store, they felt Ye Tian's terrifying supernatural power. They were shocked. Their armor immediately covered their bodies, forming a triangle formation to surround Ye Tian. On Blue Star, it is a serious crime for people with superpowers to cause trouble without permission, harm civilians, and destroy property. Please stop your aggressive behavior immediately. Otherwise we have to maintain order. The three generals also exploded with their own superpowers. Metal superpowers, fire superpowers, and earth superpowers were all expanding. Their auras continued to expand. They stared at Ye Tian closely with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although the aura Ye Tian released was very strong, as long as the other party dared to hurt others due to their duties, they would take action immediately. Ye Tian looked at the three of them with cold eyes. He is sure to kill these three people, but the consequences, as the three people said, will be something he cannot bear. But it's impossible to make him give in. Etc. At this moment, the shopkeeper beside him was already numb. He never thought that Ye Tian in front of him had such a powerful spatial ability. He immediately reported the situation and even called Chen Feng. But to his surprise, Chen Feng answered his call instantly. It turned out that he had received a reminder that Ye Tian's luck points had dropped before, and he had been watching everything in the surveillance system for a long time, and now he thought it was time for him to step forward. Ye Tian was already treated badly today, but there was no need to make him miserable again and fight him to the death. The battlefield outside the territory is still waiting for him to hold on. Hey, I saw the scene. Let them stop, Ye Tian is my good friend. Others are my classmates, let them value harmony. Since it's Ye Tian who wants that equipment, give that armor to him. Just say it's my apology. Other things will still have price tags later. There was a smile in Chen Feng's tone. Chapter 20 I'm sorry, sister-in-law. The equipment Ye Tian should use must still be given to him, but it will require him to pay a greater price. Wrong. The price should be paid by his sister-in-law. Speaking of which, he learned this trick of temporarily increasing prices from an e-commerce company in his previous life, and I have to say it is really easy to use. Okay, Master Feng. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, and then looked at the few people who were still at war with each other. You guys stop it. The store manager quickly stopped. Young Master Feng just said that Ye Tian is his good friend. He is sorry for what happened today. This armor was given to Ye Tian to express his apology. He also said that we are all classmates, so don't hurt the harmony. The shop owner was afraid that they would start fighting, so he quickly stepped forward with his armor in an attempt to stop their behavior. Yet Yen, Chen Feng said so, forget it. When Tang Ying heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she also tried to persuade Yet Yen. Although I don't know when Chen Feng and Yet Yen got on such good terms, it's good that the other party can give them a battle armor. Yet Yen thought for a moment, and finally stopped the fluctuation of space powers. Since Chen Feng said so, I won't argue with you. There was a hint of magnanimity in Yet Yen's tone, but he still looked at Zhao Dezu and several other classmates with a hint of haze in his eyes. Although Chen Feng's behavior surprised him, he guessed that Chen Feng had seen his strength and was afraid of him. It was his domineering aura that had an effect. Although Zhao Dezu had a hot temper, after seeing the terrifying space power released by Yet Yen, his bear transformation stopped early and his whole person became quiet. His face turned pale and he was already frightened. Yet Yen usually said in school that he was an E-level trash talent, but he actually kept pretending. If I had known that the other party was a terrifying existence in the space system, could I have provoked him? He quickly explained. Well, Chen Feng has already said it, forget it. After all, we are all classmates. I didn't pay much attention to what I said just now. Don't pay attention, Yet Yen. Seeing that Zhao Dezu had given up, Yet Yen just waved his hand. Keep your mouth clean next time. Seeing that Yet Yen no longer cared, several students quickly took their weapons and ran away, not daring to stay for another second. For the first time, they knew that Yet Yen had been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The three senior generals also wiped their sweat. This job was really difficult. Not to mention whether they can deal with Yet Yen, such a genius will definitely become a giant of the Federation's human race in the future. If you offend him, you and others will get no good consequences. At this moment, several generals looked at each other without saying a word and exited the store directly. Sir, this is your armor. When Yet Yen saw the A-level silver dragon armor packed in a capsule by the waiter, a trace of pride finally appeared on his face, and he secretly thought that Chen Feng knew what he was looking for, so it was not in vain for him to let him go. The store manager bowed and handed the capsule over. Yet Yen took it and continued to look at other equipment. It seems that Chen Feng is quite sensible. I won't embarrass him next time. Hearing his extremely pretentious words, the store manager could only laugh awkwardly and was unable to answer the question. In his eyes, although Yet Yen was very talented and powerful, he was still just a nobody in front of the Chen family. After all, just being able to fight is not enough when you come out to hang out, you have to be powerful. By the way, how do you sell other space equipment? In addition to the A-level armor, Yet Yen actually wanted to buy a few things. At this moment, he saw that the prices of other things had doubled, and he felt a little unhappy. But Chen Feng had already given him a free armor, so he couldn't ask for it again. Chen Feng just apologized for compensation. If he asked for it again, what would be the difference between him and a beggar? Young Master Feng didn't mention it, so it was sold according to the listed price. The store manager saw his face turn ugly and felt proud. Let your kid show off. You still have to pay for what you have to pay. This is what young Master Feng ordered. Is there a price tag? No discount. At this moment, Tang Ying felt a little headache when she saw the equipment that easily cost tens of millions. The prices of these things had increased a bit outrageously. If you have a membership card, you can get a discount. The store manager's tone was neither condescending nor arrogant, as he reminded. Membership card. Yet Yen frowned even more. Tang Ying had to ask, what about the membership card? Miss, the membership card is issued and cannot be applied for directly. Perhaps Master Feng has the authority. The store manager still explained patiently. Yet Yen's face almost turned green when he heard the words Master Feng. How could he look for Chen Feng again? Or in front of Tang Ying? But when it came to being angry at Chen Feng, he felt something was wrong. Everyone apologized and gave gifts. Now he puts all his hatred on the store manager, thinking that he has a way to kill him. Then why don't you just say there is no discount? Feeling that Ye Tian was about to get angry again, Tang Ying directly held the other party's big hand and comforted, "It's okay, Ye Tian, there's still a lot left, I can ask for some from the family. You just have to pay me back from now on." After hearing Tang Ying's words, Ye Tian thought about it, hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Thank you then, Xiao Ying." In fact, he had this plan just now and was too embarrassed to take the initiative to speak. He needed the equipment, but he didn't have enough money. "Why are you being polite to me? My brother Ye Tian." Tang Ying smiled and called her family, but her face soon became startled and turned ugly. "What's wrong?" Seeing the change in her expression, Ye Tian also had a bad feeling. "Okay, I'll hang up first." A minute later, Tang Ying hung up the phone and looked at Ye Tian with helplessness on her face. "My parents said that the family has been having financial difficulties these past 2 days and cannot spare any money. I'm sorry, Ye Tian. You can take the more than 10 million in my card first, and I'll think of something else for the rest." Tang Ying felt very guilty at the moment. She knew that being short of money at this time was very difficult for a man's face. "Fine." Although Ye Tian was disappointed, he still pretended to be relaxed and said, "I'll borrow some from my sister-in-law. Her project made at least several billion in revenue because of me." With that said, he called Ye Shishi again. "Hey, Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Sister-in-law, the price of space equipment has increased significantly recently. I don't have enough money. Do you think you can lend me some? I will pay you back when I make money later." Ye Shishi was a little surprised when she heard her nephew's words. What's going on? 100 million is not enough. Although she doesn't have combat powers, she probably knows the prices of these equipments. 100 million should be more than enough. Well, they raised the price too high. But these pieces of equipment are very important to me. I still need to trouble you, aunt. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ye Shishi had no choice but to look at her account balance and asked helplessly, "How much is still missing?" When Ye Tian heard that his sister-in-law was willing to help him, he quickly calculated the price. Space-based spiritual crystals, combat knives, potions, materials. There is still about 160 million short. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ye Shishi frowned even more when thinking about her recent plans that required money, but she still transferred the money. After all, this is his own nephew. "Forwarded to you, Xiao Tian. I'll give you 10 million more. The battlefield outside the territory is very dangerous, so be prepared." Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Ye Tian had a smile on his face. "Thank you, sister-in-law." After hanging up the phone, Ye Tian continued shopping generously in the store. Ye Shishi walked back to the project department room and continued to talk about the project with Lu Zheng. "Brother Lu, how sincere are you here? If you delay it any longer, I'm afraid this business won't be done." Ye Shishi and Lu Zheng had been arguing for 2 days, and she said a little irritably. In order to purchase this mine, she drew a large amount of cash and gave Ye Tianhua more than 200 million. Her retail company could no longer withstand it. Lu Zheng was also drinking tea and remembered young Master Feng's instructions. "Don't worry, Miss Ye, I've already asked the superiors. I will definitely give you an answer in 3 days. Don't worry, I will definitely sign a contract with you. There's no use keeping this mine. I'll take you down first." Lu Zheng said calmly without squinting his eyes. He probably guessed what young Master Feng was doing, but he didn't dare to look at this woman. Chapter 21 Forced Yuanling. "You gangster!" In Chen Feng's office, when Yuanling heard Chen Feng's request, her pretty and pure face turned red and white, and her chest heaved. There was disbelief in her eyes, as if she didn't believe that Chen Feng actually said such words to her. Seeing that Yuanling was about to slap him, Chen Feng caught it with one hand and pinched the opponent's slender wrist. "It hurts, please let me go." Yuanling was in pain, and Chen Feng gave him a gentle push, pushing the opponent 2 steps away. "Don't touch me, you know." Chen Feng reminded Yuanling with a cold and domineering look on his face. You are shameless. You are vile. I'm going to tell Director Zhang what you did." Yuanling was frustrated again and pointed angrily at Chen Feng. A pair of small leather shoes slammed on the floor, making a clicking sound. "I said that humans are great because of transactions. Besides, I not only give you the materials, but I can also help you make the best S-class space dagger. If you wear black stockings, you've earned it." A smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. This is what he asked for. Since discovering that all the female characters related to Ye Tian were enemies of him, he changed his strategy. "Storm. It's best to complete the task if you can gain the other person's heart. If you can't gain the other person's heart, you have to gain something else." Especially Ye Tian made a scene in his shop yesterday and even bought his armor for free. He couldn't afford to offend Ye Tian, so he had to come to find his sister. Although wearing black stockings is not a very important thing, everything is difficult at the beginning. If the other party agrees to your request in the first step, won't it be easy after that? You're dreaming. I will never agree to your request. Yuanling slammed the door and walked out, but Chen Feng showed a playful smile. He had noticed before that Yuanling would receive text messages every day, and after seeing them, he would come to him even more anxiously. It was obviously her brother Ye Tian who was urging her. "Ye Tian, I have to thank you even more," Chen Feng murmured in his heart. In the next 2 days, apart from visiting the research institute and giving guidance to major researchers, Chen Feng spent the rest of his time at leisure. Yuanling didn't look for him, so he wasn't in a hurry. He spent most of the time squatting at home, inviting a dozen beauties to give him massages and skin care, while remotely controlling a commercial sniper war against Ye Shishi. To be honest, with the resources he controlled, dealing with Ye Shishi was too simple and easy. After all, the power the two of them wield is not at the same level at all. Soon Ye Shishi's company faced problems such as customer complaints, funding cuts, partners severing cooperation, product quality defects, difficult purchase channels, and so on. Many employees have changed jobs or resigned under mental pressure. Evening. In the villa of Ye Shishi's family. She took a taxi back home with a tired face and bloodshot eyes. She didn't know what was going on recently. Ever since she got into trouble with the Chen family's mine, she had been having bad luck. There were also various problems in the company, and her mood was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the Chen family agreed to sign a contract with her tomorrow afternoon. So she borrowed some more money and prepared to take over the mine completely tomorrow and fight a turnaround to make up for the company's recent losses. "Sister-in-law, are you back? Have you negotiated the acquisition agreement today?" When Ye Tian saw Ye Shishi coming back, he quickly stepped forward and asked. In the past 2 days, he drove Tang Ying around in Ye Shishi's car and slapped a few people who had offended him in the past, which made him feel very happy. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face is just fun. In particular, Long Ruobing also agreed that when he becomes stronger, he would consider giving him the key to the ruins. This made him even more confident about his future. Not yet. But it's soon. Seeing her nephew at home, Ye Shishi forced a smile and went to get a glass of water. Ye Tian was still lying on the sofa, looking at Ye Shishi's back, and encouraged, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, the flame dragon crystal in the mine is hundreds of meters underground, and it is impossible for the Chen family to know about it. Besides, with the money my sister-in-law gave me, I can be sure to be promoted to War General or even War King within a few months when I enter the battlefield outside the territory. When the time comes, sister-in-law, your status in the human race will also improve." Seeing Ye Tian's confident look, Ye Shishi also gained confidence and nodded. I know, Xiao Tian. My Ye family is really lucky to have a child like you. By the way, when are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off. Hearing that Ye Shishi was about to send him away, Ye Tian waved his hand. Auntie, just do your thing. By the way, my C-class tank is very easy to drive. Let me drive it for a while. I can use it on battlefields outside the territory. Ye Shishi was slightly stunned after hearing Ye Tian's words. It turned out that when Ye Tian heard Tang Ying say that the car was comfortable to sit in, he started to think about asking his sister-in-law to buy it. If you like, go for it. Ye Shishi said with a hint of helplessness that because of her appearance, the male taxi driver kept chatting up her today. However, funds are tight recently and it is impossible for me to buy a new car. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ye Tian responded and continued to scroll through his phone. Seeing this, Ye Shishi was a little helpless. She worked hard outside when she was young and met her nephew for the first time after her eldest brother passed away. Over the years, she has been busy with her career and has no love or marriage. After the second sister married into the Long family, she died unexpectedly a few years ago. Now her only relatives are Long Ruobing, Ye Tian, and Ye Ning. So in her heart, Ye Tian is her son, or like a younger brother. She was very proud and doting on this nephew. I hope I can sign the contract tomorrow, otherwise I will have to break my arm to survive. Ye Shishi made up her mind and went back to her bedroom to rest. On the other side, Ye Ning also received a message from his brother. Sister, I'm going to the outer battlefield tomorrow. Is the space dagger you promised not ready yet? When Ye Tian sent this message, he was also a little dissatisfied. Although he has a set of A-level armor and sword, the space dagger can isolate all space fluctuations, which is his trump card in assassination and combat. This is what he needs most. He knew that with his sister's strength, he should get it done. She had said before that she had an idea, but unexpectedly, in the past 2 days, her sister had been pushing back, saying that she had not done it well. Brother, I still have some questions. I'm not sure if I can give them to you tomorrow. Seeing Ye Ning's reply, Ye Tian showed a hint of self-mockery. It seems that my sister has grown up and is different from before. I don't care that much about my brother anymore. Even if he wants to go to the battlefield outside the territory, fight with the foreign races, and contribute his strength to the human race. She was also unwilling to provide any help to her biological brother. Thinking of this, he quickly replied. Oh fine. If it's not done well, it's not done well. I won't look for you tomorrow. Seeing her brother's reply, Ye Ning's eyes in the dormitory were dull, and then her eyes turned red, and the little pearls kept flowing out. She rubbed the little pearls in the corners of her eyes, sobbing slightly. My brother is going to a foreign battlefield and I don't know when he will come back. Maybe even forever. But he didn't come to see me tomorrow, which meant that he must be angry. That equipment should be very important to my brother. Why should I be so selfish? If my brother really died in a foreign battlefield, I would never be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Ye Ning's sobs became heavier. Remembering that Chen Feng showed off the perfect dagger he made himself, she reluctantly dialed the other party's number. Is what you said true? Are you sure you will give me the space dagger? Ye Ning's voice trembled, and Chen Feng could tell that she was in pain. But this did not arouse his sympathy. Instead, there was a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Ye Tian was putting pressure on his sister. In this case, why not be greedy? Knowing how to bargain is the art of trading. Yes, I can give it to you. But conditions have changed. Then Chen Feng calmly stated his new conditions, but Ye Ning fell into silence, without any roar or anger. After a while, the only response he received was a faint hum. Chapter 22 Ye Tian's Assist. The next day, 12 noon. In front of the Scientific Research Institute. The huge scientific research institute covers an area of dozens of square kilometers, and the security force at the entrance is also an elite force of Jianghai City. At this moment, a young man at the door looked livid. When he saw the Special Forces team member in front of him, he asked, "I told you, my sister is an A-level scientific researcher here. Let you call her. If she doesn't come out, I'm going in." The leading captain had a serious face. After letting go of a tank from a scientific research institute, he directed the power grid to be turned off. "I have already reported the situation you mentioned." Response from inside, "Yuanling can't come out for the time being, please wait. Please don't disrupt our security." Yet Yen's face turned livid when he heard this. He looked at the special operations captain in front of him, with a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Because of his noise, he could feel dozens of powerful auras secretly targeting him at this moment. If this scientific research institute didn't have the ability to restrict space, he would have sneaked in directly. He clearly remembered that the security here was not that strong before. Just now, he was almost electrocuted by the power grid when he tried to travel through space. "I've been waiting for 3 hours. Did you really report it? I will go to the battlefield outside the territory soon. I am contributing to the survival and development of the human race, but you are here to embarrass me. I've already called the deputy mayor, you just wait for the punishment." Yet Yen roared incompetently and angrily. He had met a deputy mayor during this period, but he was in a meeting and could not come for the time being, which gave him a headache. When the special operations captain heard this, he was not timid at all. Our Jianghai City First Scientific Research Institute is not under the jurisdiction of the city, but is an institution directly under the Federal Supreme Council. Even if the mayor comes, you have to follow the rules. If you don't get approval from the institute, you can't go in. Having said this, he looked at the team members around him again, with pride in his eyes. The members who can join the Special Operations Team are all those who have experienced the baptism of blood and tears in foreign battlefields and have performed outstandingly. In terms of their contribution to the human race, they are no less than you. Hearing the captain's words, Yet Yen was speechless for a moment. He couldn't refute. Hearing that his relationship was useless, he could only sulk. Making him wait for 3 hours had never happened before. This captain really has a way of killing himself. It seems that this scientific research institute needs to change in the future. It's really just a dog fighting for power and being arrogant. Yet Yen thought to himself. Fortunately, at this time, a beautiful figure finally appeared inside and ran towards this side. At this moment, the opponent's eyes were slightly moist, and his cheeks were flushed. His youthful and energetic body still looked outstanding under the white research suit. Even when running, if you look closely, you can see the flash of black stockings under the research suit. "That's my brother at the door, please let me out." Yuanling's breathless voice was filled with joy and a hint of complexity. Seeing him appear, the Special Forces team also let them go. "Brother, you've been waiting for a long time." After passing through the gate, Yuanling wanted to give Yet Yen a big hug. She worked hard all morning, endured her anger and shyness, completed Chen Feng's mission, and finally obtained an S-level space dagger from Chen Feng. "Fortunately, my brother hasn't left yet." However, he saw that his brother Yet Yen had no intention of hugging him, but instead had dissatisfaction and gloom in his eyes. "More than 3 hours. Sister, please let me wait." Yet Yen's voice was very low, and then he didn't say anything more and directly took the small blue metal box from Yuanling's hand. "Is this an S-class space dagger?" Yet Yen opened the box and saw a glimmer of light in his eyes when he saw the flawless silver-grey dagger inside. A good horse goes with a good saddle, a sword goes with a hero. The old proverb has always been true. Taking out the dagger, Yet Yen felt as if the dagger had become one with him, unable to cause any spatial fluctuations, as if he and the dagger did not exist. In this way, when he carried out a sneak attack, he no longer had to worry about exposing his traces. Not bad, very good. Yen sighed, then put the dagger away before looking at his sister. Yejing was seen standing aside quietly without explaining, and Yen was a little angry again. Sister, why did you keep me waiting for so long? I'm almost late. Hearing his brother's question, Yuanling was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. This dagger. Before she could come up with a good excuse, she heard Yen say impatiently, forget it, please pay attention to your time next time. I go first. Remember to do more research on the space department, I really need it. Saying that, Yen waved his hand, turned and left. On the other side, on the aircraft heading to the battlefield outside the territory, Tang Ying was still waiting for him. Yuanling was left standing there, looking at his brother's back at a loss, his eyes slightly red. She still wanted to say a few more words to her brother. As a result, the other party just left. Have a safe trip. She thought silently in her mind. When I was feeling sad, I felt a small pink oval positioner vibrating on my thigh, and my stockings were tightened even tighter. At the same time, Chen Feng's lazy and playful voice came from the communicator in his ear. It's time to come back and do some research. Yuanling's face turned red and she immediately clenched her fists. Snort! You bastard! Why did you install a locator on me? I'm going to take it off right now. With that said, she hurried back to the Scientific Research Institute. Unfortunately, as soon as she entered the Scientific Research Institute, she heard the team leader Huang Xingxin calling her. Xiaoning, Master Feng called you and said that he personally wants to teach you how to make some space materials. There was a hint of envy in Huang Xingxin's voice. Yuanling was called to the office this morning, and it took 3 hours to come out. Now she was called again just after returning to the research institute. She didn't dare think about what happened. It's good to be young. All right. Yuanling was just about to go to the bathroom to remove the locator when she heard this and hesitated for a moment. A voice came from the communicator next to his ear again. Give you a minute. If you don't come, you will no longer be able to access space materials and research in the future. Hearing Chen Feng's threatening tone, Yuanling gritted her teeth and turned red with anger. She stamped her feet and then quickly rushed towards Chen Feng's office. You bastard! Hearing the other party's low scolding, Chen Feng lay on the boss's chair with a wicked smile on his lips. This morning he personally installed the locator and communicator. Although the process was very difficult and he encountered a lot of resistance, he still succeeded with his coercion and inducement and Yen's assistance. All beginnings are hard. As long as the first step is successful, it won't be difficult later. That girl is as pure as a piece of paper. She really thought it was a simple locator. I will fill this paper with my colors from now on. But when it comes to humans in this world, there are still no new tricks. It just adds a positioning function. When Chen Feng thought of this, he felt a little grateful to Yen. It wasn't for the other party urging him at the door many times, but Yuanling was really hard to handle. Yen, the battlefield outside the territory will be left to you. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. Chapter 23 The valuation is wrong. Team leader, hasn't Yuanling come back yet? In the research room of Group C, Wang Yu looked at the empty seat next to Yuanling from time to time, feeling very uncomfortable. It's almost time to get off work, and Yuanling hasn't come back yet. Thinking of Yuanling's pure and energetic appearance and what she was doing with Chen Feng, he turned pale and felt that his heart was broken. Why do you care about her business? Wang Yu, you have a family too. Don't fantasize about things you shouldn't fantasize about. Otherwise, if you offend Master Feng, you know the consequences. Although Huang Xingxin despised Wang Yu's behavior, she still reminded her kindly. I know. Wang Yu replied in a low voice. Thinking of the scene where he was shocked by Chen Feng's momentum that day, he felt his face was dull. Another half hour passed. The door of the scientific research room was opened, and Yuanling walked in with a rosy face. When Wang Yu saw it, his scalp went numb. "Xiaoning, what did Chen Feng ask you to do?" Although he knew it was rude to ask, Wang Yu still couldn't restrain his complicated emotions and asked curiously. "No, it's nothing. Just teach me some knowledge about the space system." Yuanling blushed as she recalled that Chen Feng taught seriously but occasionally acted teasingly. As she spoke, she drank a large gulp of water, as if she was very thirsty. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu was completely depressed. In his opinion, Yuanling's behavior of blushing and drinking water proved everything. Thirsty means she is tired. Why are you so tired? Could it be? Thinking of this, his dream was extinguished. When it was time to get off work, everyone was almost gone. Wang Yuki found Huang Xingxin and said with a look of despair. "Lao Huang, I have been following you for 5 years. But I want to change the group now, and I want to ask for your understanding. I'm in Group C and I can't stay any longer." After hearing his words, Huang Xingxin was a little stunned at first, and then understood what he meant. Thinking of the scenes that happened today, she had no choice but to agree. "Okay, but I still need to ask the superiors for instructions on this matter." Thank you." Wang Yu turned around and left, with inexplicable anger in his eyes. The second floor of the mine project department. Although the agreed time was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yeshishi arrived here before 5 o'clock. The situation in the company continued to deteriorate today, and she couldn't stand it any longer. "Brother Lu, it's time." Yeshishi was dressed very delicately and beautifully today. She wore a small black leather jacket with red short sleeves and a black mid-length skirt that was elegant and chic yet dignified. Her short hair already made her face appear lean, but now she was fair and pretty, matching the fierce flames. With red lips, the whole person looks particularly attractive. After hearing Yeshishi's reminder, before Lu Zheng could reply, he heard the roar of a chariot hundreds of meters away. The black and red domineering chariot full of defensive spikes shows the extraordinary identity of its owner. The chariot stopped, and a tall figure stepped out of the vehicle. He was dressed in a simple casual suit, which highlighted his perfect figure. His handsome cheeks were very sunny, but with a hint of unruliness. The person coming was none other than Chen Feng. At this moment, Yeshishi looked at him through the glass window, looking into each other's eyes. Chen Feng saw the confusion, inexplicable hostility and disgust in the other party's eyes. Not surprisingly, Chen Feng also had a smile on his face. It was this smile that contained cruelty and violence. "Sure enough, these respectable characters are all hostile to me. Tang Ying, Long Ruobing, Yuanling, and this Yeshishi. That's what the aura of hostility does. Pity. We could have had a good communication." Chen Feng was already a little angry when he remembered the process of playing with Yuanling in the office today. Yuanling's girl has good qualifications. He plans to get married and have children to get rewards, so he needs to slowly develop a relationship. But this Yeshishi is not the case. This was something he planned to use to retaliate against Yetian and vent his anger. According to the information from his younger brother, Yetian has boarded the spaceship on the battlefield outside the territory and is unlikely to come back for the time being. This is also the time when he is ready. "Brother Lu, who is this young man?" Seeing the evil smile on Chen Feng's lips, Yeshishi already had a bad premonition and asked Lu Zheng beside her. "This is my boss, the current helmsman of the Chen family group, Mr. Feng. If anything happens, just talk to him." Lu Zheng said and hurried downstairs to greet Chen Feng. "Young Master Feng, you are here." Seeing the flattering smiles of his men, Chen Feng also smiled and nodded. "You've done well these 2 days, thank you for your hard work. I have something else for you later. Leave the rest of the negotiations to me. It's all gone." Hearing the boss's praise and the new job, Lu Zheng smiled even more and said humbly, No hard work, this is what I should do. Chen Feng nodded and walked upstairs alone. Closed the door to the second floor. Seeing this scene, Lu Zheng could only disperse the other employees around him with envy. It's time to get off work. Let's go back. When the people were almost driven away, he also left here. Second floor. Seeing Chen Feng coming in alone, he closed the door. Ye Shishi's face was already a little ugly. Inexplicably, she felt that Chen Feng was not a good person. However, remembering the identity of the other party, she still stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Hello, Mr. Feng, I just want to buy your mine, Ye Shishi. Hello, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng just shook his hand lightly and let go. Seeing this scene, Ye Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was not that kind of prodigal. At that moment, she had a bad feeling and even wanted to run away. But thinking about the problems the company was facing, she was still prepared to see what the situation was. The two sat down and Chen Feng spoke. By the way, how much price did Lu Zheng negotiate with you for the mine under my name? When talking about business, Ye Shishi also became energetic. She quickly picked up the contract next to her and said, Master Feng, this is the contract that Manager Lu and I discussed. In terms of price, it's 895.37 million yuan. This is based on the market price. By the way, we also signed a contract of intent. If we can't reach an agreement, there will be liquidated damages. Chen Feng was not surprised to hear the liquidated damages. This is what he arranged. Chen Feng took the contract, took a look at the price, and then closed the contract. There is no problem with the content of the contract. That is. When she heard that there was no problem, Ye Shishi became excited, but when she heard the next words, her face suddenly turned pale. It's just that it's sold as ordinary crystal ore. But underneath my mine is obviously the Yuanling crystal mine. This Lu Zheng is really a fool. The company has already found out about this matter, but he didn't pay attention. I'm sorry, Ms. Yat. The valuation is wrong. Since there is an intention to contract, the mine will definitely be sold to you, but the price is not this. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and said straight to the point. When Ye Shishi heard this, her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Why, how is it possible? Chapter 24 Chen Feng's Methods. How is it impossible? As Chen Feng spoke, he opened the capsule. Inside was an iron box. When he opened it, there were clear documents about the reserves and valuation of the flame dragon crystal beneath the mine. Even things from the notary office. Ms. Yat, look. This is a reserve detection document. This is the document for the valuation. This is the property rights certificate of my Chen family. Chen Feng handed the things over. Ye Shishi looked nervously and looked at each item. After reading it, her whole mood became a little broken. Ye Shishi's cheeks were white at this moment, her eyelids were twitching wildly, and her breathing was somewhat rapid. And what Chen Feng wanted was this effect. Seeing that she still had a look of disbelief in her eyes after reading the document, Chen Feng leaned on the chair, feeling very comfortable. Estimated value is 8.3 billion. Did you know this in advance? After hearing Ye Shishi's words, Chen Feng pretended to be confused. What's the meaning? Ms. Yat, did you know this before? Chen Feng pretended to be stunned, but then he realized what he was doing and his expression became serious, with resentment in his voice. A big hand slammed the table, causing Ye Shishi across from him to be frightened and look up. It seems that this acquisition is premeditated, Miss Yat. Although I don't know where you got the inside information about our company. But unfortunately, I can only tell you now that we will not sell this crystal ore even if it is 1 penny lower than the original price. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Ye Shishi sat slumped on the sofa, as if everything before was just her delusional dream. The dream of acquiring more than 8 billion for 800 million was shattered overnight. What on earth is going on? Chen Feng didn't give her time to think. He sat up again and picked up the contract of intent. By the way, you signed this contract of intent with us, and it was agreed to purchase according to the estimated value. Otherwise, we will have to pay liquidated damages of 300 million yuan. I won't embarrass you. You can find a third party to evaluate the mine, but in any case, you can either buy it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Either compensate for liquidated damages of 300 million yuan. I'll give you a day to think about it. Chen Feng stood up and was about to leave. Wait. Chen Feng, Master Feng, wait. Ye Shishi became anxious when she heard the choice given to her by the other party. She must know that the contract she signed before had been notarized, but it only mentioned the valuation and did not mention the specific amount. Unexpectedly, this would cost her an additional 300 million yuan in liquidated damages. Thinking of his company's plight, he used money to buy equipment for Ye Tian. Now if she loses another 300 million, her career will be completely over. Any more questions? Miss Yat? Chen Feng turned sideways and asked curiously. At this moment, Ye Shishi no longer looked like a strong woman, and she looked a little haggard and helpless, which made him even more excited. Destroying beautiful things always brings the same pleasure. I mean, I didn't know that your mine was valued at more than 8 billion before, so I signed the contract. This is not my true wish. We can't calculate that. Although Ye Shishi knew it was shameless, she still bit her red lips and said, preparing to deny it. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng just said oh. Then he said calmly, then let's go to the trial court. By the way, I think your behavior also involves malicious low-price acquisition. It could even be insider trading with people within our company. Lu Zheng will go to the confrontation with you then. As he said that, he continued to walk outside. Seeing his mature and ruthless look, Ye Shishi was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that the other party was so young but had such ruthless methods. The other party is Lu Zheng's boss. If Lu Zheng is willing to bite him to death for colluding with him to lower prices, then he might even go to jail. Now it is impossible for her to come up with 8.3 billion in funds, so she will have to grit her teeth and pay the liquidated damages. Master Feng, can't you be more accommodating? Ye Shishi thought that out of the 800 million she had taken out, she still had 200 million as loans, and she couldn't hold on any longer. She begged Chen Feng, and her voice became softer. How about we have a meal and then talk? She thought about using some charm to have a good chat, and a young man like Chen Feng might give her a discount. Oh! Unexpectedly, Chen Feng showed a smirk on his lips and turned around to lean towards her. Seeing this scene, Ye Shishi quickly took a few steps back and exclaimed, what do you want to do? When Chen Feng saw this scene, he stopped moving with a trace of contempt on his face. I said, Miss Yat, do you think you need to pay a price if you want me to be accommodating? As he spoke, his eyes were still looking at Ye Shishi's body. I have to say that the other person, who is in his 30s, has everything that should be expected of him. He has some charm and youthful vitality. He has a good figure and temperament in every aspect, and he also has a good mind for building a successful company. Such a strong woman is the fantasy object of many men. In particular, she is also the sister-in-law of the protagonist Ye Tian, and it is also very good for him, Chen Feng, to vent some of his anger. You are shameless and nasty. You are indeed not a good person. Ye Shishi's face turned red with anger when she heard what he said, and she pointed at Chen Feng and cursed. Oh! When Chen Feng heard this, he felt that it sounded familiar, but he was not surprised. After all, she was also Yuanling's sister-in-law. Since you don't want to, how can you ask me to accommodate you? Chen Feng asked curiously, do you have any other value for me to be accommodating? Roll. What are you thinking? Just dream. I won't humiliate you even if I die. If you dare to touch me, I will call the police immediately. Hearing Chen Feng's merciless blow, Ye Shishi could no longer remain calm and pointed at Chen Feng and cursed angrily. She just wanted to use words to please the other person while eating, but she had no intention of using her pure body. Her face turned red and white, and she took her things and walked downstairs, not wanting to be in the same room with Chen Feng again. When passing by Chen Feng, she put her hand on the communication alarm aside, fearing that Chen Feng would make any other moves. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng just leaned on the chair nearby, with no joy or sadness on his face. Obviously the other party can't win it with money. But he has other leverage. It seems that manager Lu Zheng is going to jail with you. Chen Feng said calmly. By the way, Yuanling and Ye Tian are your niece and nephew, right? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Ye Shishi was stunned. She turned around in disbelief and looked at Chen Feng. You, what did you say? Do you know them? But he saw that the other party's expression was very cold, and what he said next was like a devil. Yuanling is in my family's research institute. Because she stole materials for experiments, I have evidence to completely disqualify her as a researcher. As for Ye Tian, the space system ability is very good, but life and death in the battlefield outside the territory are unpredictable. By the way, your company may be under ceiling for selling counterfeit products. At this moment, Ye Shishi's phone rang. Ye Shishi opened the communicator with a trembling hand. Seeing the words Mr. Wang, Ye Shishi picked up the phone, and the other person's first words were, "It's not good, boss. Some people have already seized our company's products because they were sold as counterfeit products." Ye Shishi did not reply immediately, because in front of her, Chen Feng's communicator was playing a video. The content in the video is very simple. In the space inside the aircraft, Ye Tian and Tang Ying were talking and laughing, very happy. Around them are other warriors heading to battlefields outside the realm. My men said that Ye Tian is still very happy along the way, but I don't know how long he will be happy. Chen Feng said and crossed another video. In the video, I saw the back of Yuanling returning to the dormitory alone. The recorder even came up to say hello to her. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them was very familiar. Boss, hey, boss, can you hear me? 3 minutes later, Ye Shishi received another debt collection call. Ms. Ye, according to our evaluation, the store you mortgaged does not have enough value at all. We have cancelled your mortgage loan. Please pay back the money immediately. Miss Ye, your villa. Miss Ye, your goods. Chen Feng saw with his own eyes the light in Ye Shishi's eyes, which gradually became desperate and gloomy. Ye Shishi slid down on the sofa and looked at Chen Feng with disbelief in her eyes. Chen Feng looked at her delicate red lips and loosened his belt. Chapter 25 Ye Shishi apologizes. Sorry readers, this chapter cannot be written in too much detail due to unknown power. Chen Feng doesn't know what it's like to be a villain. He originally just wanted to lie down and be his second-generation rich man. In the end, even if the heroines hated him, he didn't really care. The women of Ye Tian's family were also full of hostility towards him. It's not easy to do a task by yourself. From the economy to the safety of Yuanling and Ye Tian, he has proven his power in all aspects. Ye Shishi has believed from the bottom of her heart that she is omnipotent, making her unable to resist. And what Chen Feng wanted was this effect. Naturally, he would not tell the other party that Ye Tian could not kill him, and Yuanling was even more reluctant to kill him. I promise you, you really won't hurt them. Seeing Ye Shishi with tears in her eyes and looking a little doubtful of herself, Chen Feng just nodded calmly. But how do you guarantee your promise? Hearing Ye Shishi's question, Chen Feng interrupted her impatiently. You just have to trust me. You must apologize. At least if you wait a while, you can avoid liquidated damages. This is my sincerity. Congratulations to the host for breaking Ye Shishi's halo of intelligence and hatred, and rewarding the host for his noble aura. What the hell is the master's noble aura? Chen Feng was a little surprised. But he didn't think much about it and immediately looked at Yeshishi with disgust. With such gaze blessing, he also found it interesting. Yeshishi's apology ended. Let's go, I'll take you home. Chen Feng dressed up and said to Yeshishi. No, nothing else. Yeshishi heard this and suddenly asked this question. She soon regretted it. What was she thinking? Isn't this bad? But she couldn't believe it. Chen Feng really just wanted her to admit her mistake and apologize, and had no other ideas. What else do you want to do? Chen Feng looked at her with a somewhat unfinished expression and joked. Without. I can go back on my own. Yeshishi didn't expect that the other party was really willing to let her go. She originally thought that she would be trapped in hell. Is this the end? Because he thought Chen Feng was too bad, Chen Feng's humiliation of her was not as expected, and she was a little surprised. Hearing that he was going to send her home, she guessed what the other person was planning and quickly refused. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng said bluntly, if I had other thoughts about you, I wouldn't just ask you to apologize. Let's go. With that said, he walked downstairs. Yeshishi had no choice but to follow after hearing this. There was fear and confusion in his eyes. In fact, Chen Feng was right. The other party had already proven his ability, and he had no chance of resisting. But downstairs, she saw Chen Feng politely opening the car door for her. He was a very gentleman and not at all like the thug just now. This made her quite uncomfortable. After getting on Chen Feng's domineering chariot, Chen Feng made a few more calls while sending her home. Soon the seizure problem faced by Yeshishi was solved. Even other business crises disappeared. Yeshishi finally believed that Chen Feng was so powerful, and it turned out that he controlled everything. And the other party now makes no secret that this was all done by him. It turns out you did all this. What on earth are you doing this for? Anger arose in Yeshishi's heart, and then she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He looked at the man next to him who had been very stern just now, and asked this question helplessly. Isn't my purpose obvious? Chen Feng glanced at her and asked. Yeshishi was speechless. The other party went to a lot of trouble just to apologize for himself? She suddenly felt like, am I really worth this? In fact, he guessed that even with Chen Feng's power and violent means, he would not be able to avoid it. It's much more than that. Little did she know that Chen Feng's goal was not to offend Yetian too much, but also to make him work hard on the battlefield outside the territory. We're here, get out of the car. I'll see you later if I need anything. You know the consequences of rejecting me. Arriving in front of Yeshishi's villa, Chen Feng said calmly. Good. Yeshishi could no longer muster the desire to resist and got out of the car with a tired look. Well, I'll see you later. Chen Feng smiled and waved, then walked away. Yeshishi was left looking at his leaving figure and suddenly sighed. It seemed that the other party was not as bad as she thought. Just looking in the mirror, looking at my completely ruined makeup and lipstick. Love you so deeply. Love is so true. I really want to make this love like this. On the way home, Chen Feng couldn't help humming a tune. The gloomy mood caused by Yetian was gone. He felt relaxed all over, and his energy had improved a lot. It turns out that this is Yetian's aunt. You don't want to be manipulated by me, just be obedient. Thinking of the scene just now, Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator vigorously and listened to the roar of the chariot, which was very pleasant. According to his calculation, Long Ruobing will come to the research institute soon. It was mentioned in the original book that she returned from the battlefield outside the territory because she was plotted by the enemy. A poison from the Zerg entered her body, making her very painful every time she released her powers. In the original book, she returned to Blue Star to find various solutions, and even went to the research institute without finding a solution. In the end, it took several months until Yetian returned from the battlefield outside the territory and brought her the Zerg Holy Artifact to detoxify. Only then did this matter be resolved. This is also Yetian's way of showing off. It's a pity that Chen Feng will miss it again. According to the original work, the Zerg poison spread to all the nerves in Long Ruobing's body and even spread between cells. It's really not something that can be solved with existing technology. But there are powerful medical technologies in my technology book. Chen Feng thought of this with a hint of excitement. If you want good rewards, you have to start with Yanning and Long Ruobing. As for the means, he had already thought about it. Crazy suppression, complete crushing, complete control, and finally giving alms to the other party, refusing to be a licking dog, can conquer the other party. Before Yetian comes back next time, he must get the first reward. Chen Feng made up his mind. Chapter 26 Yanning took the bait. Extraterritorial battlefield. The human race's base is quite large, and the world made of metal has a more sci-fi feel than Blue Star. 1,000-story buildings, warriors flying around, aircraft, and even mechas add to the vibrant vitality of this place. There are also huge mining machines working on the ground. Boot camp. After the training, Yetian wore the issued F-level armor and walked toward the single dormitory with Tang Ying, talking and laughing. Yetian, I feel like I still have some questions I want to ask you. Let's go back to the dormitory and talk. Okay. The way the two of them were making love to each other made the people around them feel numb. In addition to the rigorous training time, the foreign battlefield will also provide a relatively relaxed management environment. In addition to the newcomers participating in the training camp, there are also many strong human beings. In order to meet the needs of competing for hegemony with all races, the area of extraterritorial battlefield construction has exceeded Blue Star's dozens of times. This is the space tunnel that the powerful human beings Hong Di, Lei Shen, and others found by tracing the origin of the Wing clan. Once they arrive here, it will be an endless continent. There are all kinds of resources needed for cultivation here, including animals and plants, minerals, and even the understanding of laws. Among the human race's superpowers, the two most powerful ones are the two laws of space and time. Generally, only these two laws can give birth to SSS-level geniuses. Then there are the 8 elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and thunder, as well as the derived ice-based powers such as Long Ruobing. Of course, there are also some summoning, transformation, and production abilities, which also have considerable potential. Although Yetian has not revealed his SSS-level space powers, his physique is also extraordinary. Whether he is fighting in a battle armor or in a mecha, he has achieved excellent results. It's just that he feels that life has been too peaceful recently and is really a bit boring. Then Chen Feng actually didn't come to the battlefield outside the territory. Doesn't he really like you? In Yetian's single bedroom, he looked at Tang Ying's charming appearance and suddenly asked curiously. I don't know either. Tang Ying was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't know why Yetian mentioned that dude. She immediately shook her head. It would be nice if he didn't come, I really hate him. Hearing Tang Ying's words, Yetian also nodded. He was very satisfied with Tang Ying's statement. By the way, Zhang Kun and others have stopped causing trouble recently. They seem to have changed. Speaking of which, they seem to be avoiding us recently. I haven't seen them for several days. Do they really become sensible when they come to the battlefield outside the territory? Tang Ying thought about it and sighed. I feel like there's some conspiracy. I need to go out to the camp on the weekend. You have to be careful. A trace of suspicion flashed in Yetian's eyes, and he reminded Tang Ying. Yet I know. Tang Ying nodded, and then became a little worried about Yetian's safety. You will not be protected by the army after leaving the camp, so be careful. Yetian heard her concern and said confidently, don't worry, even if you encounter a master at the level of the King of War, he won't be able to keep me. Seeing his confident look, Tang Ying also showed admiration in her eyes. She really likes Ye Tian. That night, after Tang Ying left, Ye Tian called his sister-in-law. But I heard Ye Shishi's voice whimpering, and she was still coughing, as if she was choking on something. Sister-in-law, what's the matter with you? Do you have a cold? Ye Tian asked with some concern. No, ahem, it's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable in my throat, Ye Shishi worked hard to clean Chen Feng's chariot. When she saw Chen Feng beside her, she naturally did not dare to tell the truth. Oh, that's good, I really can't go to the hospital. Ye Tian agreed. By the way, sister-in-law, have you purchased your mine? I'm still short of money here. Ye Tian remembered that he was going out to do some business on the weekend, so he started to join the party again. Well, then, there was something wrong with the mine, and I failed to acquire it successfully. Ye Shishi's voice was intermittent, which made Ye Tian feel a little strange. But he still cares more about his own affairs. Okay, aunt, do you still have money? Ye Tian continued to ask. How much do you want? Ye Shishi had helplessness in her eyes when she heard her nephew asked for money again. She suffered a lot for money and her nephew. Even now I am still suffering. It is not easy to talk to Chen Feng Jiao. Some of the other parties' behaviors always made her eat a lot of semen. Probably more than 200 million, those things are relatively expensive. But after I get it, my strength will definitely improve a lot. Ye Tian explained that he knew that his sister-in-law was very rich, but he didn't feel any shame at all. More than 200 million. Ye Shishi stopped cleaning and looked at Chen Feng, who was supervising her. She really didn't have that much money anymore. When Chen Feng nodded, she responded, okay, I'll transfer it to you later. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Ye Tian also nodded excitedly. Thank you, aunt. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Ye Shishi looked at Chen Feng with resentment on her face and sobbed, Feng, Master Feng, I don't have that much money in my account anymore. Can you lend me some? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back later. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the performance of the other party. When he drove the chariot to pick him up today, the other party did not refuse and asked her to clean the chariot, and he quickly agreed. He said seriously, Ye Tian is my classmate and good friend. His business is my business. I'll lend you this money. Chen Feng thought of something and continued to remind, but if you work hard, you don't have to pay it back in the future. Ye Shishi worked harder. Ye Shishi's favorability +10, critical hit +20. But Chen Feng also received a call at this moment. The caller ID showed it was Yuanling. Hey, what's the matter, Yuanling? Chen Feng found that when he called out Yuanling's name, Ye Shishi was obviously half a beat too slow. He stepped on the accelerator hard and heard the sweet roar again. Nothing. It's the compound you told me about today. There are some things I still don't understand. I want to ask you for advice. In the dormitory, Yuanling remembered that Chen Feng only shared half of the knowledge today, and then he slipped away. Her thirst for knowledge made her want to know more. That's it. Chen Feng felt relieved when he heard that the hook he had successfully aroused Yuanling's curiosity. Then let me talk to you. This compound is actually not difficult. The main problem is the temperature. As Chen Feng spoke, he stepped on the accelerator vigorously. Yuanling was listening attentively, but suddenly he heard the sound of a woman retching. Chen Feng, is there someone over there? No, you heard wrong. Chen Feng said with a smile, and then looked at Ye Shishi, who was so tired that her pupils turned white, and became even more interested. Let's move on to this issue. Chapter 27 Mom's Great Son. Beijing First Hospital. A group of Long family soldiers sealed off the top floor. The leader was Long Jing from the Long family. She looked a little anxious at the moment. The Long family took Long Ruobing to visit various major hospitals and even found some traditional Chinese medicine doctors handed down from ancient times. No one in the family can cure Long Ruobing's current condition. On the contrary, it got worse. Now she is counting on these medical experts in the capital to give a result through consultation. Long Ruobing is the latest generation of genius from her Long family. SS's ice ability represents one of the strongest talents in the human race. You must know that the original Hong Emperor and Thunder God only had S-level powers. Although the level of superpowers does not represent the ultimate strength, it still accounts for at least 80% of the achievements. The remaining 20% cannot be changed except by chance, will, and countless setbacks and tribulations. If Long Ruobing can't solve this physical problem, it was a big loss not only for her Long family, but also for the entire human race. After a few hours, Long Jing finally saw her niece coming out. Today, Long Ruobing is still wearing a simple black outfit. She is as cold as ice, as stunning as blood, and her extraordinary appearance is still stunning everyone. It was Long Jing who saw a hint of helplessness and pain in her eyes. Ruobing, how's the situation? Even though she knew the answer, Long Jing still asked with a hint of hope. It's still the same problem. The Zerg toxin has spread throughout my nerves and even penetrated deep into the cell nucleus. No existing diagnosis and treatment plan can completely solve the problem, unless part of the consciousness is sacrificed to alleviate the pain. It means surgery to remove and paralyze part of the nerves, and this will greatly affect the release of my powers. Long Ruobing's tone was cold and he quickly stated the results of the doctor's consultation. A group of medical experts behind him came out and just nodded. Miss Long is right. We are incompetent. Oh, I'm sorry for you. You are killing enemies for the human race in the front, but it is difficult for us to help you in the rear. I'm sorry. An old doctor with white beard and hair said, and the corners of his eyes turned red. When Long Jing saw this scene, her heart was filled with pain. Now that things have come to this, what else can be done? Didn't they take Long Ruobing back to Blue Star just to find a way? It's okay, I know you all tried your best. Long Jing's tone was gloomy, but she suddenly heard a middle-aged doctor reminding her, Long Jing, although we can't do anything, there is still a slim possibility. Long Jing looked around and saw that it was her old high school classmate. The other party even pursued me. Of course, that was more than 10 years ago. Tell me, what else can I do? Long Jing also asked curiously with a hint of expectation. Seeing the original goddess looking at him, the doctor gritted his teeth and said, now that we know the principle, there is nothing we can do. The main reason is that science and technology have not reached that level yet. Director Zhang Jiang is in your Jianghai city, why don't you ask her to see if she can do something about it? She was the one who made the short limb recovery equipment used on overseas battlefields. Hearing his suggestion, the other doctor's eyes also flashed. This is a way. Our main problem is that the level of medical equipment and drugs cannot meet the requirements. If we look for Director Zhang, there might be hope. Well, with Director Jiang's strength, it's not impossible. She is the strongest scientific researcher in the human race. Hearing what all the doctors said, Long Jing felt a new sense of expectation in her heart. Then let's rush back to Jianghai city now. Long Jing works vigorously and resolutely. After hearing everyone's suggestions, she immediately arranged the next trip. There are long distances between major cities, and cross-city movement requires reporting. Of course, under her arrangement, everything was quickly resolved. Rushing to the aircraft heading to Jianghai city, Long Jing saw that her niece beside her was still a little silent, and comforted her, Ruobing, let's go to Jianghai city's #1 research institute. There is still hope for your condition. Unexpectedly, when Long Ruobing heard this, he just shook his head. Although I have combat powers, I also know it. Even if the most powerful scientific researchers want to solve current problems, it will take at least several years to develop instruments and drugs. No matter how talented Director Zhang is, he probably won't be able to do it within a few months. And my time is running out. The neurotoxin continued to corrode me, and within half a year, I completely lost my ability to fight. Long Ruobing's words somewhat extinguished the fire of hope that Long Jing had ignited. But she bit her silver teeth lightly, still not believing that fate would be so cruel. Ruobing, there is no perfect path, we will definitely succeed. With that said, she quickly found someone to contact the Jianghai City First Research Institute. Inside the institute, Zhang Li and a group of subordinates were conducting experiments on the latest mecha in a large machine shop. A huge silver mecha, about 5 meters high, was standing in the center of the workshop. There were researchers constantly manipulating the robotic arms around, starting to perfect the still unformed mecha. This is also the latest result of Zhang Li's busy work for more than 10 days. Director Zhang, you are truly amazing. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you would be able to further improve the A-class mecha you just developed, and now you have the prototype of an S-class mecha. If this continues, every time our human warriors equip an S-class mecha, it will be equivalent to the existence of an additional war king. Zhang Li also smiled when she heard the compliments from her subordinates. Every scientific research progress brings her great satisfaction. Not just because of interest. Moreover, because my husband once swore that he would devote all his strength to the development and growth of the human race during his lifetime. And she could only quietly do her job in the rear and contribute her strength to the human race. Speaking of which, what's the next step? Zhang Li felt a little pain in her head when she saw the mecha gradually taking shape. Although she got guidance from her son, there were still many problems in the specific implementation. Thinking of this, she was about to take out her phone and ask Chen Feng what to do about the problem he was encountering now. Even though she had not met Chen Feng in seclusion, she still had questions to ask him every day. Otherwise, how could this mecha move so fast? As soon as she took out her phone, she saw an incoming call. Or a call from the Federal Supreme Council. This made her a little curious. Normally, if there is nothing important, he would not call her directly. Hey, I'm Zhang Li, what's wrong? Zhang Li answered the phone directly. And soon, her expression became solemn. Is he an SS-level genius from the Long family? You actually want to put your hope in me, I'm not a doctor either. These guys really treat me as omnipotent. What? The Long family is willing to pay a large sum of money, and even help us get materials from battlefields outside the territory. Then I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee it will work. Zhang Li also had a headache when she hung up the phone. Damn it, the doctor couldn't treat the patient, so he came to her, a scientific person. If the other party wasn't really a human genius, she really wouldn't want to take this job. We need to make mechas, medical instruments, and research on drugs. I really think I am made of iron. When she was having a headache, she thought of her son again. She immediately became energetic, with a smile on her lips, and quickly called Chen Feng. Hey, my big boy. Chapter 28 Stockholm Syndrome. I know. I said this is not easy to handle, Mom. Okay, I promise you, but if Yuanling comes to complain to you in the future, you can't favor her. Well, it's a deal. In Chen Feng's private office. He was lying happily on the boss's chair. Unexpectedly, as soon as his mother received the request from Long Ruobing, her first reaction was to call herself and leave the job to him. But remembering that his mother didn't succeed in the original work, he felt normal again. If she can't do it herself, she can leave it to her great son. Yuanling, who was standing next to him, heard the conversation between Chen Feng and Director Zhang, and looked at Chen Feng with shame and anger on his face. What do you mean, stop favoring me? It's obviously your fault. Every time you teach me to do experiments, you use your hands and feet. Shouldn't I complain? Seeing her cute angry look, Chen Feng also smiled. It's quite appropriate to file a complaint. But I'm afraid you won't be able to contact my mother in the future. I've asked her to block you. Hearing this, Yuanling was already a little numb. She didn't expect that her director would be so partial to her playboy son. Snort! Yuanling was so angry that she stamped her feet, only to find that Chen Feng had increased the power of the locator again. The buzzing sound made her blush. What are you doing? Yuanling let out a squeak. Chen Feng asked her to move the locator up a little every day, which made her realize that something was wrong. I'm not checking to see if you've put on your locator. You're a genius in our institute, and I need to protect you. Chen Fengtian said shamelessly. You lied to me, you locator, why do I feel something is wrong? When Chen Feng saw that the other party was about to quarrel with him again, he quickly changed the subject and said, don't you know the properties of that new extraterritorial material? I'll tell you about it right now. I have an important mission later, but I don't have time to play with you. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yuanling was a little curious. What other important tasks do you have? Chen Feng waved his hand and said, as the #1 scientific research genius of the human race, I am very busy, okay. Speaking of which, you should be grateful to me for taking out my precious time to train this idiot like you for the institute. Yuanling. Yuanling's favor 10. Yuanling's favor +5, critical hit +15. Another day passed. When Chen Feng got off work in the evening, his chariot was already parked at the door. Ye Shishi was seen wearing a black professional suit, showing her fair neck and pretty face, getting out of the car and opening the door for him. Chen Feng patted her butt hard, and the other party blushed slightly and let out a cry. Chen Feng was very satisfied when he saw this and got into the car. At his request, Ye Shishi has become her full-time driver, responsible for transporting her to and from get off work every day. And he also discovered unexpectedly in the past 2 days. Ye Shishi's attitude towards him is getting better and better, and she even wears different lipsticks every day, with colors such as flame red, rose red, peach pink, coral orange and so on. It made Chen Feng very pleasing to the eye. Not only did the other party take the initiative in many things, become more diligent, and become more accepting, but sometimes he even found that there was still a feeling of unfinished business on the other party's face. In the car, Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator and asked curiously. Ye Shishi's favorability +5, critical hit +10. Ms. Yat, aren't you busy with the company recently? Originally, he wanted to suppress the other party to feel comfortable. It turned out that the other party was sometimes better at playing than me. How could this happen? Ye Shishi took some time out and replied, Young Master Feng, you don't want to target my company anymore. Everything in the company has been improving recently, so there's nothing worth doing for me. Oh, that's it. Chen Feng responded and then asked, then what do you do in your free time? Ye Shishi's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard this. She had been wearing makeup all afternoon. There's really nothing to do, it's quite boring. Hearing this, Chen Feng also understood. Ye Shishi in the original work is a tool man, making money every day and then giving the money to Ye Tianhua. There is no description of her character, just a simple image of a strong woman. In the past 2 days, with Chen Feng's help, she had almost nothing to worry about, and there was nothing to be busy with. By the way, Miss Yat, have you ever been in love before? Chen Feng asked curiously again. Of course, it is not written in the original work. No, not at all. Ye Shishi spoke a little hastily and almost choked. Oh. Chen Feng nodded. Then he closed his eyes, stepped on the accelerator, and the car would drive by itself. At the same time, he also lost interest in Ye Shishi. When Ye Shishi saw this, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Feng, Master Feng, have you never been in love? Chen Feng squinted his eyes, shook his head, and nodded again. We haven't talked about it, but we are talking about it recently. Sensing Ye Shishi's disappointment, Chen Feng smiled again and said, by the way, you know her. Your niece, Yuanling. Ye Shishi was stunned for a moment. Then he was speechless, with tears in his eyes. Ye Shishi's favor 5. Ye Shishi's favorability +1, critical hit +5. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng felt that it was interesting again. There was only the roar of the chariot. After arriving at Ye Shishi's house, Chen Feng did not expect Ye Shishi to ask him such a question. Young Master Feng, was everything you did before for me or for Yuanling? Seeing her working up her courage, there was a look of hope in her eyes. Chen Feng did not hesitate, for you and Yuanling. But Yuanling is my love interest. You are not. You are just my tool. A gust of cold wind blew, and Chen Feng saw Ye Shishi standing there with messy short hair and trembling all over. He didn't know if it was because of the cold. There were tears on Ye Shishi's cheeks. Chen Feng also didn't expect that this woman's emotions would be so twisted. She was obviously bullied by him, but she had a tendency to fall in love with him, as if she had Stockholm Syndrome. You are really pathetic. Chen Feng remembered the setting in the original work. This woman really had no sense of existence or pursuits of her own. Any business genius or strong woman is ultimately just Ye Tian's tool and the ATM machine. The other party was set up to be young and working hard outside. When he succeeded, his brothers and sisters died, and he took on the task of helping his nephew. He never fell in love and had no pursuit of his own. With such a character, once the plot collapses, especially after he intervenes, the whole person becomes strange. It's no wonder that she completes her tasks seriously every day, and even her own words are the backbone of the other party. Is it because Ye Tian is away and I forcefully become the center of her life? So she has mixed feelings for me. Chen Feng thought of this and looked at Ye Shishi, who had her eyes closed tightly and was extremely desperate. He finally got out of the car. Gently carrying the other party on his shoulders, he strode towards Ye Shishi's villa. Feng, Master Feng! What are you doing? Ye Shishi was suddenly lifted up by Chen Feng, panicked and shouted at a loss. But Chen Feng didn't stop moving and said calmly, I have something I want to talk to you about. Chapter 29. If you offend my mother, you offend me. I have to say that aside from the fact that her powers are not very good, Ye Shishi is definitely a beauty with a score of over 90. It gave Chen Feng a sense of accomplishment. The winding path leads to a secluded place, and the Zen room is deep with flowers and trees. Chen Feng never thought that one day he and Ye Shishi would become Guanbao's acquaintances, speaking freely and communicating deeply with each other. Especially his plan to take down Long Ruobing and Yuanling, he also told Ye Shishi. But what surprised him was that when Ye Shishi heard this, she just glanced at him wordlessly, and then said, well, I used to care a lot. But for me now, as long as you don't hurt them, and Ye Tian. He is the only heir of my Ye family. In fact, as a blue star person, she is still very adaptable to the polygamy system. Besides, she is not considered a wife yet, only a calculator. Chen Feng nodded, I will not hurt them, everything must follow their wishes. As for Ye Tian, he is my good friend. Having said this, he smiled and said, by the way, I was his love rival before. But now? Ye Shishi's beautiful cheeks turned red and she punched Chen Feng on the shoulder. Is this how you treat your best friend's sister-in-law? An hour later, Ye Shishi was already sore all over. Communicating with Chen Feng was very tiring. What exactly is your superpower? There was confusion, dullness, and disbelief in her eyes. I forgot to tell you, but you should know, local strengthening. Chen Feng said with a wicked smile. Ye Shishi's favor +30, critical hit +50. The next morning, Chen Feng looked at a rose beside him, feeling a little complicated. This is the first woman in his life. However, due to system tasks, he still did not choose to have a child, but chose somewhere else. Cover Yeshishi with a quilt. Chen Feng drove towards the research institute. Over there, the people from the Long family have arrived. Arriving at the entrance of the research institute, Chen Feng was a little impressed when he saw dozens of elite warriors from the Long family gathered here, and several of them had the strength of a war king. There are two halos in this book, one is the halo of wisdom. The other one is also a halo of wisdom. When Long Ruobing returned to Jianghai City, he didn't want to strengthen his defense force. It's very safe to return to the city now. Let's get a few more war kings to follow. That's true. Otherwise, how would Ye Tian have any chance to show off? Chen Feng complained silently in his heart and rushed towards the research institute. Mom is already sending messages urging him. Director Zhang, Ruobing's condition is going to trouble you. If Ruobing's illness can really be cured, our Long family will be extremely grateful. Hearing Director Zhang say that she was certain, Long Jing was also a little excited and bowed deeply to Zhang Li. Yeah, but I'm not 100% sure. Also during the experiment, you Long family members can only guard outside the research institute and cannot come in to interfere with our research. After all, our research institute is responsible for the scientific and technological development of the entire human race. Zhang Li also expressed her request at this moment. Even when facing the behemoth of the Long family, she was not afraid at all and said everything she needed to say. This is natural, we will not interfere with your affairs. If you have any needs, you can also ask us to do it. We will try our best to fully meet it. Long Jing did not dare to show off in front of this top scientific research expert and said with a smile. Then come with me, Long Ruobing. Zhang Li looked at the beautiful girl next to her and felt that her face was too cold, so she subconsciously disliked her. Obviously, Long Ruobing had no hope that Director Zhang could cure his condition. But according to her family's request, she could only come and take a look. Good. Long Ruobing followed Zhang Li to the inside of a huge white building, where he saw that various medical equipment was being developed, and the sound of discussions about drug efficacy could be heard from time to time in the scientific research room. He took Long Ruobing to a huge room, where there was a magnetic resonance-like instrument that could put the entire person in for testing. Zhang Li also said directly, in the next period of time, I will be mainly responsible for other things. But don't worry, I will leave your affairs to my son, and your cousin Yanning will also assist. Not only is his scientific research strength far superior to mine, but his medical research is also top-notch. I just hope you keep his information confidential. Unlike the few people in the institute who had access to Chen Feng, Zhang Li was still a little worried that the Long family would leak Chen Feng's information, so she did not tell Long Jing about it before, but only talked to Long Ruobing alone. After hearing Zhang Li's words, Long Ruobing frowned. Director Zhang, you said your son is responsible for this matter. I'm sorry, I really haven't heard of what kind of genius your son is, and I don't know why you didn't tell me clearly in advance. If you really don't have time, I don't have to come here. Hearing Long Ruobing's disrespectful tone, Zhang Li picked up her glasses and was a little unhappy. I don't know why, but since the two of them first looked at each other, they both saw a hint of hostility in each other's eyes. I told you that my son's ability far exceeds mine, but you don't believe it. Of course, if you don't want to stay, you can leave now. Zhang Li's originally gentle tone now became a little cold. She would not be used to this so-called female genius from the Long family. A genius cannot change the face of the entire human race, but her decades of work have actually changed the overall combat effectiveness and productivity of mankind. Genius, she has seen a lot. Oh! Long Ruobing's eyes were cold. He didn't believe Zhang Li at first, but now that she was slandering him, he felt even more irritable and turned around to leave. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a familiar figure coming. You, why are you here? When Long Ruobing saw Chen Feng's figure, he stopped immediately, with a trace of doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't know what was going on. Chen Feng watched her come out with a shaken face. The mother behind him also had an ugly face and was a little unclear about the situation. "I'm here to treat patients. If I guess correctly, my mother is talking about you, right?" As soon as Chen Feng finished asking, he thought about what Long Ruobing had done before, and his expression became grim. One look at his mother's expression and knew that Long Ruobing must have offended her. Thinking of this, he felt a little dissatisfied. The other party must have offended my mother, which means he offended Chen Feng. It seems there is no need for treatment. "You go," Chen Feng said coldly to Long Ruobing, and then looked at his mother with a smile on his face. "Mom, long time no see. How are you lately?" Zhang Li also smiled when she saw her son protecting her. "I thought this bastard would be unable to walk when he saw a beautiful woman." "Very good. By the way, I have another question for you, kid. Let's go have morning tea together." Seeing that the mother and son were ignoring her and about to leave, Long Ruobing stood there with humiliation in her eyes. She turned around and left without saying anything. But Chen Feng's words that day echoed in her mind again. "You're such an idiot." Chapter 30. If you say no treatment, then no treatment. "Cousin, why are you here?" At the Medical Research Institute, Yuanling was surprised when he saw a woman jumping directly from the third floor. Her graceful figure fell to the ground without making any sound. Then she was about to walk out. Normal researchers would not do this. Yuanling secretly thought that this person was not seriously ill, right? But after seeing the other person's appearance clearly, the figure in the memory overlapped with the woman in front of him. Yuanling finally reacted and showed a look of surprise. This is her cousin, Long Ruobing. He has always been so unique. "Hey? Yuanling!" Long Ruobing heard someone calling her, and when she looked with cold eyes, she recognized her little cousin, and the embarrassment on her face eased a little. "It's me. I haven't seen my cousin in many years. How have you been doing these years on the battlefield outside the territory?" Yuanling ran forward and looked at her cousin's cool appearance and perfect curvy figure with a little envy in her eyes. Even though she is no longer short, her cousin is still half a head taller than her. Those long legs and waist curve without a trace of fat, a cold goddess, this is what my cousin looks like. I haven't seen you in a few years. Long Ruobing also looked at his little cousin. He was no longer the little kid he was before. His scientific clothes could not hide his good figure, but his face was still so innocent and pure. What happened on the battlefield outside the territory is a long story. When the cousins met, they exchanged a few words. And Yuanling also remembered the purpose of coming here. "By the way, cousin, didn't Director Zhang ask me to go to the third floor to find you? Is Chen Feng here? He won't be late again. This research is for your health, cousin." Yuanling asked with some confusion, and gritted his teeth when he mentioned Chen Feng. Seeing this scene, Long Ruobing couldn't help but take another look at her cousin. It seemed that his cousin and Chen Feng were very familiar. "Yuanling, my matter is not something you and Chen Feng can solve. You, Director Zhang, don't have time, so I have to find another way. By the way, my sister-in-law is still waiting for me outside. Let's meet again if we are destined." Long Ruobing felt a little angry when she thought about what happened just now, and walked out with her long legs. Yuanling was a little stunned after hearing her cousin's words. When he saw the other party, he walked to the door in a few steps. She had no choice but to catch up quickly and shout. "Wait, cousin! Did you misunderstand something? That guy Chen Feng, although that guy is not doing his job properly, he is still very strong in scientific research. Yesterday he studied your condition report with me. He said your problem can still be solved." Hearing his cousin's words, Long Ruobing stopped again, but his brows furrowed slightly. "Xiaoning, you have to know my situation. Even though I have visited all the famous doctors, I am still helpless. You said Chen Feng could solve it, are you serious? Long Ruobing thought of the magical chariot and laser gun that Chen Feng brought out that day, and even some outrageous defensive capabilities. She admitted that the other party was a powerful warrior. But in her opinion, those were just relying on Director Jiang's help. Now Yuanling told her that Chen Feng was still a scientific research genius? Of course it's true. Yesterday he also proposed a plan, at least I think it is feasible. Although I can't guarantee 100%, several of the technologies and solutions he proposed seem to have no problems so far. Yuanling said very accurately. Thinking of the disease reports he had read, even the Zerg neurotoxins were corroding the nerves and cells of his cousin's body, and he felt a little sad. Yesterday, she shed tears because of this matter. Now of course I don't want my cousin to leave like this. After hearing her cousin's words, Long Ruobing's brows furrowed even deeper. Naturally, she knew that her cousin was a genius student. Thinking about what Director Zhang said just now, she already believed it. At least the other party has ideas and a certain grasp. But the more this happened, the more annoyed she became. Just now, she and Director Zhang were embarrassed, but Chen Feng ignored her and directly said that there was no need for treatment. When had she ever been so angry? As the genius of the human race, she could no longer put down her dignity and ask for treatment. At this moment, Chen Feng appeared at the stairs on the third floor. He was wearing a scientific research uniform. He was handsome but not serious, and he looked a bit like a dog. At this moment, he was holding 2 hot buns in his hands. He was eating one and throwing down the other. Long Ruobing frowned even more and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but found that the bun was thrown to Yuanling. Yuanling, this is your breakfast. After you finish eating, I still have something to do with you. Hurry up, I only give you 5 minutes. After saying that, Chen Feng ate the buns and turned around to leave. Yuanling, who took the buns, felt her hands were hot and quickly moved her left hand to her right hand while blowing air. It's so hot. Yuanling took the bun and smelled that it was her favorite beef filling. She looked happy, but then she glanced at Long Ruobing who was standing awkwardly next to her and quickly shouted to Chen Feng. Chen Feng! My cousin's condition has not been resolved yet. What else is more important to you? Chen Feng didn't even look back and said calmly, I can't cure her disease, let her hire someone else. Hearing Chen Feng's tone and understanding him, Yuanling knew that he was not joking, but serious. But Yuanling wanted to say something else, but Chen Feng flatly rejected it. Nothing to worry about. I said no treatment, no treatment. Chen Feng's voice became farther and farther away, and the person had disappeared from the field of view. Seeing this scene, Long Ruobing, who was still struggling on the spot, felt even colder in his heart, and at the same time there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Cousin, I'm going to beg him right now. Although Yuanling didn't know what happened this morning, she was a little anxious when she thought about her cousin's condition. She hurried upstairs and chased after Chen Feng. Unfortunately, before he had taken a few steps, he heard Long Ruobing's voice coming over. No need to ask him. I will solve my own problems myself. Yuanling turned around and saw that Long Ruobing had disappeared. What happened? The bun in Yuanling's hand fell to the ground, and she was so anxious that she almost started crying. It's like these 2 people were shot. Yuanling gritted his teeth and hurriedly ran towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng! Wait for me, Chen Feng! Chapter 31 Am I wrong? What happened? On the chariot, Long Jing heard Long Ruobing say that she would no longer need treatment, with confusion and even a hint of doubt on her face. Nothing. Long Ruobing was unwilling to say anything from beginning to end, and Long Jing was also silent for a moment. There was really nothing she could do about her niece. She and Director Zhang had obviously discussed everything before, and hearing the confidence in the other person's tone, she felt that she was at least 60% sure. Unexpectedly, after Long Ruobing went in for a while, the matter would go south. I'm going to call Director Zhang right now. Are they bullying you? Long Jing's tone was filled with concern and anxiety, and she wanted to contact Zhang Li again. No need, sister-in-law. How can we not use it? She must give us an explanation for this matter. I said no. Long Ruobing's tone was cold, a little angry, and even part of the chariot froze. The surface of Long Jing's body was covered with frost. She shook and the frost completely disappeared. But when she looked at Long Ruobing, her eyes were even more concerned. This means that Long Ruobing can no longer control his body, and his powers are somewhat out of control. If he continues like this and is out of control, he may not be able to take the expected half a year. In 3 months at most, my genius niece will be completely useless. But seeing how stubborn she was, it was hard for him to call Director Zhang again. All right. Just as you say, I won't make any more calls. Long Jing looked gloomy and said nothing. And Long Ruobing raised his hands, seeing his nails still frozen by ice, mist appeared in the corners of his eyes for the first time. Sorry. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Hearing her choked voice, Long Jing couldn't calm down after all. She stretched out her hand to hug Long Ruobing. Feeling her cold body, she became more and more worried. Binger, my good Binger. We will definitely find a way to treat your condition. Believe me, sister-in-law. There must be a way. As Long Jing spoke, tears streaked across the corners of her eyes. Say so. But she really couldn't think of any other way. The Long family, a 1,000-year-old family, has experienced countless catastrophes before the catastrophe of all races, and has made great contributions to the human race during the catastrophes of all races. Now he is gradually weakening, and in his own generation, his brother and sister-in-law, who are peerless geniuses, both died unexpectedly. And his A-level superpowers simply cannot support such a large family. All hopes fell on Long Ruobing. From childhood to adulthood, Long Ruobing has obtained too many things that others cannot obtain, but the corresponding thing is also the responsibility on her shoulders, not only for her personally, but also for the Long family and the entire human race. Everyone is counting on this genius, hoping that she can be like her parents, or even surpass her parents, and perfectly display her SS-level ice abilities. Such geniuses, if properly utilized and cultivated, can change the general trend of the human race. And Long Jing also saw with her own eyes that Long Ruobing was so sick that she couldn't stop vomiting when she killed an enemy for the first time. But then, she quickly adapted to that kind of life, and even became colder to her enemies, compatriots, and even herself. Long Ruobing endured too much. As for the Long family, they could only silently carry her willfulness and all her emotions. When the chariot arrived at the Long family's residence, the two got off the car. Long Ruobing found that there were so many people coming to greet her today. But unlike what she imagined, no one questioned, no one was livid, no one was sad, and some just smiled. Ruobing is back. It's good that she's back. Director Zhang doesn't know the current affairs, so our Long family doesn't need to ask her. I just found the research institute in Chengjiang City. They also have a way. She may not need the power of Jianghai City. An uncle said to Long Ruobing with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Long Ruobing nodded and then walked towards his single-family villa. After the recent ups and downs, she just wanted to be quiet. Thank you, we are a family. The clan uncle still said with a smile. The Long family members Long Ruobing met along the way all smiled and said hello to her. Ruobing is back. Ruobing, please take a good rest. Your condition prevents you from using your powers too much. Ruobing, Aunt has made delicious food for you and will bring it to you later. The Long family still cares about her so much and is still so warm. Long Ruobing's depressed and angry mood finally improved. Until she saw younger brothers and sisters from several families playing volleyball on the lawn next to them. This ancient sport continues to this day, but the weight of the volleyball has become several dozen kilograms, making it impossible for most people to play. But the Long family's extremely thin camels are bigger than horses, and children usually have at least sea-level powers. Xiao Ke, didn't your father promise to come back today? Why hasn't he come back yet? I don't know. Dad said he received a new mission and must come back a few days later. My dad too, I miss him so much. It's okay. My dad said that he will be back in a week at most this time. Long Ruobing was slightly distracted after hearing their conversation. But she didn't pay much attention and continued walking forward. But inside a house, a woman in her 30s was covering her face and crying. Through the window, she could see that the other person was wiping the photo frame in front of her. The corners of her eyes were red, but she was still covering her mouth to prevent her from crying. Cry out loud to yourself. And when he accidentally saw Long Ruobing looking at him, there was a trace of panic in his eyes. Then the curtain was drawn. Long Ruobing continued to remain silent and continued to walk forward. That's Uncle 17's wife. Uncle 17, King of War level, B-level Earth Dragon transformation ability. Recalling the people I met today scene by scene. The figure of a burly man appeared in her mind. He always charged into battle in foreign battlefields. He was not afraid of any powerful alien race, as if he was born with no fear. But in the family, he also smiles the most and laughs the loudest. He once urged Long Ruobing to marry him. He is also Xiaoke's father. I haven't heard him urge me to get married for several years. Long Ruobing's pace gradually slowed down. Many uncles and even grandparents who were on vacation before have disappeared. And my uncle, who has the strength of a war emperor, must have retired for many years after being seriously injured. Long Ruobing's eyes finally gradually dimmed as he thought about all this. The situation of the human race is getting worse and worse. Her Long family is also becoming more and more in decline. And what is all this for? And what is she doing now? For his own willfulness, for his own emotions, for Director Jiang's little bit of hostility, it can't even be called hostility. If he hadn't been hostile to her, the other party's eyes wouldn't have become unkind. And Chen Feng. Long Ruobing once again recalled the choices he made when he was attacked, Chen Feng's rescue and insults. I'm such an idiot, he said. Thinking of this, Long Ruobing continued to walk forward, but she was still dissatisfied and unwilling. On the battlefield outside the territory, she is not afraid of death. Why should we fear death now? Take a few more steps. Stand suddenly. In front of him, his uncle's wife appeared in front of him. She was over 50 and still had charm, but at this moment she was dressed in plain clothes, walking just like that, with no tears or smile, and even Long Ruobing saw the anger in her eyes. But she still had no words. But Long Ruobing saw a white rose in her hand. When he met Long Ruobing, the other party still didn't stop. And the direction she went to was exactly where the Long family mausoleum was. No way, no way. How is it possible that so much has happened to the family in just one day? Uncle, he will be fine, nothing will happen. Long Ruobing's heartbeat, which was as cold as ice and snow, seemed to be even more frozen at this moment. How could the Long family lose their uncle like this? The uncle who had friendship with Emperor Hong. The Long family can develop because of the support of the uncle, and the uncle relies on the strongest man in the human race, Emperor Hong. After losing Long Ruobing, it can only be said that the Long family has lost its future. And without the uncle, the Long family has lost its present. Of course, if Chen Feng were here, he would definitely say, that's right. If your masters from the Long family are not dead, how can Ye Tian have the chance to pretend to save people and become the savior of the Long family? Long Ruobing lowered his head slightly, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Sister-in-law, what is going on? What are you trying to tell me? Long Ruobing's voice was low, and she naturally knew that all this was arranged for her by the Long family. But even so, she still couldn't control her emotions. Unexpectedly, Long Jing did not appear beside him. Instead, it was my aunt who spoke. Long Ruobing. I'm here today and I want to tell you. The Long family has never been one person's family. It doesn't belong to you alone, Long Ruobing. My Long family has never owed you anything, and you, Long Ruobing, have never owed anything to our Long family. Long Jing asked me not to show up, so as not to arouse your emotions. But I am also a member of the Long family. My husband died, and my children lost their father. I will not give in for your emotions. As for your business, just do whatever you want. Auntie said, tears finally streaming down her face. Mom. The cousin from the side rushed over. Long Ruobing's mind was completely blank. My eldest brother, with hundreds of human warrior kings and generals, died on the Zerg battlefield. Long Jing appeared beside Long Ruobing and said sadly. I'm sorry, Ruobing. She knew what she was doing, she was going to force her niece into a path that she didn't want to do again. The Zerg battlefield turned out to be for me. They sacrificed hundreds of human masters. But they clearly know that there is no hope of leaving here. Long Ruobing's body trembled as she thought of the Zerg army she had experienced, the endless disgusting bugs that were killing her. What situation should the uncle face? If you want to get the Zerg holy medicine, you must sneak into the depths of the Zerg territory. And there are only more terrifying insects that can never be killed. If you are not careful, in less than a second, your entire body will be bitten and devoured by the Zerg, leaving no bones left. She could still deceive herself before. Chen Feng may not be able to do it. Jianghai City's first research institute may not be able to do it. However, even if there is a slight possibility, can I give up? At least the Long family didn't give up. The human race did not give up. Comrades on the battlefield outside the territory did not give up. Even her cousin Yuanling, whom she hadn't seen for many years, didn't give up. The other party even begged Chen Feng for himself. If you want face, the other party will be shameless. Even with 1,000 words to say at this moment, Long Ruobing could not express his apology to his family or his guilt towards his uncle's family. Only by growing up, the Long family will have a better future. Sister-in-law, give me Director Jiang's phone number. I want to find her. Long Ruobing's voice was not loud, but when the Long family members heard this, a different light flashed in their eyes. Chapter 32 No way, no way. Chen Feng, you bastard! Why don't you save my cousin? You obviously have the means, so how can you just ignore her and die? Her condition is so serious, it will be over if she delays it any longer. Yuanling chased Chen Feng into his office. When she saw him, he skillfully leaned his feet on the desk and reclined to drink coffee. His comfortable look made her clenched her fists. Oh! But she offended my mother, and I'm not happy. So I won't save it. Chen Feng's tone was very indifferent. He was not made of a clay figurine. The clay figurine was still very angry, let alone Chen Feng. How is it possible? How could my cousin? Yuanling still wanted to quibble, but thinking of Long Ruobing's always aloof demeanor, her tone became a little uncertain again. The other party might have really offended Director Zhang. Just think of me as begging you, Chen Feng. She is my cousin. If you don't save her, I will ignore you from now on. Yuanling's tone suddenly became softer, and he even spoke a little coquettishly. Seeing the other party's begging expression, Chen Feng was stunned. Do I have a good relationship with you? Chen Feng's straight man's speech made Yuanling's cute expression instantly stiffen. You bastard! Dandy! Gangster! Ruffian! Scoundrel! Yuanling started to curse again. Her poor vocabulary could not cause any harm to Chen Feng, it would only make him laugh. Speaking of which, are you done with today's research? After hearing Chen Feng's words, Yuanling gritted his teeth and snorted. No more. I am angry. After saying that, she left the office angrily, and Chen Feng was not angry at this scene. It seems that the two sisters have a good relationship. The main thing is that this girl Yuanling really cares about her family. If we say who is the most suitable to be a wife, Yuanling is still the first choice. Chen Feng thought about the time he spent with Yuanling recently. He was not only smart and witty, but also kind and gentle, but he didn't interact much with other men, and was completely manipulated by Chen Feng. This is a girl who is cunning with clear stupidity, and as pure as a blank sheet of paper. It made Chen Feng particularly happy when he got along with her. Thinking of this, he pressed the locator button again. In less than 10 seconds, there was a sound of brisk footsteps, and Yuanling rushed into Chen Feng's office with a face full of shame and anger. Then she closed the door. What are you doing? Didn't you agree that I can't turn on the locator when I'm outside? She was still chatting with Huang Xingxin just now when the sound of the locator suddenly sounded. Huang Xingxin's expression changed instantly, and then she asked her in surprise, Xiaoning, have you and Mr. Feng already had so much fun? Although she didn't know what it meant, Yuanling still felt something was wrong. Aren't we talking to you about your cousin? What, you don't want to? Chen Feng said with a smirk on his lips, somewhat playfully. Really? Are you willing to save her? Even though she knew that Chen Feng was changing the subject, Yuanling was still more concerned about her cousin's affairs. Of course it's true. If she comes back and apologizes, I can save her, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Chen Feng stood up, approached Yuanling, and whispered something. When Yuanling heard what he said, her face turned even redder. But thinking about that kind of thing, her heart started to beat wildly, and she was a little excited and a little scared. However, she nodded slightly and said quickly, "Then promise me you won't mess around." After hearing her words, Chen Feng naturally nodded. "That's for sure. You still don't believe in my character?" Yuanling rolled his eyes, "I believe you." After leaving Chen Feng's office, Yuanling was still thinking about how to persuade her cousin Long Ruobing. It was not easy to get the other party to apologize. But soon she opened her mouth. Director Zhang appeared at the entrance of the research institute, and there, the people who had just returned from the Long family returned to him. Standing at the front was her cousin, Long Ruobing. "Director Zhang, I misunderstood you before, and I now ask for your forgiveness. At the same time, I also beg you to allow me to receive treatment. All subsequent treatment plans will be decided by you and the Jianghai City Research Institute. Our Long family will not interfere again. The remuneration given by the Long family can be doubled. I just ask you to forgive me for my previous offense and ignorance." Long Ruobing spoke solemnly and bowed respectfully to Zhang Li in front of him. When Zhang Li saw this scene, she was extremely surprised. Is the Long Ruobing in front of me still the same Long Ruobing who is aloof and unwilling to even say a nice word? Is this still the jade in the hand of the Long family, the treasure in the heart, the proud daughter of heaven who looks down on all living beings? However, after many years in the Management Institute, she can still tell the authenticity of a person. Now Long Ruobing is sincerely apologizing. She was not a petty person, so when she saw the other party's sincere attitude, she nodded and stepped forward to help Long Ruobing, who still had his head lowered. After all, this is his junior. "Miss Long, there is no conflict between us. Forget what happened before, it's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you. We at Jianghai City's First Research Institute are also willing to continue to contribute our efforts for you and for the hope of the human race. I won't use the extra reward. It's not easy for everyone." After hearing Director Jiang's words, Long Ruobing stood up solemnly, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Originally, she had a very bad impression of Director Zhang, but now it seems that it was just her own inexplicable stereotypes and malicious speculations. If you smile back to yourself, the other person will naturally smile back. "Thank you, Director Zhang," Long Ruobing said gratefully. After helping Long Ruobing up, Zhang Li called Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was hiding behind the curtain, watching the situation here from a distance, thinking that everything was just as he expected. Almost all the key members of the Long family are dead. Long Ruobing's condition also worsened. But she can't be allowed to get emotional. After all, they didn't know that Ye Tian would return to Blue Star at the last moment to save Long Ruobing. Of course, he would not agree immediately at this moment. Firstly, he wanted to suppress Long Ruobing, and secondly, he wanted to improve his mother's image. Within a moment, Long Ruobing heard Chen Feng's voice coming from over there. I won't do it, so why should Long Ruobing want me to save her? Her Long family is so arrogant, so she should find a way on her own. No, no, no. I can't save you. The previous plans? They were all fake. They were all made up by me. You won't take them seriously, right? No way, right? Chen Feng's rogue tone made Zhang Li feel black lines appear on her forehead. You bastard! You have to do this, and you have to do it if you don't. Just wait in the office for me, and I'll come find you right now. Zhang Li said that she was about to go to Chen Feng angrily. The reward from the Long family was not low, not to mention that being on good terms with the Long family would bring many benefits. Although she was not a flattering villain, she still knew how to deal with the world. Miss Long, wait here, I'll go take care of that kid right away. Don't worry, this matter will be solved. Zhang Li turned around and said to Long Ruobing. Unexpectedly, Long Ruobing shook his head. Director Zhang, I'll go there too. I did something wrong before, and I will ask Chen Feng for forgiveness. At the same time, she was even more grateful to Director Zhang. It seemed that he was also a kind person and would definitely do what he promised. Chapter 33 The Indifferent Chen Feng. In Chen Feng's office, when Long Ruobing came here and saw Chen Feng lying down like a fool, he felt very uncomfortable. The other party obviously would not let her go easily. Chen Feng, I owe you a favor for what happened before, and I apologize to you. I am now asking you to forgive me for my poor attitude this morning and that you will continue to treat my condition. Long Ruobing spoke solemnly and bowed to Chen Feng. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Zhang Li and Yuanling were also standing aside at the moment, especially Zhang Li, who looked like she was going to fix Chen Feng if he didn't agree. As a result, Chen Feng unexpectedly did not make things difficult for Long Ruobing and quickly nodded. Well, I forgive you. Chen Feng turned his chair, stood up and said, Mom and Yuanling have already said it, so I won't embarrass you. Let's go, I'll give you a physical examination first. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Chen Feng walked outside, surprising the three of them. Yuanling did not expect that Chen Feng would agree so readily. Thinking that it must be because she agreed to his request, her face suddenly turned red, but she felt a little warm in her heart. Seeing that her son was so sensible, Zhang Li smiled happily. You kid, I thought I really had to give you a beating today. Miss Long's matter is very important, you must study it carefully. Mom has some work to do beforehand. If you don't work hard, I won't forgive you. After hearing what his mother said, Chen Feng also showed confidence. Don't worry, mother, you go and do your work. Just leave this to me. As he said that, he walked towards the medical research area, followed closely by Yuanling. Only Long Ruobing had a strange and complicated emotion in his heart. After calling in and seeing Chen Feng, the other party didn't look at her twice, and he didn't even care about her apology. Because he listened to his mother. It's still because of Yuanling. Long Ruobing was speculating in her mind, but she heard Yuanling already calling her, quickly leave, cousin. Okay. She responded quickly and followed quickly. Along the way, Chen Feng teased Yuanling from time to time and did not avoid her presence. Although Yuanling resisted, she still showed a hint of joy. Long Ruobing followed him intently, but his hearing could not be blocked. Fortunately, the journey is not far. When he returned to the huge medical room this morning, Chen Feng pointed to the huge machine in front of him and said to Yuanling, "Lock the door and let her take off her clothes and go in." Then he walked towards the small room inside and closed the door. Long Ruobing, who looked embarrassed, and Yuanling were left behind. "Xiaoning, why do you need to take off your clothes for this instrument? I've never encountered this in any hospital I've been to." Long Ruobing asked reluctantly. Logically speaking, with the existing technology, there is basically no need to take off clothes for inspection. This is an instrument improved by Chen Feng. He said that better detection can only be achieved by completely stripping off the light. "Don't worry, cousin, he can't see anything inside, he's just adjusting parameters." After hearing Yuanling's words, Long Ruobing gritted his teeth and said, "Do I have to check it out? I have data from previous examinations in other hospitals, which you can use directly." Hearing this, Yuanling felt helpless and called Chen Feng inside. "Hey, Chen Feng, do you have to take off your clothes to check this instrument?" Chen Feng was sitting on the control panel backstage and was speechless when he heard this. "You don't have to take it off. You can even skip the test and just use her previous data. But in this case, the treatment process will be much slower." "Of course, I don't mind." Long Ruobing had excellent hearing. When she heard Chen Feng's words, she gritted her teeth and said to Yuanling, "Then Xiaoning, turn around and I'll take off my clothes." Now that she knows the current situation of the Long family, she doesn't care so much anymore. She can no longer be willful. After hearing her words, Chen Feng nodded silently. It seems that Long Ruobing is not really brainless. Also no priorities. As Yuanling turned around, a rustling sound sounded. Yuanling pressed a button on the side, and Long Ruobing's flawless body was sent into the instrument. The influence immediately appeared in front of Chen Feng. He studied it carefully for a while without squinting. "It's really good looking, without any extra fat, white and clean, even." Chen Feng didn't expect that he really had such a physique. It was the first time he saw him. And all the information about the opponent's nerves, blood vessels, muscles, bones and other parts of the body gradually appeared on Chen Feng's instruments. Looking at the extremely poor data in front of him, Chen Feng couldn't help but become serious. 80% of the nerves were severely damaged. As a result, all the skills in the body are declining and continue to deteriorate. It's hard for her to still act like a normal person. Chen Feng carefully looked at the various data displayed by Long Ruobing and the changes inside, and shouted to Yuanling, "Yuanling, come in." "Good." Yuanling also entered the backstage room and saw various data on the big screen, his eyes glazed over. "Is my cousin's condition already that serious?" Then she realized that Chen Feng's instrument could grasp all the information so quickly, especially the nervous system. The technological level of this instrument had far exceeded the current level of human beings. When did he make the instrument? Yuanling was very curious. But now is not the time to ask that. In her case, she needs to first suppress the spread of toxins and relieve the pain. "Take my crystal card, go outside and take out the blue medicine bottle and red medicine bottle from the S-class medicine box numbered AA1020, and bring over all the medicine bottles in AA1021. Following Chen Feng's instructions, Yuanling also entered working mode and quickly went to get the medicine. Chen Feng's fingers quickly adjusted the instrument in front of him. He has no specific medicine and doesn't know much about medicine. All he can do now is let his equipment output a treatment plan for him. This instrument has been instilled with various medical knowledge and papers, and it is already an AI diagnosis and treatment machine. To put it simply, he is not a miracle doctor, but he can create miracle doctors. The medicine is here. What's next? When Yuanling came back, she happened to see Chen Feng concentrating on operating the instrument. His focused, solemn and determined look made her a little obsessed for a moment. Although this man is a bastard and a playboy most of the time, he is really handsome when he is serious. Yuanling's favor plus 10. Unfortunately, Chen Feng soon broke her illusion. After receiving the medicine, Chen Feng directly patted her buttocks. Feeling the silky and soft touch, a proud smile appeared on his face. She ran pretty fast. You! Yuanling felt this unprecedented movement, a wave of shame and anger rushed to his forehead, and his whole body felt a little bad. How dare he do this? This damn gangster, stinking gangster, bastard! Unfortunately, Chen Feng didn't give her a chance to get angry. Let your cousin come out and get me a syringe and related care tools. I'll prepare her medicine immediately to suppress her condition for the time being and prevent it from getting worse. Move quickly. Following Chen Feng's urging, Yuanling's face turned red and white, and finally she had to turn around and run away, crying and cursing as she ran. Chen Feng! You bastard! Ahaha! Yuanling's favor ability plus 5, critical hit plus 10. Chapter 34 I really don't know how to acupuncture. When Long Ruobing came out of the instrument, she quickly put on her clothes, and her pale face finally regained some color. Inside, cold instruments were scanning and pressing her body in various ways, making her very uncomfortable. 2 minutes later, Yuanling also walked in from outside the room, holding a capsule in his hand, but his eyes were still a little red. Apparently he had just cried. Xiaoning, what's wrong with you? Long Ruobing was a little surprised. Yuanling was fine when she went in, but now she looked like a flower with rain in it. No, it's okay. Yuanling calmed down, rubbed his eyes and said. What happened between her and Chen Feng was unclear. She was angry and anxious, but she couldn't hate Chen Feng. Coming. Chen Feng heard the noise, opened the door and walked out, holding a green medicine bottle of about 500 ml in his hand. Yuanling, do you know how to care? These potions need to be injected into her body through blood vessels within half an hour. Hearing that Chen Feng wanted to leave things to him again, Yuanling became a little anxious again. Although I have learned it, I have never practiced it. It's better you do it, Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng shook his head and said calmly, the speed and amount of liquid input can be adjusted on the instrument, you just need to adjust it. But I don't know how to insert needles. Come on, Chen Feng. Yuanling still wanted to refuse, but Chen Feng had already opened the door and walked out. There is only one sentence left, it will get better after pricking it a few times. These fluids can temporarily control her condition, and that's all for today's treatment. I'm very busy, I have to prepare other medicines. When you've finished it, remember to come to me. There's still work to do. Hearing Chen Feng's walking steps away, Yuanling and Long Ruobing looked at each other, and she felt really numb. Cousin, can you do acupuncture? Long Ruobing also had a wry smile on his face at this moment. How could I? Since you have learned it, you can do it. It's okay, it's just an injection. Long Ruobing said this, but Yuanling found that she had closed her eyes nervously. She had never been so frightened during life and death battles in foreign battlefields, but the pain of acupuncture as a child had left a deep impression on her. Okay, then I'll try my best to succeed the first time. Yuanling couldn't call anyone else at this moment, so she had to calm down, look at the nursing tool in front of her, put the potion on it, adjust the speed, and said to Long Ruobing, then I'll do the prick. Holding the needle in front of her, Yuanling held Long Ruobing's smooth and tender hand, and finally found a blood vessel. The needle goes in instantly. Before her eyes had time to rejoice, she saw the needle protruding from the other side. Long Ruobing's blood vessels were immediately pierced by her. Feeling the pain on the back of her hand, Long Ruobing took a breath, then opened her eyes and saw the exposed needle in front of her and Yuanling's embarrassed expression. She was also angry and funny. Cousin, I'm sorry. I'll stop your bleeding right now. Yuanling saw the blood that kept coming out and quickly apologized, then looked for a hemostatic patch. It's okay, just come back. Long Ruobing used his superpower a little, and the hole in the blood vessel solidified and stopped bleeding. "Cousin, you are so awesome." Seeing this scene, Yuanling admired and finally said, "In this case, I don't have to worry. I'll come again." After hearing Yuanling's words, the corners of Long Ruobing's mouth twitched slightly. "You still have to be careful." Yuanling was speechless. He gritted his teeth and tried his best. "It's okay, I will definitely make it this time." Then another needle came out. "Ah, I'm sorry, cousin." Long Ruobing. Chen Feng waited in the office for a full hour before seeing Yuanling walk in with a tired face. "Why so slow?" Chen Feng asked curiously. "You still have the nerve to tell me why you asked me to get an acupuncture?" "I obviously won't." Yuanling's eyes were bloodshot, thinking of the scene that had just happened, and then thinking of Long Ruobing's jade hand with holes everywhere, and her face was full of helplessness and guilt. When Chen Feng heard this, he guessed what happened. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It's okay, just give me a few more injections. With your cousin's physical condition, it won't take long for her to recover." Seeing that he was still smiling, Yuanling clenched his fists again, "But if you take action, we can definitely get it done quickly." Unexpectedly, Chen Feng just said indifferently, "Men and women are not allowed to kiss each other. I don't dare to touch your cousin's hand." "Oh." When Yuanling heard this, she remembered that Chen Feng had slapped her butt just now, and it still hurt a little. "Then why are you different from me? Please explain clearly. We should be able to accept or reject each other." Seeing that she still remembered this and how she danced, Chen Feng looked out the window into the distance. "Look, the sun is really nice today." Hearing this, Yuanling looked out the window. Under the sunshine, the entire scientific research institute was full of vitality. There was a state where everything was competing, but the sun is nice, what does it have to do with us? Don't change the subject. As a result, Chen Feng didn't answer and strode towards her, causing a flash of fear in her eyes, and her body quickly stepped back. "What do you want to do? This is a scientific research institute, you can't be like this." Chen Feng still ignored her and pushed her into the corner. Finally, when he saw her eyes closed and scared, Chen Feng smelled her fragrance and whispered, "I promised to save your cousin, but you agreed to date me. So we are different. The weather is nice today and I have already made a reservation at the restaurant." Feeling the heat in her ears, Yuanling seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat beating like a deer. She wanted to retaliate or even refuse, but when her words came to her mouth, her words changed. "Okay, okay. But we agreed that it's just a date and nothing else." After hearing this, Chen Feng continued to ask in her ear, "Yes, just eating. What else do you want to do?" Yuanling knew that he was teasing her, so she blushed and pushed him with her hand. However, he felt that Chen Feng was studying the strong muscles in his body, his face became even redder, and he quickly took his little hand back. Yuanling's favor +5. While Chen Feng and Yuanling were having an office romance, Long Ruobing on the other side was feeling extremely uncomfortable. With great difficulty, Yuanling inserted the needle and started the infusion. However, she found that after the liquid from the potion bottle entered her body, it caused waves of numbness. At first, she could bear it. As more and more liquid was injected into her body, she found that the nerves all over her body began to become numb. "Stand up! It's even getting numb." It was unbearable for her. But if she were asked to find Yuanling, the other party would probably not know the reason. If she was asked to go find Chen Feng, she hesitated again when she remembered that Chen Feng had always been extremely indifferent to her since she came here today. "It's okay, I'll lose it soon. Listen to Chen Feng, will I go home after the infusion? Come again tomorrow." Chapter 35. Just one look at you makes me want to have a baby. "Chen Feng, is that foreign-flavored beef you mentioned really so delicious? What other colorful glass candies are there, real or fake? Why have I never heard of them?" Black raspberry milk tea, sounds pretty good. When Long Ruobing came out, he happened to see Yuanling following Chen Feng downstairs. Both of them put on casual clothes. Chen Feng wore simple jeans and a white t-shirt, matching his tall and strong figure. The blue watch made of foreign crystals looks very noble. Yuanling's simple black casual dress is a little more mature than her previous innocent and charming look, and she also wears a light makeup on her face. The two walked together, looking quite matched and sweet. Especially when Yuanling mentioned food, his whole body became energetic, and his pure face was full of joy and expectation. It was completely different from the way she looked in the morning. Long Ruobing felt that her body was still numb. She originally wanted to ask Chen Feng, but when she saw this scene, she suddenly stopped and felt inexplicably sad. This man saved himself once. Now I may have to save myself a second time. But the other party is actually a couple with his cousin. She turned around and walked towards the corner, trying to hide her figure. Cousin, have you finished injecting the potion? Yuanling's sharp eyes saw her cousin's figure from the corner of her eye, and she suddenly asked with some concern. When Long Ruobing heard that he was being called, he had no choice but to turn his head, his face cold. There shouldn't be any treatment today, right? Can I go home? Yuanling didn't know Chen Feng's specific plan, so he looked up at Chen Feng, but Chen Feng just nodded indifferently. Just inject this potion for the next 7 days or so. It can inhibit the spread of Zerg toxins and protect your neural network and other organs. The next step is to strengthen your body and expel the toxins. Chen Feng remembered the best plan that had been tested many times and said to Long Ruobing. Okay, thanks. Long Ruobing also said calmly. Although he didn't show anything when he saw her, Chen Feng saw the hint. Long Ruobing's favorability +10. Only Yuanling didn't notice the strange atmosphere between the two of them and still shouted, Cousin, we are going to a banquet restaurant later. Chen Feng said there are a lot of delicious food. Do you want to come along? Chen Feng on the side did not express his position and just stood. No. Seeing this scene, Long Ruobing shook his head gently, turned and left. Yuanling was left feeling a little embarrassed. My cousin is really cold. Move. Chen Feng looked at Yuanling and touched her little head with a gentle tone. Good. Yuanling also nodded obediently. During the meal, although Yuanling's good looks and youthful appearance attracted many people's attention, the rich people in Jianghai City did not come up to chat with him. After all, Chen Feng's watch and his unique domineering aura show his impressive status. What's more, those with sharp eyes have already seen his extremely windy chariot filled with violent energy. Chen Feng had booked a good location by the river in advance. He lit candles in a gentle breeze, which was very romantic. In the evening, transport ships passed by on the river from time to time, and there were also large tourist boats, which were full of people and very lively. But Yuanling, who was opposite him, seemed a little reserved. Obviously I have never been to such a high-end restaurant. What's wrong? Are you nervous about dating a man for the first time? Seeing Chen Feng's joking look, Yuanling perked up. Otherwise, judging by how skilled you are, I don't know how many good women you've harmed. Chen Feng was immediately speechless. By the way, your brother and I were love rivals before. Yuanling was sipping her milk tea and almost choked. What? Are you telling the truth? She was a little shocked by the news, her mouth opened wide, and she couldn't believe it. Chen Feng told her that he was Ye Tian's classmate, but he had not thought of such a relationship. Yet, but that was in the past. But I no longer like that girl, and I will never compete with him for women in the future. Chen Feng looked at Yuanling and smiled. Snort. Chen Feng, are you pursuing me because you want me to defeat my brother? Yuanling's little mouth pouted slightly. It must be said that Yuanling's brain was very good, and he immediately thought of the truth. However, Chen Feng nodded and shook his head. That was the purpose of bullying you in the beginning. But not anymore. It has to be said that appropriate sincerity is the strongest nirvana in love. Seeing Chen Feng's deep eyes staring at her, Yuanling swallowed and suddenly felt so nervous and panicked. Then, what are you doing now? She didn't know why she asked. I regretted it the moment I asked the question. What would she do if Chen Feng made an affectionate confession to her now? Agree or not? She was very confused. Chen Feng smiled and said, I think you are quite smart except when you are stupid. Aside from being a little ugly sometimes, she's beautiful most of the time. So I pursue you because I want to be with you, let you give birth to a bunch of smart and beautiful children for me, and let them call me daddy and you mommy. When she heard Chen Feng talking seriously about having a baby, she almost spit out a mouthful of milk tea. Etc., etc. Chen Feng, what are you doing? We haven't established a relationship yet, and you still want me to give you a baby. You really, go too far. Seeing Yuanling's shameful and angry look, Chen Feng suddenly felt a flash of disappointment in his heart. He was just telling the truth. Even if you have a baby, you have to do it step by step. Seriously, if I have a child with you, isn't Director Zhang my child's grandmother? Oh my god! Yuanling's mind was filled with the matter of having a baby. To Chen Feng's expectation, it seemed that the other party thought more about it than he did. He remembered that Yuanling had done research on children's health and physical examinations from time to time, and suddenly asked curiously. Hey, Yuanling, do you like children very much? Hearing this, Yuanling nodded quickly. Yes, I really like children. Children are the most innocent, cute, and fun things in the world. She said with a smile, but saw Chen Feng staring at her closely, his eyes even deeper. It was so profound that it scared her. Hey, what are you doing? I like children, but I don't necessarily want to have one with you. Don't look at me. I am shy. Yuanling's favor plus 10. Seeing that Yuanling was so embarrassed that her head was buried in her neck, Chen Feng suddenly gave her a chopstick of beef. Let's eat. It's still early to have a baby or something. He said this, but his heart was already very complicated. Giving birth to children used to seem to him to be a way to complete a systematic task, but now it seems to him. It is still my soul in this other world, taking root and bearing fruit in this world, spreading its branches and leaves. And Yuanling is more than just his plaything and tool. Chapter 36 Ye Tian's Adventure. Extraterritorial Battlefield. Ye Tian was wearing a silver battle armor and holding an A-level sword. His figure was constantly flashing, like a ghostly movement, always able to strike at places the Zerg could not imagine. Now on the battlefield of all races, the human race does not have any allies, only sworn enemies. During the first time the recruit training camp went out to fight, their team was attacked by the Zerg. And Ye Tian also got lost with the large army and started killing alone. He saw tens of thousands of Zerg surrounding him, but they were unable to do anything to Ye Tian. Ye Tian moved too fast and had space powers nearby. Occasionally, Zerg attacked him, but was completely neutralized by the armor. Every time Ye Tian swung his sword, hundreds of Zerg were torn apart by his space blade. Is this really a human recruit? How can it be? The Zerg warrior, who was more than 10 meters long, was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. The compound eyes around his body captured Ye Tian's figure, but he found that the opponent's movements were always one step ahead of him, which made the sharp knife in his mouth rub wildly and let out an unbelievable roar. Harsh chirping. It seems that we have met a genius from the human race. This is a space superpower. The human race's understanding of the law is too perverted, we must kill him. Completely wipe out the human race. The human race has become stronger and stronger over the years. Our other major races must make a truce and unite to destroy the human race first. The leading purple Zerg leader was also watching Ye Tian's movements closely. It was covered with disgusting mucus dripping from its tentacles, but it had no eyes. The two small tentacles kept changing their positions following Yetian's movements, which seemed to be its detector organs. We can't drag it out any longer, some soldiers must be sacrificed. As it made up its mind, it let out a sharp cry. Yetian's expression changed, and the bodies of many Zerg around him suddenly swelled. The Zergs had different shapes, each one showed pain on their face, and their armor was bursting. No, it's an insect explosion. Yetian remembered the information he had learned before. This was the way the Zerg sacrificed their warriors to self-destruct. Generally, warrior-level Zerg could cause damage to the generals after self-destruction. At this moment, hundreds of Zerg warriors were rushing towards him around him. Space defense. Yetian's face was solemn, and a space barrier formed in front of him. Then countless Zerg exploded into huge explosions, and body fragments filled the surrounding space. Although these explosions were stopped in front of Yetian, the corners of Yetian's mouth turned a little white. And with light flashing in his eyes, hundreds more Zerg swelled and crashed towards him. Yetian once again formed a space barrier around him, but hundreds of huge explosions caused a trace of blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Obviously he couldn't hold on for long even though he was still in the warrior stage. There are endless Zergs coming around. No, if this continues, my energy will be exhausted sooner or later. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. Yetian focused his attention on the purple leader over there. It was when it made a strange cry that the surrounding Zerg began to explode. When the purple leader noticed Yetian's gaze, he suddenly left quickly, leaving behind a dozen Zerg warriors. Want to run? Seeing this scene, Yetian's mouth showed a mocking look. Countless Zerg exploded around him again, and this time, Yetian's figure had disappeared. He took one step forward and appeared several tens of meters away. And his pace speed far exceeded the Zerg's imagination. Every time Yetian took a step, dozens of Zerg figures exploded where he landed. Protect the mother body. Seeing this scene, all the Zerg warriors came towards Yetian. It's a pity that even the Zerg with countless compound eyes couldn't catch Yetian's movements. With just one knife, his huge body was completely shattered and exploded. And Yetian was already hundreds of meters away. As he got closer and closer to the purple Zerg, the other party seemed to know that it could not escape and stopped. What? Knowing that you are dead, you are quite self-aware. Yetian killed again, but when he was thousands of meters away from the Zerg, he suddenly saw countless tentacles of the opponent suddenly opening, revealing a huge eye. The whole shape was completely different from the previous octopus-like appearance. More like a purple chrysanthemum. That eye was different from the violence in the eyes of ordinary Zerg. The pupils inside were actually extremely peaceful. The moment Yetian looked at the other party, Yetian's expression changed drastically. They are the royal family among the Zerg. The next moment, Yetian's body stopped moving and his eyes were dull. Yetian's figure also appeared in the eyes of the Zerg. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I went out hunting and unexpectedly met such a human genius. Your space power is at least SS level. Why can't you use it for me? The Zerg let out a harsh laugh, and at that moment, it used the most powerful mental control technique in its bloodline, soul habit. It is said that the power of the Zerg is its extremely exaggerated fertility and endless numbers, but only the Zerg royal family knows that the strongest ability they rely on to command thousands of Zerg armies is their ability to control their minds. In addition to controlling their own race, they can also control other races, and even use the genius of other races to transform and breed new races. Its escape just now was just to make Yetian underestimate the enemy. At this moment, seeing Yetian finally being attacked, the Zerg Emperor's bloodline finally couldn't control himself and laughed wildly. But unfortunately, when it tried to control Yetian's body did not move. Instead, there was a trace of ridicule on the corner of Yetian's mouth. Insect King bloodline, it seems I have found a treasure too. At the next moment, Yet Yen's body suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the purple Zerg. His eyes stared at the Zerg's huge eyes, and he finally saw a trace of fear in them. However, before the other party had time to react, he had already thrust one hand into the other party's giant eye, purple blood splashed onto his body, and the surrounding tentacles completely enveloped him. And yet Yen's spirit also started a fierce confrontation with the Zerg spirit. "You, who are you? What do you want to do?" "No, no." Countless Zergs around them came closer and attacked the body wrapped in tentacles crazily, only to find that it was still protected by the space barrier. Until half an hour later, their movements gradually stopped, with confusion and doubt in their eyes. The tentacles opened, and yet Yen's body emerged. But it was not attacked by any Zerg. "When I leave, let them blow themselves up." Yet Yen looked at the purple Zerg in front of him and said calmly. And just now, he not only reversely controlled the bloodline of the Insect King in front of him, but also got a key piece of information. "It seems that there is a solution to my cousin's condition. And that means that the key to the Long family's secret realm will also belong to him, Yet Yen." Chapter 37 Don't Waste. Yet Yen. You are really alive. Since discovering that Yet Yen was missing, Tang Ying used her family's energy and invited several generals to follow her in the search for Yet Yen on the battlefield outside the territory. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that Yet Yen appeared in her field of vision. She ran over and hugged Yet Yen. Tears flashed in his eyes. The other generals were also a little surprised when they saw Yet Yen intact. In the previous Zerg attack, Yet Yen's training camp had suffered hundreds of casualties, but Yet Yen was still safe and sound after being missing for several days, which they had to admire. "Silly girl, I told you that nothing will happen to me." Yet Yen also hugged Tang Ying in front of him, smiled and touched her head. "By the way, I also saved a person on the battlefield outside the territory. It's Su Xiao Xiao from the training camp next door." Yet Yen let go of Tang Ying and introduced to her a little girl behind him. Tang Ying looked around and saw that the girl was very petite and cute. She was wearing a pink battle suit and looked a little childish, but her appearance and temperament were not inferior to her. He, and even the big bear, didn't match his small figure. "Hello Su Xiao Xiao, my name is Tang Ying." Tang Ying stretched out her hand to express friendship. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao Xiao ignored her. Instead, she held Yet Yen's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Yet Yen, is this the sister Tang Ying you are talking about?" "Hello, Sister Tang Ying, I'm not used to shaking hands." Seeing that the other party was so close to Yet Yen, and Yet Yen actually didn't refuse, Tang Ying felt her heart twitch. "You girl, stop pulling me. Let's go, your family should be worried about you." Yet Yen seemed not to notice Tang Ying's appearance, and said dotingly. The few people rushed back to the base, and Tang Ying was a little silent along the way. Not long after they left, they saw another team that was out looking for lost soldiers. The leader was a middle-aged man with a tall build and a messy beard, who looked very undressy. But no one dares to underestimate the existence of the other party. Because his strong physical aura showed that the other party was at least a master at the level of a king of war. "Xiao Xiao, I finally met you. Is there nothing wrong with you?" As soon as the other party saw Su Xiao Xiao, he ran over quickly. His burly body stepped on the ground and made a huge hammer sound. It was very frightening. Tang Ying and several generals hurriedly got out of the way, fearing that they would be attacked by him. "Bump! Uncle! I'm fine. I'm safe with brother Yet Yen." When Su Xiao Xiao saw her uncle appear, she also had a bright smile on her face. She ran towards her uncle and was picked up by her uncle. He lifted her up and spun her around. When he saw that she had no injuries, his uncle put her down again. "It's fine, you girl. I just asked you to go with me on the mission. You've worried me to death these past few days." Seeing his uncle's excitement, Su Xiao Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, uncle, who knew the Zerg would attack us frantically. Fortunately, I met brother Yetian, and I am safe under his protection. Su Xiaoxiao shook Yetian's arm as he spoke. Hearing this, her uncle looked over and saw that Yetian was calm and not afraid at all when facing the King of War, and couldn't help but give him a high look. Yetian, right? I'm Lu Hao, thank you for saving my niece. You saved my Xiao Xiao, and our Lu family will definitely repay you for this kindness. If you have any requests from now on, let's just ask for it. Let's have a meal together tonight. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Yetian shook his head. I just did it casually to save Xiao Xiao, no need to thank me. Su Xiao Xiao quit. Brother Yetian, just have a meal with us. Just think of me as begging you, okay? Okay. When Su Xiao Xiao heard that Yetian was not going, she suddenly became anxious again and quickly shook Yetian's arm. All right. Why don't I promise you? Yetian was just being modest at first, but when he saw Su Xiao Xiao begging him to give him a step, he naturally didn't refuse. As far as he knew, the Su family and Lu family in the capital were both big families. If he could establish a good relationship with them, it would benefit him, and he would certainly not refuse. Otherwise, how could he have saved Su Xiao Xiao when he saw so many soldiers on his way back? In addition to the other party's good looks, the other party also has a hidden power that interests him very much. That power is at least S level. But Tang Ying beside her had a somewhat complicated look in her eyes. She knew that the human race now allowed polygamy. However, many loyal partners remained monogamous throughout their lives and did not have many lovers. She once thought that she and Yetian would be like this. But he never thought that Yetian would have a close relationship with other girls so quickly. And the other party's family is obviously no worse than her Tang family. This made her feel suddenly sad. Sister Tang Ying is coming too, right? Su Xiao Xiao saw Tang Ying in a daze and suddenly suggested, with a kind smile on her face. She didn't know whether she was sincere or fake. While Yetian was killing and growing like crazy, Chen Feng was living a very comfortable life. In addition to configuring Long Ruobing's potion every day at the research institute, I also did research with Yuanling. After get off work, I took Yuanling everywhere to look for delicious food. Since their date with Yuanling, their relationship has been heating up rapidly. Although they play and yell at each other every day, they are more like a pair of happy enemies. After sending Yuanling back to the research institute, he exchanged various feelings with Yeshishi. But this time, she bit her red lips and responded, I said it, classmate Chen Feng. Do you like your classmate's sister-in-law? Yeshishi's favor +10, critical hit +20. Chapter 38. No wonder he is a bastard. Ruobing, your physical condition has been reviewed and the spread of toxins has been completely curbed. According to what Mr. Huang said, your situation is stable. Now we'll see if Director Zhang can really improve your situation. But I believe that since Director Zhang can contain those toxins, he must also have a way to cure your body. On the Long family lawn, Long Jing came over early in the morning with the investigation report and found Long Ruobing, who was about to go out. Although she trusted Director Zhang very much, out of caution, Long Ruobing asked the miracle doctor to do another checkup every day after she returned home. Seeing the happy look on his sister-in-law's face at this moment, Long Ruobing also showed a warm smile for the first time in a long time. The sun shines on her body, reflecting a different kind of goddess style. I also believe that my health will definitely get better. Long Ruobing said with a smile to her sister-in-law. In the past 7 days, in addition to treatment, he also often participated in activities among the clan members when he was home. Whether it was the meetings of the elders or the children's play, she tried to participate as much as possible and truly began to integrate with the family. As her physical condition improved, her mood became less gloomy. Long Jing naturally noticed the changes in her niece, and she was also happy for her in her heart. I don't know what the next stage of treatment will be. When she arrived at the research institute, she happened to hear the fight between Chen Feng and Yuanling. "Chen Feng, don't steal my food. Why do you eat like a pig? Hey! Hey, 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 don't drink my drink." Hearing the carefree looks of the two of them, Long Ruobing had a trace of envy in his eyes, biting his pink lips lightly, and a trace of inexplicable emotion. In the past 7 days, she had hardly seen Chen Feng. Every time, Yuanling came to check her and give her injections. At most, when there were changes, she would bring the potion that Chen Feng had adjusted. "He seemed to really hate me. Because I wrongly blamed him at the beginning and had a bad attitude towards Director Zhang. I'd better make it clear to him later. I misunderstood him at the beginning." Thinking of this scene, Long Ruobing walked sadly to his treatment room, his figure a little forlorn. He didn't have much contact with Chen Feng, but the other party really saved her and changed her personality. She felt guilty, grateful, curious, and even a little fond of Chen Feng, but she would not admit that she would be attracted to her cousin's man. But the more she controlled herself not to think about it, the more she kept thinking about Chen Feng, and his shadow would appear in her mind from time to time. To her disappointment, when footsteps sounded outside the door, there was still only one person. "Cousin, based on yesterday's inspection report, Chen Feng has made a next stage diagnosis and treatment plan for you. You need to enter a new instrument. Chen Feng said that your superpower level is very high and your genes are also very powerful. The best way to deal with the Zerg toxins is to activate your body's potential first." Long Ruobing was a little distracted when she heard Chen Feng's words. Then she realized and said curiously, "My family helped me activate my potential back then. Do you want to activate it again?" Hearing her cousin's doubts, Yuanling didn't understand and could only nod. "I don't have combat powers, so I don't know what's going on. Anyway, just enter this instrument," Yuanling said, taking out a capsule, quickly finding the location, and taking out a huge instrument from inside. It is very similar to the previous instrument, but it is icy blue, and it seems to contain rare extraterritorial ice crystals. As soon as this instrument appeared, Long Ruobing felt that the superpowers in her body seemed to become active. As long as there was ice and water, her superpowers would be amplified. But she didn't expect that a simple instrument could have such a magical effect even before it was used. "This instrument is so beautiful, what is its name?" Seeing the instrument that combines metal and ice crystals in front of her, Long Ruobing's eyes were full of admiration, and she gently touched the surface of the instrument with her hand. The coldness seemed to be able to trigger her supernatural powers, which was very magical. She had never seen anything like this. "This one is called the Frozen Throne, and it was made by Chen Feng these days. Speaking of which, cousin, you may not think that Chen Feng is careless all day, but he is still very serious and reliable in his work. This instrument requires a lot of materials collected by Director Zhang. And his manufacturing ability is far inferior to even mine, and his wild ideas can all be realized in the end." Yuanling didn't realize anything was wrong, and talked to her cousin about Chen Feng's benefits. Long Ruobing's favor +10. The Frozen Throne? What a strange name. Okay, I get it. Chen Feng is very good. By the way, can I just lie down in this instrument? Want to take off your clothes? Hearing Yuanling say that this was an instrument specially made for her by Chen Feng, Long Ruobing suddenly felt eager to try it. She felt a strange desire in her body, as if this frozen throne could bring her a huge surprise. Need not. Yuanling shook his head. Chen Feng said that he has improved the instrument, so you don't need to take it off to avoid embarrassment for you. When Long Ruobing heard this, he also nodded. Okay. She didn't expect Chen Feng to be so considerate, and she suddenly felt a twinge of affection for him. Well, you just lie down in it and I'll control it from the outside. Yuanling nodded, also a little excited. She heard from Chen Feng that this instrument had super powerful functions, and she always wanted to try it. Soon Long Ruobing lay down inside the instrument. After closing the instrument, the frozen throne began to glow with a deep blue light. Yuanling also looked serious and began to operate on the surface of the frozen throne. Chen Feng said, "Wait for 30 seconds, then turn on the ability activation function, set the intensity to 1, and the time will be 10 minutes, and increase by 0.1 every 10 minutes. The daily treatment time is 1.5 hours. Why do you have to wait 30 seconds? Yuanling scratched his head curiously. But at this moment, Long Ruobing's face in the instrument was already flushed. The moment she entered the instrument, a ray of light suddenly appeared inside the instrument and swept across her body. Then small clips appeared inside the instrument. Those clips seemed to have eyes as they quickly removed various pieces of her clothing. Then her clothing disappeared. A cold feeling came over me. If she hadn't known that this was a treatment device that Chen Feng spent a lot of money to make for her, she would have almost exploded the ice-breaking throne just now. So that's what he meant when he said you don't need to take off your clothes. Long Ruobing felt a sense of shame, anger, and embarrassment for the first time since he joined the foreign battlefield at the age of 16. No wonder Yuanling calls him a bastard every day. Long Ruobing's favorability -10. Long Ruobing's favor +5, critical hit +15. Chapter 39 The Porcelain Angel Clan. Click this, click this. Yep. By the way, I'm really a genius. I remember everything, Chen Feng said clearly. Yuanling worked tirelessly to operate the instrument according to Chen Feng's instructions, feeling that she was really smart. The light of the frozen throne in front of him kept flashing, and Long Ruobing inside quickly entered the state. She could feel extremely thin blue rays of light above the instrument, which penetrated her skin and hit her nerves. What followed was an extreme cold feeling that continued to enter her body, but not blindly, but accurately passed through her damaged nerves everywhere, in order from weakest to strongest, constantly enter. During this process, the supernatural powers in her body were also mobilized, making her even more sensitive than after being poisoned. Her numb nerves started to hurt again, even more than before. Pain suddenly appeared on Long Ruobing's face, and at this moment, a mechanical AI voice came to her ears. Please focus on the place scanned by the instrument and reactivate your nerves. Even though it was a mechanical voice, Long Ruobing felt that the tone was very similar to Chen Feng's, like Chen Feng's tone of indifference, disgust, speechlessness, and even contempt. But this time, Long Ruobing gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, concentrating on mobilizing his ice power. The nerves that were originally glowing green and completely frozen, after being scanned by rays, Long Ruobing was able to sense specific places, and all her powers were concentrated on the nerves. And this action also caused her pain to double again, and even made her beautiful face become a little distorted. But she still gritted her silver teeth. This pain is nothing. I can hold on. For the Long family. For the human race. While she was resisting the pain with all her strength, the intensity of the ray also increased under Yuanling's adjustment. Long Ruobing only felt a roar in his head. The ray advanced a little, and the nerves were restored to vitality again. Long Ruobing even vaguely felt that the intensity of his own powers seemed to have become a little stronger. It might not be an improvement of 1/10,000th, but it was also a huge surprise for her. My superpower has actually been enhanced. After Long Ruobing was surprised, she felt a whimsical feeling, and even wondered if she was hallucinating. Although the pain continued, Long Ruobing was still thinking about Chen Feng's words at the end of the first day of treatment. The second stage was to strengthen her body and expel toxins. She originally thought it was to strengthen her body's strength and immunity, but she didn't expect that the other party meant to strengthen her powers. If the SS-level ice power can go further, she will become a true ice emperor and a nightmare for all races. Thank you, Chen Feng. Long Ruobing silently recited the name. In the office, Chen Feng was lying down with his eyes closed, and suddenly sneezed. Who missed me? Chen Feng rubbed his nose with paper and lay down again. Although he has an advanced technology experience book given by the system, there are many things that others don't understand at all, so he still has to do it himself. In order to save Long Ruobing, he put in a lot of energy. If it weren't for his strong S-class genes, he wouldn't be able to withstand the torment of the 3 women of Yetian's family for a day. Yetian, I have paid a lot for you. You are on the battlefield outside the territory, so you have to behave well. Chen Feng sighed with a smile. And just as Long Ruobing guessed, the instrument he made can have the effect of enhancing and developing supernatural powers. Of course, it is not universal. It can only be used for situations like Long Ruobing, which is quite special. It's been almost a month since I traveled back in time, and I haven't received my system reward yet. We have to hurry up. Hurry up and get Yuanling and let her give birth to my cubs. Chen Feng thought about the rapid progress of his relationship with Yuanling recently. Even if he missed the last step, he still had a headache. Although it is good that everything falls into place, there is always a need for a catalyst in the relationship. Chen Feng thought carefully about whether there were any plots on Blue Star that he could use. After recalling for a moment, he finally patted his forehead and stood up. I remember there was another plot on Blue Star. When Yetian was on the battlefield outside the territory, a riot broke out in Jianghai City. Some humans were brainwashed by the Angel tribe and then defected, which caused a huge sensation. Among them is our history teacher, Lu Qingjian, who is also one of the heroines. In the future, Yetian will rescue her again on the battlefield outside the territory. When the plot happened, an angel descended and dozens of human warriors defected. But that angel was at the level of a war king and couldn't hurt me. Although it has nothing to do with Yuanling in the original work, when the time comes I can take her to participate and be a hero to save the beauty. To put it simply, it's just a touch of porcelain. Chen Feng thought of this, rubbed his hands again, and got ready. Although he had fusion grenades, laser guns, and an S-class tank, he wanted to take Yuanling with him this time, so he still had to be careful out of caution. The opponent has the King of War level, so he'd better hire some King of War masters to protect him. Soon he called his mother. Hey, Mom! Although I can't explain it to you clearly, I feel like I'm being targeted, as if someone is spying on me secretly. Yes, it's probably a foreign race. You'd better arrange some experts for me to protect me secretly these days, preferably those at the level of King of War. Chen Feng remembered that this plot happened only in the past few weeks, and it was not that simple to deploy masters at the level of war kings. So he ventilated his mother in advance. According to the strength of his Chen family, it is not difficult to find masters among the warrior generals, but if you reach the level of war king, you will truly have a high status in the human race, and you can't find them without paying a huge price. On the other side, Zhang Li was doing research. When she heard her son's words, she immediately put down her work. Okay, I will definitely find you a master at the level of a King of War. Be careful these days. I will arrange a few generals for you for the time being. Zhang Li decisively agreed. After hanging up the phone, she frowned. Although Chen Feng had no definite evidence, the scene of being attacked and killed by the aliens was still vivid in his mind. Even if the possibility is only 1 in 100 million, she can't ignore it. She immediately thought about it. Her network of connections in Jianghai City has been very strong over the years, and she even has many old friends in the entire human race who have benefited from her. Therefore, she has no shortage of warrior-level masters to protect her. But she was worried that ordinary war kings were not good at it. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. Zhang Li saw a flash of excitement in her eyes when she saw the contact's name. Chapter 40 Wife Makes a Nest. A week later, in a somewhat old community. Room 501, Building C. Dad, you go out mysteriously every day and come back very late. What are you doing? Not only you, but also Uncle Wang downstairs. Don't engage in any illegal activities. After school, Lu Qingjian returned home and saw her father Lu Daqiang praying to God and worshipping Buddha again. Strong worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. Since the death of his mother, his father has become extremely withdrawn. He reads strange books every day and puts many various statues of gods in his room. There is a Buddha with a big belly holding a rosary, and a King Kong with angry eyes. Recently, he quietly paid a lot of money to have a 12-winged angel statue more than 2 meters high. Although he hid well, he was still discovered by Lu Qingjian. That day he had a violent quarrel with his father. Because there really are angels on the battlefield outside the territory, and according to the increase in the number of wings, their strength is also growing. The 12-winged angels are the war emperor level figures of the angels. The angel race is also an enemy of the human race. Therefore, worshipping angel statues is an act of surrendering to the enemy and treason within the Federation. But over the years, because of the angel race's tall, beautiful image and tyrannical strength, and because they are extremely good at deceiving people and claiming that they represent light, there are always people in the human race who worship them and are eager to gain power from them. When he heard his daughter coming home, Lu Daqiang just said, "Nothing to do, we are playing cards. You can cook and eat by yourself. I'll rest first." Lu Qingjian discovered that her father, who was originally a sane and intelligent person in the power company, had disappeared. Now his father looked haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body had a musty smell. When her father opened the door to her bedroom, Lu Qingjian caught a glimpse of the angel statue placed high through the crack in the door. There was even a pig's head and other blood food placed in front of her. Lu Qingjian could not help but feel even more anxious when she smelled the fresh smell of blood. Sacrifice of blood food shows that his father is really going crazy. She finally couldn't bear it any longer, so she took a few steps before her father could close the door, and stuck her body in the crack of the door. She held her father's arm tightly with her hands, her eyes filled with mist, and she shouted eagerly, "Dad, I beg you, Dad, please stop doing this. Those are the demons on the battlefield outside the territory. They slaughter humans wantonly. They are not gods. I really beg you, destroy that angel statue quickly, otherwise our family will be ruined if it is discovered." At the moment when his daughter grabbed his arm, Lu Daqiang seemed to have a stress reaction, his face trembled violently, and then he pushed his daughter away heavily, his face full of anger and ferocity. "I told you not to enter my room at any time. Get out of here." He pushed his daughter with his hand, but did not push her away. The other party still held on to the corner of his clothes, and a chill flashed in his eyes. "Get out of my way. Otherwise I will take action." But Lu Qingjian still grabbed his clothes tightly and shouted loudly, "Father, please wake up. I will destroy the angel statue now, you can't be stubborn anymore." As she said that, she wanted to walk to her father's bedroom, but suddenly she felt her cheeks burning from her father's slap. "Dad, Dad, you haven't hit me in years." Lu Qingjian only felt her cheeks burning with pain, but the pain in her heart was even worse. She turned around, wanting to see clearly into her father's heart. But all he saw was his father's increasingly distorted face and the anger blooming in his eyes. The other party kicked him hard in the stomach again. Lu Qingjian's body fell backwards and hit the cabinet with a plop. Lu Qingjian felt wet on the back of her head and felt a little dizzy. She felt that at that moment, her father was very strange and very scary to her. Her father, who was so doting on her, has completely changed and turned into a devil. After doing all this, his father didn't look at him twice and closed the bedroom door directly. Lu Qingjian could vaguely hear the sounds inside. "My dear angel, it was my daughter who was ignorant and offended your honor just now. Now I kowtow to you. Angels above, I want to be free from illness and death, and I am willing to contribute all my strength. Please, come." Hearing her father's humble and impersonal prayer, tears flashed across the corners of Lu Qingjian's eyes. "Father, it seems that there is really no hope. Not far downstairs, there is a candy store." Two figures were strolling leisurely. Chen Feng was dressed in casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets. He recently had a handsome round-inch haircut, and paired with his already handsome look, he was very flattering. Yuanling was tasting the sugar-free green plum lemon ice cream recommended to her by Chen Feng. She licked it slightly with her little tongue, and then her expectant expression changed. I saw her retracting her tongue, baring her teeth, with a painful expression, her eyes shrank and then widened. Fuck! Chen Feng, you tricked me! Is this stuff meant for human consumption? It's too sour. Hearing Yuanling's huffing next to him, Chen Feng's expression did not change and he continued to observe the crowd nearby with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It looks like it could very well be today. The flow of people nearby today is obviously much greater than that of some time ago. There are also some people with exaggerated expressions and frivolous steps, as if they have taken drugs. There are even some warrior auras hidden. Seeing that Chen Feng was in a daze and ignored him, Yuanling directly stuffed the ice cream in Chen Feng's mouth. Is this what you call delicious? Unexpectedly, Chen Feng still ignored her, and even took the ice cream in his mouth and licked it, with still thinking in his eyes. There are 7 generals protecting me behind me, but I can't feel the master's aura that my mother said. Even if I gave the S-class armor to Yuanling, I'm still worried. Don't let your wife make a nest. If you lose your wife, you will lose your troops. Thinking of that situation, Chen Feng looked at Yuanling next to him. To be honest, he was a little worried about Yuanling's safety when facing the Angel clan at the War King level. The combat power of the Angel clan is the highest among all clans. In the past, he would do whatever it took to execute his plan, even playing tricks on Yeshishi without practicing martial ethics. But now that Yuanling spends time with him day and night, he is really reluctant to put her in danger. Xiaoning, let's get in the car and go. Chen Feng became increasingly worried and decisively took out his S-class tank. As soon as his tank appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. 2 middle-aged men upstairs looked this way with gloomy eyes. What happened? How come there is such a powerful chariot today? That man won't affect our plan, right? Another man on the side just looked at the 2 people below and said calmly, don't worry, the angel has come. One chariot can't affect the overall situation. And, on the angel side, it seems that the plan has changed a bit this time. Chapter 41, A Plan to Lure the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Aren't we going to go shopping more today? After Yuanling got in the car, she looked at Chen Feng curiously, feeling that Chen Feng seemed a little absent-minded today. There's nothing to see, let's go. Chen Feng shook his head and stared at Yuanling beside him. With a cute and pure appearance, a beautiful figure that is easy to knock down, and a gentle and sensible personality, what if the progress is slower? Not only did he feel guilty about risking his opponent to save the beauty, but he also realized that forcefully getting involved in the plot might cause a butterfly effect, and he didn't know whether the experts arranged by his mother were reliable. Okay, let's go back. Yuanling's cheeks turned red with embarrassment at Chen Feng's sight, and she nodded, then looked at Chen Feng's lips curiously. There, the other party was still eating the sugar-free green plum lemon ice cream he sent over, with surprised eyes. Chen Feng, are you really not sore after eating this? Hearing Yuanling's question, Chen Feng bared his teeth and took out the ice cream. Although it's very sour, does this count as an indirect kiss? Humph, you gangster! Hearing this, Yuanling's face turned even redder, but she showed a sly smile. You are eating my saliva, I didn't. Ahoy! Seeing Chen Feng stuff the ice cream back into his mouth again, Yuanling felt numb. But after licking it, it seemed less sour and even a little sweet inside. This ice cream is actually sour first and then sweet, which means the future of the human race, do you understand? This is sandwich ice cream. You can eat the rest yourself. Chen Feng said with a smile, while driving the chariot away quickly. Outside the void. Inside the tall angel temple. Light always shines here, and golden light is the only color here. In a huge endless pool, countless members of the angel clan are bathing in it. A seraph flew out of it, his naked body devoid of any gender characteristics. It received the urgent message in its mind and quickly rushed towards the teleportation array. Originally, the four-winged angels below were on a mission. Unexpectedly, two more human geniuses were discovered nearby today. In addition to the target, one is an SS-level ice genius who has appeared before, and the other is a hidden scientific research genius who does not have any protection. If I can be taken away by them and returned to the clan, I should be able to receive a huge promotion and baptism, and hopefully grow a fourth pair of wings. The seraph's movements were extremely fast, and his 3 pairs of wings were like hanging wind blades. He shuttled through the space as if there was no resistance. Arriving at a vast square, countless statues of angels were standing here, and various pictures and texts came from above. This is a tool for the angel clan to contact the converts among all clans, and it is the embodiment of the boundless creation of the supreme angel. A large area among them belongs to the human race. The angel clan has not yet calculated how many human races believe in them. It can only be said to be millions. In one of the pictures, it was Lu Deqiang's projection. Lord Angel, my daughter has been controlled by me. Do I really need to take her to the temple with me? When the seraph heard this, his face remained expressionless. Its eyes were fixed on the unconscious Lu Qingjian on the ground. Beautiful appearance, soft body, and long black hair. Of course, the angels are not interested in the appearance of humans. The reason why Lu Qingjian was found was because he was an S-level genius from the human race and had a strong ability to influence people. Such a person was just used by the angel race and was baptized in the holy pool. Of course, the human race has not been able to detect Lu Qingjian's ability. They just think that she teaches well and is an outstanding teacher in the Federation every year. Originally, they just wanted to use Lu Deqiang and others to stage a rebellion, but they accidentally discovered the existence of Lu Qingjian, which prompted the Advent operation. In the picture, Yuanling's figure vaguely appeared. As for the other person, with a proud and cold figure, it was actually Long Ruobing. Dear Archangel Carrie, the teleportation array has been activated. It has been detected that one of the targets is leaving quickly. Please carry out the mission immediately. The target area is Zikan District, Jianghai City. There will be people above the War Emperor level in Jianghai City to help you hold them back. The King of War exists and it will take 10 minutes to reach the battlefield. You only have 10 minutes. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the Zerg. Following the quick reminder from the servant beside him, the wings of the seraphim shone brightly, and blazing flames began to appear on their bodies. Behind him, 5 four-winged angels also emerged, as well as dozens of 2-winged angels. Such a lineup cannot be underestimated on the battlefield outside the territory, but now they are gathered here for Lu Qingjian, Yuanling, and Long Ruobing. The space portal was finally constructed, and Carrie's figure rushed out. On the other side, Chen Feng was taking Yuanling away from this place quickly, but he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. And dozens of red dazzling light spots suddenly appeared on his chariot. The smart voice is already warning, the appearance of a working-level alien has been detected. Please leave the master immediately. Please leave the master immediately. When he heard the siren of his chariot, Chen Feng's face immediately turned ugly. Sure enough, his involvement changed the original plot. The original War King has now become the War King, and it is very likely that he came here for Yuanling and himself. This made him suddenly regret. He was still far away from Jianghai City Research Institute, and only there was the most powerful protective force. Xiaoning, be careful. I'm going to speed up. The chariot has been set to combat mode. As Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator, his S-class domineering chariot finally started running at full speed for the first time. The black and red shadow of the vehicle was like lightning, streaking directly across the street and flying several meters high. Short wings extended from both sides of the chariot, and the entire chariot flew directly. At this moment, Chen Feng saw several of the light points flying towards him or even approaching rapidly, while the other several light points, including the War Emperor, were rushing towards the other side. Chen Feng's mind was a little dull, and then he quickly made a judgment. The War Emperor is not coming towards me. Who did it go to? Lu Qingjian has been controlled according to the original plot. I haven't seen her anywhere in the past 2 days. As for Jianghai City, apart from Yuanling and I, who are geniuses, who else can attract a War Emperor level existence? Thinking of this, Chen Feng's scalp became numb. How is it possible? Long Ruobing should have gone home after receiving treatment. Yuanling next to her also turned pale when she heard the alarm, and held Chen Feng's big hand tightly with her small hands. It was the first time she saw Chen Feng look so nervous. Jianghai City Joint Defense Center. When the space portal first appeared, the defense screen in the sky had already sounded an alarm. Alien invasion, red alert. Information gathering. Area, dormitory of Zikan Electric Power Company in Jianghai City. The target is determined to be the Angel Clan. Strength, 1 War King. 5 War Kings. 32 War Generals. As the information was transmitted, the staff on duty turned pale. How is it possible? The War Emperor of the Angel Clan also appeared just outside Jianghai City. While he was confused, the information had been sent to the higher level situation room. This is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The mayor has already gone outside the city area. It will take 10 minutes to get back at the earliest. Who is their target? Is it that girl from the Long family again? On the other side, the people of the Long family were also in a panic. Chapter 42 Kiss Until Death Comes. What did you say? Ruobing actually finished the treatment and didn't go home. You don't know when I'm not here? You really deserve to die. When the Long family received notification of the attack immediately, Long Jing quickly contacted the Jianghai City Research Institute. But they learned that Long Ruobing was no longer in the institute after receiving treatment. Now her whole body was numb, her pretty face was devoid of any color, but endless terrifying energy erupted from her beautiful body. She flew directly towards the place where the fighting energy exploded, and the strength she exploded was at the level of a war king. Everyone in the Long family who can move will be dispatched to me. Mission goal: find Long Ruobing and protect her safety at all costs. Following Long Jing's roar, the entire Long family started to move. Even though most of the forces are on the battlefield outside the territory, there is still 1 War Emperor, 7 War Kings, and hundreds of generals running towards the west city of Jianghai City. At the same time, in Jianghai City Research Institute, Zhang Li also learned the news, and her face turned pale. I didn't expect my son's premonition to be true. Fortunately, I asked his father to protect him secretly in advance. No, Long Ruobing is also missing, maybe he's over there too. Thinking of this, she quickly summoned all the soldiers in the research institute. Leave 1/3 of your strength to guard this place to prevent the aliens from attacking from the east to the west. The remaining 2/3, come to me to protect my son, as well as Long Ruobing and Yuanling. As you command. After hearing the command from the director, all the soldiers responded in unison. This time, more than a dozen war kings flew out of the research institute, and even a researcher flew out. The terrifying speed and energy showed that he was actually a war king. Isn't that Li Zheng? He is actually. The leader of Group A felt a little bad when he saw his team members suddenly transformed into war kings. Yesterday he also criticized others for not making good materials. He looked at this scene with disbelief, but Zhang Li beside him explained, in order to protect the safety of the institute, I arranged for him to protect me secretly, while hiding his identity. Then she looked into the distance with some worry. This time, the Angel Clan's movements were a little too big. I just hope my son is safe. On the other side, Chen Feng did not expect that his wife would make such a big noise while making a nest. 3 war kings and more than 20 generals from the Angel clan were attacking him and Yuanling. In addition, Long Ruobing's life and death are still uncertain. There was a hint of regret in his eyes, but more of a ruthlessness. As a supporting character, he will hate Ye Tian. But as a human race, he hates these alien races even more. If you want to get rid of him and his 2 intended wives, you have to pay a heavy price. Ziobai, protect Yuanling's safety. Take her back to the institute immediately at full speed. I need to go out and fight. Chen Feng felt the alien aura getting closer and closer, and knew that continuing like this was not an option. Sooner or later, his chariot would be overtaken. He immediately gave instructions to chariot intelligence. Okay master, be safe. The smart voice reminded him, and the car door beside him opened. Chen Feng was about to get out, but Yuanling grabbed his arm tightly. Chen Feng, you are crazy. Let's run quickly, there is still hope. Even if we die, we will die together. Don't go out. On the chariot, we still have the possibility of survival. Yuanling didn't know that Chen Feng had the power of absolute defense, so she looked at him very worriedly, her eyes turning red with worry. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng had no choice but to comfort her and said, Yuanling, do you think I am a fool who will die? In addition to my scientific research ability, my combat abilities are also top-notch. These alien races can't do anything to me. As he said that, he was about to go out. Yuanling heard this but still held his hand tightly, unwilling to let go. There were tears in the corners of her eyes and her voice was choked, I don't believe you. How can there be someone with such strong scientific research ability and someone with strong combat abilities? What's more, the other party is the War Emperor. You just lied to me and wanted to be cannon fodder yourself to buy me time. I do not want. Woohoo! If we die, let's die together. Who made me greedy? I have to come here with you. Hearing Yuanling's statement and seeing the pear blossoms on his innocent cheeks, Chen Feng felt guilty, and at the same time, his most tender place was touched. He stopped talking. Instead, he turned around and hugged Yuanling. He grabbed Yuanling's head with both hands, looked at her cute pink mouth, and kissed her. Chen Feng. Well. Yuanling looked at Chen Feng who was approaching at a loss, feeling the heat of the other person's body and the smell of male hormones. She didn't know if this was Chen Feng's preparation to die with her, the first and last kiss. But she didn't refuse. Instead, he agreed. She felt that she and Chen Feng were both dead this time. Kiss. Kiss with all your might. Kiss until death comes. Yuanling's favor ability plus 20, the favor ability is full. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was also very satisfied. Until a minute later, Chen Feng felt that Yuanling's tongue was still moving around, and the chariot reminded that the enemy was only a few kilometers away. At the opponent's speed, he could reach him in a few seconds. Chen Feng had no choice but to let go of Yuanling gently. Seeing the other person's blushing face, affectionate eyebrows, and eyes full of excitement, Chen Feng smiled and said, Xiao Yuanling, can you kiss? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Wait until I get back to continue. I still have something to do now, be good. Then, without waiting for the other party to answer, he jumped out of the chariot, and the chariot door was closed tightly. Yuanling was left holding the car window, looking at Chen Feng's bleak back, and finally couldn't help it, and burst into tears. Asshole, bastard! Chen Feng! We agreed to die together, how could you do this? You don't want to die, you don't want to die. While crying, she quickly called the Research Institute and the Combat Bureau. She just hoped that someone would show up quickly and save Chen Feng. When he saw the chariot leaving quickly, and those angels appeared in front of Chen Feng, but ignored him and continued to chase the chariot, Chen Feng became anxious. There are 3 4-winged angels and more than 22 winged angels. He actually wants to touch his future wife? Chen Feng refused. And just when he was about to take out a grenade and fire it at the opponent, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the angels. The figure was a middle-aged man, not tall, with messy hair and an unkempt beard, but his eyes were extremely sharp. "Hey, so many angels are chasing my future daughter-in-law. Don't even ask me if I will answer or not." Seeing the human figure blocking them in front of them, all the angels stopped flying urgently and stood in the air one by one with ugly expressions. It turns out that not all angels have facial paralysis. Still expressive. The leading angel looked at the man in front of him and spoke the incredible universal language. "Chen Zhan? It's you. Why are you here?" And Chen Feng also reacted at this moment. "It turns out that the so-called master assigned by my mother is actually my father. There really is hers. Father." Chapter 43 My dad is so awesome. Father. I didn't expect that the master assigned by my mother would be you. Why didn't you tell me in advance? When Chen Feng saw Chen Zhan appear, he was very moved by the connection between blood and the figure of his father that intimidated the angel clan. When I was bullied by my classmates as a child in my previous life, I always thought that a tall father would appear and protect him from the wind and rain, but unfortunately he never did. When he grew up and became independent, he was still envious when he saw others enjoying family happiness with their parents. But now, he has inherited Chen Feng's memory and body, and he can be regarded as Chen Zhan's biological son. As Chen Feng shouted "Father," all the angels' eyes were on Chen Feng, and the eyes of the leading four-winged angel were filled with anger. Unexpectedly, this human male was actually Chen Zhan's son. They have a deep understanding of the blood relationship of the human race. Many of the most favored sons of the human race appeared because their relatives were killed, and they had an extremely strong motivation to grow in order to take revenge. Although the angel race cannot empathize with it, they can understand such a relationship, which is very strong. They are unlucky today. Fenger, it's me. I didn't expect that within a year after I went to the battlefield outside the territory, you had already grown up. You are quite brave to dare to get out of the car and face so many birdmen. When Chen Zhan heard his son's call, a contented smile appeared on his resolute cheeks. In the past few days, he had been secretly protecting Chen Feng, and naturally he found that his son had a more mature mentality. Although his behavior seemed to be dandy and flamboyant, he also had his own uniqueness. In particular, he found a good daughter-in-law for him, which made him very satisfied. Yuanling, this girl, comes from a clean family and is smart, making her a perfect match for Fenger. It's time for the old Chen family's legacy to continue. No, I have the excellent genes of you and my mother. Gold will always shine. Besides, I believe Mom won't cheat me. Hearing his father's teasing, Chen Feng said shamelessly that he had said before that he was in danger, but his mother was very worried and even wanted to restrict his freedom. He had no choice but to reveal that he had a very high defense level, which made my mother feel a little relieved. And Dad must know this too. You kid, you are still so shameless. Chen Zhan also laughed out loud when he heard this. Then he remembered something and suddenly asked. By the way, Fenger, when are you going to get married? Dad, my vacation is only for 1 week. How about the wedding be held this week? Thinking of his son's lifelong event, Chen Zhan actually urged marriage, and Chen Feng suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He agreed, but only if Yuanling agreed. He immediately had no choice but to say. Dad, this kind of thing has to happen slowly. Chen Zhan nodded, yes, but it's better to get married as soon as possible. I really want to have a grandson. And a group of angels stood blankly in the air. When they saw the two ignoring themselves and others and talking to themselves, a strong sense of humiliation made them violent. Hot golden red flames were burning on the wings of all the angels. This is a sign of their power and anger. Are their angel clan shameless? They are here to kill, not to listen to your father and son reminiscing about old times. Shut up! The leading four-winged angel looked at Chen Zhan with golden eyes and shouted angrily. Kill! I'll stop Chen Zhan while you go attack and kill his son. I want him to feel the pain. I want his son to die in front of him. Following the captain's command, many angels began to attack Chen Feng. The angels formed a battle formation, and their bodies were constantly changing as they moved rapidly. The extremely fast movements and weird flight trajectories are dizzying. It's the angel battle formation. In their eyes, Chen Feng is just an ordinary person, and killing him is effortless. When Chen Zhan saw this, a trace of disdain and ridicule appeared on his lips. How dare you touch my son when I'm here? You bird people are really stupid. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng saw for the first time the terrifying appearance of his father exploding with supernatural powers. I saw that Chen Zhan's originally thin body suddenly changed color, and the appearance of human skin turned into that of inky black metal. When he raised a hand, his arm suddenly divided into countless terrifying metal tentacles, moving towards that area. The angels attacked and killed him. The angel's speed was already very fast, but he arrived in front of Chen Feng in the blink of an eye. However, the speed of those metal tentacles is far greater than them. I saw countless metal tentacles that were hundreds of meters long. They were so fast that by comparison, the flight of those angels seemed to be in slow motion. When they felt the huge threat and looked back, their eyes were already filled with terrifying spikes. Just as a fearful light flashed in their eyes, those metal spikes had already penetrated the perfect bodies of angels, and the golden blood scattered everywhere. The next moment, Chen Zhan, who was still standing there, had disappeared, and the tentacles in front of him formed a new human shape, revealing Chen Zhan's body. With just one blow, the two angel war kings used their arms to resist the metal spikes, but they were still pierced through their arms and bodies. At this moment, their eyes were filled with complex emotions such as shock, fear, and pain. Has been hit hard. But the other 20 or so generals were already dead, each one was pierced like a sieve and hung in the air more than 10 meters high. Supermetallization, A&D level superpowers, top level attack and defense, but without law energy, it is difficult to enter the realm of War Emperor. So the rating is a rare A+, but it is not inferior to any S-level abilities. However, being so powerful is inseparable from my father's own realm. At the level of a War Emperor, each of them has a bloody blade and is capable of defeating thousands of enemies. When Chen Feng saw such a shocking scene, he also recalled information about his father. This is also the first time he has seen a War Emperor level being take action. It's so terrifying. The terrifying lethality and speed can almost synchronize movements and consciousness. At this moment, the two angel war kings finally pressed on the spikes and quickly retreated despite the severe pain. They ignored the huge blood holes in their chests and flew away into the distance desperately, with the blood all over their bodies burning. It is burning essence, blood, and potential. Damn it! Didn't Gabriel say he was going to stop Chen Zhan? Where the hell was he? He seemed to have fled back just now. Run! Let's run away too. Only Archangel Carrie can save us. Seeing the two people running away quickly, Chen Zhan did not hold back. Killing intent surged in his eyes. I saw his countless metal spikes turning into blades and flying towards the two angels at high speed. As his eyes passed over the two angels, countless extremely thin metal blades also passed through the two angels. Body. Damn it! Humans really deserve to die. Humans, you all deserve to die. Chen Feng saw countless blades continuously scratching the bodies of the two angel clan war kings. They tried their best to resist with their wings. At first, there were only blood marks, but as the number of blades increased, the four angel clan warriors their wings were chopped into pieces, and their bodies finally couldn't bear it anymore. A large amount of golden flesh and blood flew everywhere. Within a few seconds, the bodies of the two angel war kings completely disappeared, and golden blood rained from the sky. When Chen Feng saw this scene, the two angel clan war kings were killed instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "My dad is so awesome." Chapter 44 God said there should be light. While Chen Feng was enjoying the golden rain of blood, Yuanling had already called Chen Feng. "Chen Feng! Are you still alive, Chen Feng? You must hold on. Director Zhang is already sending people over." Hearing the cry of Yuanling, Chen Feng smiled, "It's okay, my father is back, he is the Emperor of War. Those birdmen have been killed. Don't worry, go back to the institute." After comforting Yuanling, Chen Feng also looked at his father. "Dad, these war kings are not the only ones dispatched by the Angel clan this time. There is also a war king who seems to be heading towards Long Ruobing of the Long family. Do you still have any powers to use? I want to go there with you in person." He remembered that Long Ruobing was still in danger and had to ask his father for help. At the same time, he also felt for the first time that his abilities were seriously insufficient. Apart from anything else, he couldn't fly without an S-class tank, and his speed on the ground was too slow. Upon hearing his son's request, Chen Zhan just patted him on the shoulder, stared into the distance, and said with some pretentiousness, "Don't worry, Dad, I am also invincible among the emperors of war. Walk. We're going to save your aunt-in-law right now." Then Chen Feng felt that his father was holding his shoulders tightly, and the vision in front of him changed instantly. The surrounding scenes quickly moved away. Chen Zhan's speed exploded at full speed, far surpassing his S-class tank, and even a strong sonic boom was produced. And the other side. The Angel clan war king looked at Long Ruobing, who had frozen him in front of him, with anger in his eyes. It turned out that just now, the first time it appeared in Long Ruobing's field of vision, Long Ruobing also received the warning from her sister-in-law. She judged the strength of the opponent's war emperor level and decisively used the ice seal without any hesitation. Absolute zero. Long Ruobing's lips were slightly opened, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. An ice and snow building hundreds of meters high was formed instantly, and the faint blue ice crystals tightly protected Long Ruobing in the middle, like a cold goddess ice sculpture. In the next moment, the 6 wings of the Angel clan war king released countless light blades. The light blades all over the sky were killing Long Ruobing, constantly melting the ice and snow building in front of him. "Do it! The mission on the Canadian column has failed, and Chen Zhan is actually here. We must take away Long Ruobing within 1 minute." Archangel Carrie is also a little anxious at the moment. This kind of action of going deep into the hinterland of the human race to cause chaos was easy to execute in the past, but as the thousands of races have done this kind of thing more often, the early warning and defense systems of the human race are also constantly strengthening. Especially now that it appears, in addition to Chen Zhan, the auras of 2 human war emperors are coming towards it rapidly. In addition, there are dozens of human war kings. It's completely different from mission intelligence. It's like poking a hornet's nest. How can it not be in a hurry? The 2 4-winged angels and a dozen 2-winged angels he brought with him all joined the dissolution operation. At this moment, the surrounding humans realized that something was wrong and had long been looking for shelter on the ground to avoid the attacks of the aliens. However, there were also people who were looking this way while running away. I saw golden light shining continuously above the suddenly generated ice and snow building, and even several kilometers away, I could feel the scorching airflow in the air. But how could Long Ruobing's life-saving trick be so easily broken? Under the attack of the angels, although the ice cubes were melting in large chunks, they were too large. It would take at least 5 minutes to completely dissolve and capture Long Ruobing. But there is simply not enough time. Damn it, her ice power is too strong, our melting speed is very slow, it's too late for the Archangel. A 4-winged angel's face was livid. Looking at the hard-to-melt ice, he felt the breath of a strong human being running towards him. His desire for survival made him want to run away. We just need to take away the target. Let's go, Archangel. Lu Qingjian is enough. Otherwise we won't be able to leave. The other war king looked at Lu Qingjian who had obtained it, and also had the idea of running away. Only Carrie's eyes glowed with golden light, and his blood essence began to burn directly. Burn all your essence and blood for me. Today's mission must take her away. Those who disobey will die. Carrie thought about the consequences of failing the mission and couldn't let him back down. And once he succeeds and is baptized in the holy pool, he will not only be able to recover from his injuries, but he can also go one step further. Hearing that the archangel had made his decision, the other angels no longer hesitated. As an angel race that has experienced hundreds of battles, they know that it is not appropriate to have disagreements at this time. It's time for a fight to the death. In an instant, under the sunlight, the eyes of all the angels turned completely golden, and their wings began to turn blood red. God said, "Let there be light." Following Archangel Carrie's chant, it raised its arms high, and condensed a fiercely burning sword of light in its hand. As soon as the lightsaber came out, the surrounding buildings and trees began to burn, and the heat flow caused many people to remain alive. The humans watching were turned into ashes. Stop looking! Close the shelter door immediately! With the administrator's angry shout, the huge metal door hidden deep in the ground was tightly closed, but the terrifying temperature still made the outside of the metal door turn red and even begin to melt. The absolute zero temperature of Long Ruobing in the middle also began to melt rapidly. Carrie's face turned pale as he looked at the lightsaber in his hand. This lightsaber consumed most of his energy. Fortunately, it danced and shot the sword towards Long Ruobing. The icicles in front of Long Ruobing melted quickly, and it was no longer possible to withstand the full force of the War King's sword. The sword kept advancing as if it was piercing into a book, the ice kept melting, but the light of the lightsaber only weakened slightly. Within a few seconds, the ice around Long Ruobing had completely melted, and the ice and snow had evaporated and turned into mist. Only a thin layer, about a few centimeters thick, was left in front of Long Ruobing, still dying. He desperately resisted the lightsaber in front of him. Success! Take her away. When we get to my angel tribe's place, we will definitely be able to get her out of the ice. Although the faces of all the angels were pale, they were very excited when they saw Long Ruobing finally appeared, and they all flew towards her to take him away. When Carrie's face flew towards Long Ruobing, his expression became solemn again. Just now, Chen Zhan's aura more than 10 kilometers away had disappeared. 10 seconds left, he can't get here so fast. Thinking of this, Carrie was about to grab the ice sculpture of Long Ruobing in front of him and take it away, when suddenly a metal spike appeared on his chest. How can it be? A golden shield of light condensed on Carrie's chest, his 6 wings flapped, and he violently retreated. In front of him, in a metal pipe that had been melted into liquid, a figure gradually formed. Chen Zhan. He actually used the metal from the city's pipes to travel. I underestimated you. When Carrie saw this scene, the flames on his body burned again, and the lightsaber in his hand stabbed Chen Zhan. But this will consume a lot of your abilities. You deserve to die too. Chapter 45 Super Killing Form. There are so many beasts who want to kill me, and you are not missing either. Chen Zhan's voice had the vibrato of heavy metal. His figure had not yet completely condensed, but Carrie's holy sword had already reached him. He turned into metal with one hand and threw Long Ruobing's ice sculpture into the distance. He had turned into metal just now, but he couldn't bring Chen Feng with him. And Kai Rui couldn't care less. It killed him with one sword, and the metal of Chen Zhan's body burst out with a huge light like electric welding. The sound of squeaking continued to sound, and the flames that could splash hundreds of meters continued to fly out, and a small hole was drilled out of Chen Zhan's chest. The small hole was still expanding, and some of Chen Zhan's super metallization was welded darker, which made him curse angrily. It hurts, you birdie really deserves to die. Chen Zhan's figure finally took shape at this moment, and his right hand suddenly punched forward. The big hand like a mechanical arm continued to split, and it directly hit Carrie's head. He wanted to punch through this birdman's brain. However, Carrie was also a war king and an angel with the best single combat power. Seeing that the situation was not good, he retreated violently, withdrew his holy sword and slashed forward suddenly. Holy sword! Cut! With a sharp shout from Carrie. The holy sword was like cutting through tofu. When it touched those scattered metal spikes, it was completely cut open with almost no obstruction. Under its sword with endless light, Chen Zhan's metal arm was cut off directly by it and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Zhan also took back his metal body, but his right arm was empty. His voice was a little weak, and he sighed. You can actually cut off my arm with one sword. With such strength, you shouldn't be easy among the angels, right? When Archangel Carrie heard this, the corners of his mouth turned up, with a strong sense of pride on his face. Its 6 wings spread out and continued to grow. The wings of more than 10 meters seemed to cover the sky and the sun, showing that it of perfect form. He had heard about Chen Zhan's reputation for a long time, but he didn't expect that he could defeat him today. I am Gabriel's most powerful angel, Carrie. Chen Zhan. You should be proud to die under my holy sword. And through this battle, I will truly become a great being who has stepped into the 8-winged angels. With the holy sword in hand, we can punish all directions. Along with its high mood, the holy sword in its hand once again burst out with extremely fiery light. Under those lights, even Chen Zhan's black metal body was reflected in a golden red. Carrie looked up to the sky, with a kind of worshipful expression on his face. Lord, give me strength. It seemed that its prayer was really effective, as a 4th pair of wings gradually appeared behind it. Although it has not yet taken shape, it has already given birth to a hint of the War Emperor's aura. The power on his body increased sharply again. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhan's lips showed a hint of self-mockery. I didn't expect that my injuries on the battlefield outside the territory have not been completely repaired. I was bullied by a dog when I fell down. But although the tiger is injured, it is enough to feed the dog. Before Chen Zhan finished speaking, the broken metal arm had returned to his right arm again, condensing into his right arm again. Seeing this scene, Carrie's eyes moved towards him, with condescending contempt. Chen Zhan, your death has come, bathe in the light. Its wings flapped, the holy sword in its hand was raised high in the air, and countless golden blades of light came towards Chen Zhan. Chen Zhan held his head with both hands, took out the light blade and collided with his body, sending sparks flying out. But a few seconds later, Carrie suddenly felt a little dark in front of him, and there was a strange sense of depression that made it very uncomfortable. He looked up, and the contempt and pride in his eyes suddenly turned into horror. I saw that countless buildings around Chen Zhan seemed to have turned into clay figures, suddenly falling off the ground, and the metal inside the buildings all melted, flowing on the ground, and kept pouring towards Chen Zhan. Millions of tons of various metals continued to melt, and the ground was paved with several square kilometers of metal area. Archangel Carrie also saw the bloodthirsty light in Chen Zhan's eyes. Originally, this is my hometown, so I don't want to use this trick. But there's nothing we can do. You're hurting me. I can only completely kill you and crush you to relieve my anger. Seeing the metals pouring into Chen Zhan's body, and Chen Zhan's aura constantly expanding, Archangel Carrie's figure shook, and appeared in front of Chen Zhan in the next moment. It found that its long-range attacks were nothing at all. Used. We had to kill Chen Zhan before his body took shape. Holy sword, kill. Along with the vibration of his wings, his sword carried a powerful and terrifying vibration, and his power received a terrifying increase. The holy sword slashed at Chen Zhan's head with an unavoidable and terrifying speed and power. I saw a crack in the surrounding space. Obviously, this is the most powerful blow that Carrie can unleash, and there is nothing left to hold back. When the sword passed through Chen Zhan's head, the surrounding metal vibrated strangely and made a terrifying sound. Based on your intelligence, you must know that my weak point is my head. But your information may not be correct. I have been trying my best to protect my head on the battlefield outside the territory, just to deceive you fools. Chen Zhan's head was completely chopped open, but Carrie discovered that another head grew out of the place where the head disappeared. The head was forming facial features, and the mouth that was formed first was still filled with ridicule and contempt. Seeing this scene, Carrie felt fear and powerlessness for the first time. How can we kill him? Is he immortal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the vampires don't have such ability. Carrie's thoughts were running wildly. Years of combat experience allowed him to think calmly about any situation, but the battle in front of him made him unable to think of any way to fight against him. His figure collapsed, and he saw that the terrifying body of Chen Zhan in front of him was still growing, and it had reached a height of more than 10 meters. Unlike human mechas, this was a super metal made of complete compression and condensation. With its extremely smooth surface and heavy breath, a deep sense of despair appeared in Carrie's heart. With one last try in mind, he suddenly thrust the holy sword in his hand into the eye pupil on the huge metal. It's a pity that the other party didn't even blink, and the holy sword just pierced into it. Then, the holy sword disappeared, and the injury to the pupil was completely restored. After cutting off my head, I stabbed my eyes again. Let me show you my ultimate form. Chen Zhan's voice was filled with arrogance and disdain, and the metal around him changed again. The metal body that was originally still somewhat human-like became completely thicker, and his figure gradually became about 6 meters tall. The biggest change was that from head to toe, spiked armor more than 1 meter long appeared around his body. This is the best combat form calculated by Chen Zhan in terms of speed, strength, defense, and endurance. He called it super killing form. The moment he took shape, Carrie was already running towards the portal next to him, without any intention of resisting. Monster! The humans are the monsters. I want to leave, I want to live, I can't die here. Carrie felt that his muscles and speed had never reached such a high level. The portal in front of him was about to arrive, and he was finally going back to the Angel Temple. The next moment, Chen Zhan's heavy metal subwoofer was ringing in his ears. You're here now, why don't you leave? Chapter 46. Why is he? The Long family girl is going to be taken away. I'll go first, Fenger, take your time. When Chen Feng heard what his father said, he felt nervous when he saw his father transform into liquid metal and follow the pipe before disappearing in front of him. That speed, that look, was simply terrifying. Chen Feng couldn't help but cursed, "Fuck you! How happy would my mother be with this metal?" Fortunately, Chen Zhan didn't hear what he said, otherwise he would definitely hang up the traitor and beat him. And soon, Chen Feng also ran towards the battle site. Even though his strength was not as good as that of a warrior, and his superpower was absolute defense, he couldn't run fast at all. But not long after running, he saw an ice sculpture flying over in the sky. Looking carefully, he saw that it was Long Ruobing. Did she freeze herself the first time she met the War Emperor? She is quite clever, and she is worthy of being a female genius of the human race. But what is she doing? Chen Feng caught Long Ruobing before she hit the ground, and hugged the ice sculpture in front of him with both hands. The extreme coldness made Chen Feng grimace. But when he saw Long Ruobing clearly inside, he was a little dumbfounded. I saw that Long Ruobing was wearing a simple casual outfit today, light blue jeans paired with a black short t-shirt and a blue-yellow shirt, which looked quite like a pure female college student. What surprised Chen Feng was that Long Ruobing was holding a stick of sugar-free green plum lemon ice cream in her hand, with her delicate hands in front of her and half of the ice cream still in her mouth. Her pupils kept moving, and they shrank slightly when she saw Chen Feng. She didn't know what she was thinking. However, Chen Feng took a look and saw that the other party's eyelids were frozen and he couldn't close his eyes. At this moment, Long Ruobing didn't look like a human genius at all, let alone the human goddess who killed countless enemies on the battlefield. Instead, she looks like a sweet and icy lady. That's it, why is she eating the same type of ice cream as Yuanling? That store obviously has many types of ice cream. Chen Feng quickly analyzed everything in his mind. From Long Ruobing's appearance here to the ice cream in her hand, he probably guessed Long Ruobing's behavior today. Another character with no friends, no emotional experience, no personal preferences, just a tool. The character in this world is really sad. Chen Feng thought of Long Ruobing's figure following them, hiding her figure. Maybe she asked the boss what flavor of ice cream the two people bought just now. It must be embarrassing for the extremely cold-hearted woman to ask this. As a result, because his wife was making a nest, she attracted the Angel clan, causing Long Ruobing to face a life and death crisis again, and had no choice but to freeze herself. Although it was Long Ruobing who Chen Feng deliberately ignored and even behaved in a bad temper, he hadn't seen her for a long time. But facing this beautiful girl at this moment, he still felt a little distressed. Don't worry, it's okay. Chen Feng looked at Long Ruobing and whispered. In the distance, 2 4-winged angels and a dozen 2-winged angels were flying towards this side with embarrassed faces. Behind them, the King of Battle of Canada who had just escaped appeared again. It turned out that when Chen Zhan was on his way just now, he hid aside and did not show up. Now that it sees the ice sculpture being thrown out, it knows that it has completed its task and the time has come to make a contribution. At this moment, 3 war kings and more than 10 generals were staring at Chen Feng and Long Ruobing in front of him. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng noticed that Long Ruobing was looking at him, with deep worry flashing in his pupils, but Chen Feng shook his head and gently put her down, standing behind him. Chen Feng drew out his S-class sword. While his absolute defense was fully enhanced, his right hand was also partially strengthened, and his arm became full of strength. Come on, bird people! Let you try how fast Grandpa's knife is. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, and he held a knife in his right hand. The dark blade scraped across the ground, leaving deep marks. He was like a god of war who was not afraid of anything and did not flinch at all. Long Ruobing's favor +10. He just stood in front of Long Ruobing, looking up at the angels. To be honest, such a low perspective made him feel inexplicably angry. He doesn't like others looking at him from above. The sword in his hand was held tighter. Is this human love? It's really ridiculous. Human beings who are like ants actually want to stop us. Kill him and take Long Ruobing away. We don't have much time. It is said that in the human race, this behavior is called dog licking. Licking dogs, and you will end up with nothing. Seeing Chen Feng risking everything for love, the angel's eyes turned cold, especially when Archangel Carrie stood up and screamed from behind. They felt their wings were numb, and they all quickly attacked and killed Chen Feng. Come over. Long Ruobing behind her stared closely at Chen Feng's back in front of her. This scene was so familiar that tears finally appeared in the corners of her eyes. This man wanted to save her again. But this time, she just hoped that the other party would leave her behind and never die here. Using his abilities to contribute to the human race, marry his cousin Yuanling, have children, and engage in scientific research together, this is the life he should have. Not for yourself, it's not worth it. Obviously he hates himself so much. Why? Why save yourself? At this moment, Long Ruobing saw the angels who were attacking and killing them so fast. The wings of the angel warrior king sliced through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom, and there were flames burning in the air. Chen Feng, leave quickly. Leave me alone. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to die, Long Ruobing felt so tight and frightened in his chest that he could hardly breathe, but unfortunately he couldn't make any sound at all. Once she enters the frozen state, she loses all mobility, in exchange for terrifying defense capabilities. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with light. A grenade suddenly appeared in his left hand, the sword in his right hand disappeared, and another grenade appeared. Facing a group of angels, he dared to be so calm just now because of the 10 grenades in his backpack. My own S-class fusion grenade can kill the King of War. The S-class fusion grenade has a limited killing range, and it must be controlled within 100 meters. As for taking out the sword just now, it was just an act to confuse the other party. Only a fool can fight the King of War with a knife, and he is not yet Yen. A bunch of birdmen, die. Chen Feng remembered that the system said that the closer the core area, the greater the power. His retinas kept capturing the movements of the angels in front of him. When he saw that the opponent finally came within 300 meters, he pressed the button and threw the grenade with both hands at the same time. When he completed this action, the opponent had already reached within 100 meters of him. Absolute defense. The moment Chen Feng saw the grenade explode, he used all his defenses to block Long Ruobing's body. What kind of grenade is this? The angels were eager to achieve great results and rushed to the front. When he saw Chen Feng taking out the grenade, he still had disdain and ridicule in his eyes. The superkinetic grenade of the human race was just an itch. Unfortunately, its expression changed dramatically the next moment, when it saw the grenade in front of it suddenly exploded, and a terrifying heat wave instantly drowned it. Chapter 47 The Sixth Angel Clan. Zikan, Jianghai City, next to an extremely quiet street. As Chen Feng threw out 2 nuclear fission grenades, everything changed. A burst of bright light appeared, and a terrifying pressure appeared within 100 meters in an instant. Die to me! After Chen Feng threw the grenade, he hugged his arms tightly in front of him to protect his head, but he let out a low cry from the corner of his mouth. The intense light caused his eyes to be filled with white light even if he closed his eyes. The next moment, a huge shock wave and a terrifying heat wave completely submerged him. Sand and stones were flying, and Chen Feng felt that his body was sinking continuously. It was obvious that a huge hole had been blasted into the ground. Chen Feng's absolute defense was stretched to the limit, and his body turned into steel. No, it was hundreds of times stronger than steel alloy. But the power of detonating 2 nuclear fusion grenades at the same time was far beyond Chen Feng's imagination. After activating absolute defense, he felt pain for the first time. Fortunately, although there was a sharp sting on the surface of his body and even a lot of blood spilled out, Chen Feng still only suffered superficial injuries and did not damage his foundation. After all, he had a good grasp of the distance. He was just 100 meters away and not within the killing range. Even so, he was still a little shocked. The nuclear fusion grenade provided by the system is indeed a bit too abnormal, but the bird people who are in the center of the nuclear explosion will be miserable. Amidst the roar that filled his eardrums, he also heard screams. Needless to say, it's those birdmen. Ah 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 ah. Damn! What the hell is this? I want to go back, I want to go back. The shrill screams were fleeting. Then there was no more sound. It's like nothing happened. The power of the fusion grenade came and went quickly. As the shock wave left, the white light gradually dissipated. Chen Feng opened his eyes and saw that the small mushroom cloud in front of him was dissipating. And the figures of all the angels have disappeared. However, Chen Feng looked over and his pupils shrank. I saw a figure in the distance whose wings were completely shattered and whose body was burned black, but he was not dead yet. At this moment, the opponent was kneeling on one knee, his face covered with golden blood. Chen Feng could vaguely tell that it was the Angel Clan War King Jiadalai. Not only did he have no wings now, he was also missing an arm and a calf. He was coughing blood constantly and his eyes were empty. But at least his life was saved. Chen Feng was also a little impressed. This old Yinbai had let others die when he faced his father before, but he escaped first. This time he was hiding behind other angels again. The other angels were blown to pieces, but this guy was still alive. It has to be said that it is the same for any race, and there is also this kind of old man among the angel race. This birdman is really tenacious. Chen Feng glanced at Long Ruobing, who was still intact behind him, and felt relieved. The S-class black sword appeared in his hand again, and he walked towards the Canadian column step by step, with murderous intent in his eyes. There was no way he would let the other person go today. Eliminating evil and eradicating its roots is the best respect for the enemy. I didn't expect you to survive. It's really not easy. Noble Lord Angel, I will send you to see God right now. There are no grenades, so I'll use a knife. Let me cut you into pieces. Chen Feng's lips showed sarcasm. He was not very good at learning the universal language of the universe, and his words sounded lame at the moment. To Gabriel, it sounded particularly humiliating. There was anger in its eyes. Insidious humans, when did you have such powerful technology? Damn! You really deserve to die. It's a pity that I can't kill you with my own hands. As he spoke, he was still vomiting blood. He even rolled his eyelids and fell to the ground, motionless. Even the scorching light on it disappeared, and it seemed to be really dead. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was also stunned. Oh, this guy is still pretending to be dead? Do you really think he is a brainless supporting character? My IQ is 180. However, if the other party is willing to perform, he is still willing to cooperate. On the other side, my father's battle seemed to be over, and the power of the Birdman War Emperor was getting weaker and weaker. It's time for human support to arrive. Time is on your side. You're going to die now. No, I think he's pretending to be dead. I'd better step forward and give him a stab. Chen Feng said, slowly walking towards the Canadian column with the knife in hand. Long Ruobing behind him saw this and his eyes were anxious. Naturally, she could tell that Canada was not dead and was preparing for a sneak attack. But she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Seeing Chen Feng approaching step by step, her mood became tense again. Chen Feng is usually very witty, why has he become so stupid now? Don't go there. It's charging up for a sneak attack, it's in danger. Long Ruobing knew that Chen Feng had a strong defensive ability, but she was still worried. She didn't even notice such an emotion. She was not like this before. As Chen Feng approached step by step and was about to enter Gabriel's 100-meter attack range, his steps suddenly stopped. Gabriel, who was on the ground, was stunned for a moment, and then heard something coming towards him, followed by Chen Feng's mumbling. Say, if you really are not dead. I could also throw a grenade over there and try, so why go over there? How bad would it be to be attacked by you? Right. Birdman. Gabriel opened his eyes suddenly and saw the grenades flying in the air, and Chen Feng's back running backwards again. Even his shoes were almost gone. His eyes were full of confusion, and his eyelids were twitching wildly. Don't you have any grenades? Hear the other party's voice of disbelief. The only response he received was Chen Feng's shout. I lied to you, idiot. A violent explosion appeared again, this time at a distance of more than 90 meters. Chen Feng did not resist, and the shock wave on his back was directly thrown away. He hit the outer layer of Long Ruobing's ice, and flew out several times with Long Ruobing. 10 meters, rolling on the ground. The two looked at each other across the ice. Somehow, Chen Feng seemed to see Long Ruobing's expression of wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. Even when the bright light hit him, Chen Feng did not close his eyes. In front of Long Ruobing, under the strong light, the elegance and cuteness in the ice crystals are really beautiful. Long Ruobing's favor plus 20. However, after the nuclear explosion, Chen Feng quickly controlled his emotions and stood up. He also stood up Long Ruobing. No more words. I do not know how long it has been. Soon a group of figures arrived here. The leading man had white beard and hair, and his whole body was extremely powerful. When he saw Long Ruobing, his eyes were filled with ecstasy and he landed directly. Ruobing. Are you okay? Seeing third grandpa appear, Long Ruobing finally breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis is about to be resolved. Chapter 48, Girl Huai Chun. As everyone from the Long family fell behind, Chen Feng also rushed towards his father Chen Zhan. The battle just now was too fierce, and he was a little worried about his father's safety. Young man, are you Chen Feng? I'll take you there. Don't worry too much, your father's strength is invincible to the War Emperor. Long Xiao, the third grandfather of the Long family, was relieved to see that Long Ruobing was fine. Okay, thank you. Chen Feng himself was slow, so he agreed. Then Long Xiao took Chen Feng and left quickly. When Long Jing saw Chen Feng's back, she was a little confused and wanted to ask, but she didn't speak. Just before they arrived, they felt two violent explosions. Recalling the attack on Long Ruobing on the outskirts of Jianghai City, Long Jing guessed that it was Chen Feng who used some super weapon. Director Zhang is so uninteresting. She leaves all the good things to her son. We have never seen such a powerful weapon on the battlefield outside the territory. Long Jing complained slightly, but soon her expression turned to gratitude. But it was Ruobing who saved us again. I'm quite grateful to him. This young man is a nice guy. The dragon family members behind him had already begun to break the ice for Long Ruobing. 5 or 6 warriors with ice powers, as well as a war king, were all delivering the energy of the powers to Long Ruobing's ice cubes. Within half a minute, Long Ruobing felt that some strength had returned to his body, and he took the initiative to unblock himself. Are you okay, Ruobing? When Long Jing saw her coming out, she quickly supported her. Feeling her niece's extremely cold body, there was worry on her face. You girl, if you don't listen to all the instructions, you have to sneak out. Thankfully you're okay. Otherwise, how can I explain this to your parents and the Long family? Hearing her sister-in-law's words of concern, Long Ruobing nodded, but she was still eating ice cream. She licked it, and a rare smile appeared on her lips. It doesn't seem as sour as before. It's a little sweet now. Seeing her niece's behavior, Long Jing couldn't react. What? I said this ice cream is not so sour. Long Ruobing smiled. By the way, sister-in-law, we are going there soon. Please be sure nothing happens to Chen Feng. Long Jing was even more surprised to hear that she was caring about Chen Feng. You girl! You actually care about a man so much. After hearing Long Jing's words, Long Ruobing's face turned slightly red. They saved me. Repay a favor, do you understand, sister-in-law? Don't let anything happen to him. As she said that, she flew towards Chen Feng's direction with the ice cream in her mouth, and everyone in the Long family quickly followed after seeing this. Broke in. This girl seems to be really pregnant. When Long Jing saw this, a black line crossed her forehead. This was a sign of love. But she didn't want to interfere. The Long family needs to continue their excellent genes, and Chen Feng's appearance and qualifications are quite good in all aspects, and her family is worthy of her Long family. The most important thing is that Long Ruobing is satisfied. If she is not satisfied, she cannot force it. When Long Xiao and Chen Feng rushed to the portal, they were a little surprised to see the completely melted buildings and metallic liquid around them. There are no intact metal objects left in this area for several kilometers. As a result, many buildings even collapsed. This guy Chen Zhan is even more terrifying than before. Long Xiao looked at all this and sighed. Although Chen Zhan was a generation younger than him, he was respected for his strength. He had fought side by side with Chen Zhan on the battlefield outside the territory, and had seen the terrifying appearance of the other party's killing spree. The number one person under the War Emperor is by no means an empty name. My dad is awesome. Chen Feng also lamented that in the original work, his father was so strong that he was abnormally strong, but this was also the setting of the dog author. The stronger Chen Zhan became, the more he showed how awesome Ye Tian was when he was finally defeated by Ye Tian. Thinking of Ye Tian's terrifying growth rate on the battlefield outside the territory, Chen Feng also became a little anxious. We have to have a fight with Yuanling quickly. At this time, the voice from Chen Zhan's side also came over. Chen Feng and the two went over, only to see that Chen Zhan's terrifying super-killing form had not yet ended. In front of him, there was an angel war king with holes all over his body bleeding out. Chen Zhan was beaten back and forth. Let you show off. Let you kill me. Stinky bird man. The broken wings behind it showed that it was originally a seraph. But now its aura was weak and it no longer had its original high-spirited attitude. During Chen Zhan's violent blows, it kept using its wings to block, but as soon as the wings touched Chen Zhan's metal spikes, they were punctured. Chen Zhan's current state does not look like a human being at all, but an endless killing machine. His figure kept flying through the air, and Archangel Carry was also carried by him from the sky to the ground, and then flew up to the sky, and the spikes pierced its chest again. It's more of a venting of anger than a fight. As for the human traitors around them, they were all cleaned up by Chen Zhan at some point. Countless metal spikes were seen piercing them, killing both the War King and the warrior instantly. It seems there's no need for me to take action. When Long Xiao saw this, he also watched the show from the side. Chen Feng looked at the familiar figure on the ground, wearing a simple black teacher's uniform and stockings, with fair skin, a well-developed body, and beautiful eyes that were looking at him just after opening. Lu Qingjian woke up at this moment, and when she saw Chen Feng in the sky, she felt that he looked very familiar. Chen Feng. Seeing his history teacher looking at him, Chen Feng didn't want to pay any attention to him, as long as he didn't die. This is also a female protagonist. Teacher-student love. The original plot was that Lu Qingjian was taken to the battlefield outside the territory, and then met by Ye Tian. The hero saved the beauty. But it looks like the plot has changed. At least Lu Qingjian will not go to the battlefield outside the territory. Seeing Chen Feng glance at her and then look away, Lu Qingjian was slightly distracted and looked at the surrounding scene. Those human traitors who controlled themselves all had metal spikes on their chests. They were all dead at this moment, with blood flowing everywhere. One of them, with unwillingness and bloodshot eyes, was kneeling on the ground, worshipping the angel statue. It was her father, Lu Deqiang. Dead. Even if he knew that the other party had been completely brainwashed by the devil, he still wanted to take away his biological daughter. But seeing the scene of his tragic death, Lu Qingjian could no longer suppress her emotions and ran towards him, but she tripped over the gravel and fell to the ground. And just as it happened, the Archangel Carry was shot to the ground again, and Lu Qingjian's eyes were filled with the broken appearance of his body. This is the goal, I want to take her away. Just as Archangel Carry was about to stand up, the terrifying killing machine came again and stamped hard on its head, causing the entire ground to sink several meters deep. Birdman, you can't even save your own life, why do you still want to do the mission? It was Chen Zhan. He didn't expect that the Birdman would still want to do the task after receiving so many beatings from him, and he became angry again. Immediately, he leaned down again and saw the broken head of Carry. The spikes of his fists were blooming, and he struck violently with his bow from left to right. Dad, is all of this really what you want? Is this the angel you worship? Lu Qingjian asked in a low voice when she saw this shocking scene. Chapter 49 Chen Zhan's Request. Brother Chen Zhan. Contain it quickly. It would be a pity to kill him. After all, it is a seraph. Capturing it will still be useful. Our Long family needs to exchange it for many soldiers. Seeing that Archangel Kai Rui was dying and his breath had dropped to freezing point, Long Xiao quickly spoke up to remind him. Archangel Carry did not choose to self-destruct, obviously he wanted to survive. They've seen this before. This is because the other party wants to be a prisoner and save his life, but he doesn't want to embarrass himself by speaking out. This is just what he wants. After all, he is a war king. It is not easy for the Angel clan to cultivate a war king, and it is impossible to abandon him. Not to mention anything else, several war kings from his Long family were captured by the Angel clan. It would be great if I could use this Archangel to replace it. Good. I can give this Archangel Kai Rui to your Long family, but you must also agree to my request. When Chen Zhan heard Long Xiao's request, his mind turned and he made a heavy metal sound. It's natural. Brother Chen Zhan, just ask if you have any requests. As long as our Long family can do it, I promise you. Long Xiao quickly agreed and was a little curious about what Chen Zhan would ask for. At this moment, Long Ruobing happened to come over and ran directly towards Chen Feng. Chen Zhan glanced at her and remembered how his son was anxious to save her just now. This guy is really greedy. Having Yuanling is not enough. But this girl from the Long family is worthy of my son. It's not like she can't marry too. But now is not the time to bring it up. Chen Zhan thought for a moment, but still didn't express his thoughts immediately. Let's do this. I haven't thought about this request yet, but it won't be too much. It must be something your Long family can do, and there will be no loss to your Long family. You just have to agree first. After hearing Chen Zhan's words, Long Xiao was a little confused. But he knew Chen Zhan's character. He had already said that there would be no loss to the Long family, so he agreed. The main reason is that this Angel clan war king is a bit too attractive. Not only can it exchange prisoners, but it also has huge research value. Okay. I will promise you on behalf of the Long family. Seeing Long Xiao solemnly nodding his head, Chen Zhan felt relieved. With his status and strength in the human race, I believe that the other party will not object if he proposes it when the time comes. Then it's settled. I'll imprison this birdman right now. When Chen Zhan saw the dying archangel carry at his feet with no intention of resisting, a cruel smile appeared on his lips again. Little birdie, it might hurt a little. Be patient. As he spoke, he directly raised Carrie high with his big hand, and saw countless metals piercing Carrie's body directly, entering its body, and covering its bones and meridians with a thick layer of metal. Chen Zhan. Damn it! I won't run away, why should you? Ah! Carrie felt the heart-breaking pain and burst out with powerful energy again, but unfortunately he was still suppressed by Chen Zhan and could not move. In less than a moment, Kai Rui had been transformed by Chen Zhan into a half-flesh, half-metal creature. Even its 6 wings were chopped into pieces. Its entire body was also wrapped in metal and was thrown to the ground, like a huge metal ball. After completing all this, Chen Zhan gradually returned to his human form, his face turned pale, and he slowly landed on the ground. Chen Feng even saw blood marks on his right arm and neck, and they were still bleeding. Obviously they are both war emperors, so Kai Rui's tyrannical strength also caused Chen Zhan to be seriously injured. Dad! Seeing this scene, Chen Feng quickly stepped forward, took out the healing potion he developed in his spare time and threw it directly. This potion can help you recover your strength and injuries. Take it quickly. Chen Zhan took the potion and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. Then he felt a numbness in the wound recovering, and he felt a little more energetic. This surprised him. Given his level, ordinary potions were useless. He didn't expect his son to have such a powerful potion, which made him even more proud of his son's talent. Good. Chen Zhan complimented and saw that the Federation War Emperor and Li Zhang had arrived, and then came to the portal that was still open. Chen Feng also looked around, and saw that the space in the portal in front of him was constantly distorting, and the blue-black light was constantly distorting, making him feel a little afraid. Is behind the unknown portal the world where the Angel clan is? Dad, are they still sending birdmen here? Hearing his son's doubts, Chen Zhan smiled and shook his head. Deploying 1 war king and 5 war kings is already their limit. This is the hinterland of our human race, they can only carry out sneak attacks. If there are really too many masters coming, I, the human race emperor, will also take action. You know, I, the human sky emperor, will arrive soon if we really go all out, but until the critical moment of survival, he will have to protect the highest institution of the Federation, the Great Emperor Tower. When Chen Zhan talked about Emperor Kong, there was a rare hint of admiration in his voice. In addition to supreme beings such as Hong Emperor, Thunder God, and Hidden Killer, Kong Emperor is the patron saint of the human race. It is said that when his SS-level space powers are used at full strength, he can cross countless spaces and rush to any corner of the human race in an instant. But this will not only consume his strength, but also cause the Great Emperor Tower to lose its strongest protective power. So generally he won't take action. Unless a war emperor comes. 2 alien war emperors once came to Blue Star, and Emperor Kong also let them know what cruelty meant. The 2 alien emperors were directly killed without any ability to resist. Since then, foreign races have never dared to send war emperor-level figures to Blue Star. Hearing the word Kong Emperor, Chen Feng recalled it. In the original work, this was Ye Tian's later master, and also Ye Tian's great opportunity. Both his master and his apprentice had spatial powers, and Ye Tian grew even more powerful. As for the Great Emperor Tower, it was also Ye Tian's exclusive opportunity to become the War Emperor. I see. Chen Feng nodded. Those powerful existences were not existences that he could touch now. By the way, behind this space portal, it should be the Angel clan's home base, right? When the alien race opened the portal, why didn't the strong human race take the opportunity to go there and cause trouble? Chen Feng thought of something and suddenly asked. Well, it is said that that is where the Angel teleportation array is opened. Chen Zhan nodded, but shook his head helplessly. If people dare to open the portal and come over, they will have the courage not to be afraid of you passing by. The Angel tribe's lair, even if my father and I enter, I will be dead. Chen Feng also seemed to suddenly realize it, but his heart was still ready to move. These angels had made him miserable this time. My wife almost died. If I don't avenge this revenge, I swear I won't be a human being. Thinking of this, he took out 2 grenades, looked at the hard appearance of the grenades and made them out of unknown material, and suddenly threw them into the portal. What are you doing? Did you throw a grenade? Chen Zhan was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, what was the use of his son throwing a grenade into it? Long Ruobing on the side just came over and wanted to say thank you to Chen Feng. When he saw his familiar gesture of throwing grenades, the corner of his mouth twitched. The scene of Chen Feng blowing up the bunch of angels appeared before her eyes again. She even took a slight step back. It's a grenade. It's just a fusion grenade. Chen Feng said, feeling uneasy and threw 2 more coins in. Blow it up. Chapter 50 Ye Shishi's Confession. When Chen Zhan looked confused, he only saw that the portal in front of him suddenly began to collapse. In less than a few seconds, the portal that was so strong just now completely disappeared. On the side of the Angel clan, a sudden explosion attracted the attention of an 8-winged angel. When it arrived, it saw huge potholes appearing in the portal square. The surrounding servants responsible for guarding were killed and injured dozens of times, many portals were destroyed, and even angels who were performing missions from alien races could not come back. The 8-winged angel looked at the remaining servants with a slightly dull look in his eyes. What exactly is going on? Where is the enemy? Where's Carrie and Canada? The person who came was none other than the War Emperor of the Angel clan, Gabriel. His figure was even taller, more than 5 meters tall, with golden shining light on his 4 pairs of wings, and his eyes were pure and innocent, quite powerful. Gabriel was the angel who was born in the same holy pool as him, and according to the human relationship, he was his biological brother. Dear Holy Angel, their portal has been destroyed. He didn't come back even when the time was up. A servant looked nervous and hurriedly stepped forward and said. After hearing this, Gabriel also looked at the pothole with a radius of 100 meters in front of him. The destruction of the portal meant that the other party would never come back. With a little sadness, he asked again, then what's going on? The servant also recalled the scene that just happened, and said bravely, "It seems that the human race threw 2 grenades over." Grenade. Gabriel suddenly looked at the servant, with a blazing look in his eyes. "You mean the human grenades can pass through the portal and attack our temple?" After the war, the Federation has also launched a large-scale operation to eliminate internal ghosts. Human delusions such as worshipping the Angel clan, worshipping the Zhifeng clan, worshipping the Zerg clan, worshipping the Demon clan, worshipping the Wing clan, etc. have all been severely punished. The Long family also obtained Archangel Carry and began to use its blood and genes for research. In this battle, except for some people who were watching the theater and some insiders who died, most people relied on strong shelters to survive. The Angel clan lost 1 war emperor, 5 war kings, and dozens of generals. It was a disastrous defeat. After the federal investigation, Director Zhang was asked to quickly mass-produce S-class fusion grenades and S-class tanks, which made Zhang Li depressed. Fortunately, Jianghai City's first research institute also received more resources. Inside Jianghai City Research Institute, Chen Feng returned to his daily life. It's just that everyone in the institute worships and respects him even more. They have heard some news that in Chen Feng's hands, several Angel clan war kings died. In their eyes, Chen Feng was terrifying. When Chen Feng returned, Yuanling held him for half an hour and refused to let go. She buried her head deeply in Chen Feng's chest and cried non-stop. Since then, although Yuanling still played and joked with Chen Feng could see the love that could not be hidden in her eyes. Long Ruobing also returned to the research institute and wanted to thank Chen Feng, but never had the chance. The original joy when she saw Chen Feng save her became bleak, desolate, melancholy, and even sad when she saw the relationship between Chen Feng and Yuanling become sweeter. She became taciturn again, even more so than before. In addition, Yeshishi also fell into endless torture. Every day, she went to pick up Chen Feng as his secretary. Yuanling also liked chatting with her, but she didn't know the relationship between the two. Another day on Chen Feng's chariot, Yuanling waved goodbye to the two of them. "Master Feng, I beg you. Don't ignore me anymore." Seeing Yeshishi who was completely obsessed with him, Chen Feng was a little helpless. Originally he just wanted to bully her, but now he couldn't live without him. During the many exchanges between the two, their good feelings have long been full. "I'm your niece's boyfriend. This is not good." Chen Feng lay on the driver's seat and refused. Unexpectedly, Yeshishi shook her head crazily and took the initiative to come closer. "Don't worry, Master Feng. I will not affect your relationship with Xiaoning. I respect you, I bless you, and I envy you, but I won't want to replace Xiaoning. All I ask is that when you are in love with her, give me a little care and give me some value. Smell the rose perfume on her body, see her delicate face of a strong woman, specially dressed to look gorgeous, her pink lips, lively eyelashes, and eyes full of eyes." It was impossible for Chen Feng to be emotionless, but when he thought that the other person might just have lust for him, he shook his head. Chen Feng suddenly asked in an indifferent tone, "Are you not interested in other men? Do you just like me?" Hearing Chen Feng's disdain for her tone, Yeshishi's eyes suddenly became dull. Then, a teardrop fell down her face, and her beautiful face became a little blurred. Yeshishi choked with sobs, her body trembled, and she couldn't help sobbing. "Chen Feng, am I really a slut in your eyes? I feel like I really love you so much that I can't live without you. It was you who entered my life and made me your tool. Now I just want to be yours. I'm not a slut, I don't like it, I hate any man, except you. If you doubt me, I can swear that I will not die happily if I have any involvement or affection with any other man. Anything you ask me to do will do." Hearing that she was about to swear a poisonous oath, Chen Feng also grabbed her tender chin with his hand. "I see. I really feel sorry for Yuanling by doing this." Yeshishi could only say, "Young Master Feng, with your ability, there is no problem in marrying 3 wives. There should be more women. Xiaoning, just marry her. I don't want a status. Not only will I be good to you, I will also be good to her. I can be a nanny at your house, cook for you, and do anything for you, Mr. Feng. Hearing her sincere confession, Chen Feng just remained silent. In fact, he hasn't discussed this issue with Yuanling yet, and he doesn't know how the other party views this matter. In fact, as a modern person, he thinks monogamy is normal. But I don't know how people in this world accept this kind of thing. Thinking of this, he called Yuanling directly. Hey, Chen Feng, why are you calling me so late at night? Didn't I miss you? Hearing Yuanling's joyful voice, Chen Feng also chatted endlessly with her about daily research and interesting things in life. It wasn't until an hour later that Chen Feng asked, by the way, Xiaoning, I have a very important question. After we get married, can I find more wives? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.